I think I think they're so vulnerable, and I think it would be the best matchup any of the top 4 teams could get, and then I think they would be at risk of exiting pretty quickly. That's the way I've seen them for the last 6-7 weeks.
Simo?
I disagree. If they play Adelaide and have 71 inside 50s to 38 again, they will win. They'll win by 5 goals. If they bring that same intensity and pressure, because I think their deep DNA, which we didn't see on the weekend, is their pressure and front half game. So their pressure was around the 160s, contest minus 27. This is last night. Clearances lost by 12. That's not them. If they can bring their core DNA pressure and big moments for big players, I feel that they're only going to win 2 games to make a grand final. And I reckon they'll have a lot of confidence in what they did if they play Adelaide, so that might not happen. So I'm a bit more positive.
Personnel-wise, Bobby Hill's one of those big players, so up against it now. He's going to need 2 or 3 weeks conditioning, you'd think, to get back in. And Brody Mychek, they want to get him looked at as well. Hurt his hand, bothered him throughout. They wouldn't elaborate last night. The club wouldn't comment this morning. They'll be a bit nervous over that. That needs to be looked at. Bo McCreary was stepped on, but had some big moments in the back end. So you think
all right, the Gold Coast Port Adelaide conversation next. We'll tip Melbourne into the conversation with Carlton as those who have reached the end and what comes next. You're on Crunch Time, the Round 24 edition.
Meet Atomica, your new go-to for affordable skincare, beauty and wellness. From trending faves, K-beauty icons to expert advice, this is beauty for all. Search Atomica for your nearest store.
Freeway Motor Group is excited to announce the opening of KCKGM in Cranbourne, 226 South Gippsland Highway. Go test drive the award-winning KGM Musso Ute or the Rexton 7-seat and Taurus SUVs. They're available now at run-out pricing with up to $4,000 off. Or try out the head-turning all-new Action SUV Coupe. That's KCKGM. Open now at 226 South Gippsland Highway, Cranbourne. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Whether it's you personally playing sport, your kids, or your favourite team, when you see some flat results, Tyre Power can help. The Power Up sale is on now. Buy 3, get 1 free on Pirelli Cincherato Rosso tyres exclusive to Tyre Power. That's right, you won't find this offer or tyre anywhere else. Visit your local independent Aussie-owned Tyre Power dealer and have their family help yours. Power Up sale on now. Find your local at tyrepower.com.au.
If you love sport, then you'll love this better offer. For all AFL games this weekend, bet on the match result in any game. And if your team leads by 12 or more at half-time, you'll get paid. 12 up, you're a winner. That's better.
Chances are you're about to lose.
For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Attention all people in the manufacturing sector. Hear that, chat? It's time to speak with NewTek and learn how to lower your costs and increase your machine uptime simply by using better automation products that last longer. Call NewTek and challenge them to demonstrate how they can reduce your costs. Spelled PNEUTECH. NewTek proudly create efficiency for every business they work with. newtek.com.au. That's PNEUtech.com.au.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm. Australian through and through.
Everyone agrees. Adventure starts with an Isuzu D-Max. No matter where you go, the Isuzu D-Max has your back. With 5-star ANCAP safety rating, towing capacity up to 3.5 tonnes, and total peace of mind with Isuzu Ute Service Plus program, including 5-year flat price servicing, 6-year warranty, and 7-year roadside assistance. So let's go. Explore the range at your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Save up to $4,000 on the award-winning Musso. Visit all new Casey KGM and test drive one today. And Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
You're playing for a finals campaign. If you need me to sit there and give you a motivational speech to want to play your first finals campaign in our organisation's history, then you're playing the wrong game. Our players have got to pick themselves up. They've got to lead from the front. They're going to take charge. I'm going to hand it over to them. And we're going to see what this group's made of. Because they are made out of something special. Tonight they didn't show it. But I think they're capable of doing some really good things.
What an opportunity was blown last night for Gold Coast with a top 4 finish in the offing. Now they have to win on Wednesday night to make sure that they crack their moment for the first time in their history. They'll play a desperately undermanned Essendon, but last night they played a desperately undermanned Port Adelaide. So before we revel in what Port was able to do in the Ken Hinkley legacy, Kane, how miserable was that from Gold Coast last night, given the stakes?
Yeah, it was bizarre. I wanted a fully professional performance. It's not dissimilar to what we saw from Geelong against Sydney. Go to Sydney against a side that's going to be a little bit tricky. There was a danger game. They did it in a way that was just fully professional, dotted the I's, crossed the T's, and got it done after being challenged early. Now, we all expected Port Adelaide to challenge early, which is what happened, but you just thought that Gold Coast would be able to regain momentum and run away with it with the talent that was in their lineup. They had no composure with the ball. I thought they got their matchups wrong behind the ball. Mac Andrew to Georgiades, that was a Collins job for me, and Mac got lost. There was some undisciplined elements to their game last night, and you can talk about the free kick count, but some of them were there. They gave away a lot of 50-metre penalties, and their midfield couldn't get going. So Anderson and Rao were a non-event. Willem Drew did a really good job on Anderson, and then Rao, 6 kicks for the night. Now, Anderson started to look threatening in the last quarter with 8, but had nothing till then. And then I thought Port Adelaide's leaders, led by Zach Butters, who played one of the games of the season, and Mitch Cleary was reporting the offer to Nasai that Port Adelaide offered him. Just take that money, which was $5 million in the first 2 years, and then it was 1.3 to 4 for the next 8, and hand that to Zach Butters right now. Like, he's a superior player to Nasai Wanganeen Miller. We saw that last night. So they've got to get that done. Rosie back in the midfield was enormous as well. And Georgiades continued on his unbelievable year. But for Gold Coast, they didn't look anywhere near a top 8, let alone top 4 side last night.
Simo?
Well, the vulnerabilities for Gold Coast, I suppose, is the experience in these big games as much as anything, because the personnel is clearly there. The lack of awareness of the game and what it was going to produce, and what Dimmer would have seen a million times before. He just can't transfer that through to his leaders and players at the moment. It's 2 weeks in a row, and I mean, obviously it's a massive game next week, and the expectation is they'll get it done, but you know, the numbers actually don't look too bad for both. So it's just like an even type of numbers game, Kane, where there wasn't really they had extra 15 clearances or whatever. It was just an even game, come down to big moments and conversion, and they just couldn't get it done. So I think it was more about attitude, leadership and an awareness with a group that I heard him say, we're going to just leave it and hand over to the players. I'm not quite sure if they're ready. That's the question we're all asking. Are you ready to be handed the keys to the car? You know, can you get off your P plates? That seems to be where they're at, which I suppose to get to the next step, Kane, you've got to get through this at some stage. So hopefully it's next week for them.
Yeah, so that was almost the difference, is that Port Adelaide's leaders in key moments had big moments, but Butters had 3 holding the balls himself, and they weren't just lucky holding the balls. They were 3 turnover tackles against bigger bodied opponents. I didn't see those moments from Ben King, as much as he looked threatening, took a great contested mark at the top of the square at one point, but didn't see any of that from Anderson or Rao last night. Tuke Miller started well, but didn't have those inspirational moments. Darcy Byrne-Jones with a rundown tackle late. So and Georgiades' ability to stand up and mark it and kick from extraordinary angles. So I think that was the difference in those moments. Port Adelaide's leaders stood up. So I think your point is well made around that, and whether they are ready. So I mean, and Damien spoke about the umpires getting lost in the moment, but they did kick 3 out of their 9 goals, from 2 from free kicks and 1 from a 50-metre penalty that wasn't there, and it was off the ball. So they did kick a lot of their score from free kicks as well.
It's simple to say with the Suns at the moment, is you beat their midfield, you're going to win.
Yeah,
it feels like, if Anderson's had the 21, Rouse had 21, it's some numbers, Miller's had 20. If they're not in the 30s, it feels like they're a little bit vulnerable. So talk about working teams out. I would have thought the midfield matchups are critical to beating Gold Coast. And you've got to start with some basics somewhere when you're trying to make finals. But I thought there was a bit more to this team than that. I thought their transition game, their forward handball, their Richmond sort of style complemented some really good stoppage work, and it just hasn't come together as well probably since half-time of the Collingwood game a few weeks ago.
They weren't great against Carlton, if you want to go back over the last few weeks, and then obviously well and truly taken care of by the Giants, beaten last night, and they're not going to get that home final. I mean, they'll beat Essendon, and they'll be on the road in the elimination final, but no guarantee for the home final. It looked a certainty for so long.
The undisciplined aspect, Kane, that you referenced there, is that did infiltrate their game and come out in a... Like, they need to address that. In big games, and this was a big game for them, you can't be giving away just self-indulgent 50-metre penalties because you're frustrated.
That's what it was. And then, so can you trust McAndrew in a big high-pressure game like that? I mean, we've seen it time and time again. We saw it again last night. Ben Long, it's now a pattern for him to give free kicks away. Now, he complains about it, and some of them I thought last week he was harshly done by a couple of times, but then there's a 50 that goes on to the end of that. Will Power is probably another one who is a bit of a hothead at times and can give those away. So you're right. Like a lot of those were there. And the 50s, I'm not sure that the 50-metre count at the end was a big number, 5-1, Port Adelaide's way. So yeah, I mean,
Rao's given away 6 free kicks.
Yeah, he had a lot. I reckon he had 3 holding the balls, which, you probably take that with him. He's a great tackle breaker and tries to get through, and you probably cop that. So it wasn't necessarily a discipline thing with him, but Ben Long gave away a few as well. And so Jeffrey gave away 4, Long gave away 3. Anderson's were more holding the balls as well. So, big numbers and costly.
Yep.
It is a shame that Essendon is just so... If they had any semblance of a team on Wednesday night, we would get the chance to see can they hold their nerve and actually get this done?
Melbourne or Carlton or Sydney, that's all we needed. We just needed a contest. But
you never know. You're probably
it would be a spectacular choke if they lost to Essendon.
Yeah,
like, spectacular.
Well, I'm not sure. At least there's purpose to the game. At least we're going to go, okay, we're all going to be watching. This is not a dead rubber anymore. This is not, let's just see if they finish top 4 or 8th. So if you're Essendon, you can sell this game. Hey, listen, we're going to stay up on the Gold Coast for another week. And let's get up there and let's do some damage. And you just never know. I think there'll be a lot of optimism, but the first 10 minutes will say a lot about this game.
Yeah. I wonder whether they're getting the best out of Ben King. So he's touched the ball 5 times. We know what he is. He's a low possession, 6-7 possession man who kicks a lot of goals. He's a goal machine. But Georgiades was really impactful, and they're different types of players. And Georgiades more athletic with more speed. But he got right up the ground late and then was able to reset as a forward and get a mismatch. I look at Sam Darcy at the Bulldogs. He's capable of getting up the ground and being that target, like you spoke about with Mason Cox down the line. Can they get more out of him? Can they give him a bit more freedom? I don't know what the instructions are for him to stay really close to goal, but can they make him a 12 to 13 possession player who is impactful in contest, because his contest work is good? So I just wonder whether that's an untapped resource that they haven't been willing to use, Simo. I don't know, have you coached a player like that is just a goal machine that you don't allow him to do anything else?
No, I haven't. I think it's the rest. I think if he's kicking 3 a week, he's not the problem. Yeah, I think it's the rest of the 4 lines. Like, Sam, who have they got to come back? He did mention his press conference.
Dan Rioli's the big one. He's a
Humphreys
massive.
I reckon Humphreys is the biggest one.
Humphreys is as big as anyone. So
Humphreys back next week. Dan Rioli still listed a few days ago as anywhere between 1 and 3 weeks. So I don't get the sense he's ready for next week, but maybe that elimination final.
It just shows you how healthy you need to be competitive. Doesn't matter who you are, and that's why Brisbane they've been outstanding. Really, with what they're missing 9 of their premiership players from last year, and they still lose players. So, yeah, it just shows you just need your best available to be, thereabouts. So some of these teams carrying big injury lists, no wonder they're sitting at the bottom of the ladder.
The 3 teams that are finished, Port Adelaide, Melbourne and Carlton next, and then we'll get into the Isaac Rankin debate out of 12. This is the round 24 edition of Crunch Time.
In the market for a new ute, Werribee Isuzu Ute has you covered. With over 60 pre-owned vehicles in stock, from small hatches to 4x4 dual cabs and 7-seat SUVs, there's something for everyone, all priced to sell. Check out single cab D-Max in stock from $32,990 drive away. D-Max X-Terrain in stock $68,990 drive away. The all-new MUX X-Terrain in stock $73,990 drive away. Test drive and buy today at Werribee Isuzu Ute, Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. LMCT 114.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Did you know that right now at
Sheen Panel Service,
you can repair your car and reward your pocket? Sheen Panel Service are giving away $10,000. Simply book your car in for repair before October 5th, and not only could you win $10,000, you'll receive a quality repair with genuine parts, a lifetime guarantee, and an accident replacement vehicle from any one of their 27 locations. Been putting off a repair or just had a bingle?
Sheen Panel Service.
T's and C's apply. Head to sheengroup.com.au.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
No one wins more premierships against electricity bills than Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Crowell's are helping everyday Aussies kick savings goals by smashing rising energy costs with a brand new solar power system. Crowell's Electrical and Solar specialise in no-hassle installations, marking down your energy bills with first-class service and ongoing expert system maintenance. To power up your savings and win big with lower energy bills, Google Crowell's Electrical and Solar today. That's CROWLZ.
Finals fever is here, and just like a solid backline, Smarter Light's clients have backed us all year, and we want to say thank you for your ongoing support. At Smarter Light, we're kicking goals with Australian-made environmental exit signs that save energy, cut costs, and stay in the game for the next 16 seasons. Battery-free, no fumbles, no failures. Aim for a big win in savings and sustainability. Kick off at smarterlight.com. Smarter Light, kicking goals for you and the planet.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
They're off and racing in the Thoroughbred Sales' exciting new $4 million race series. The race series will deliver $4 million in bonuses over the next 3 years, kicking off with 2-year-old maidens and handicaps this racing season. Eligible horses can compete in 75 races across 5 states this season, with over 400 horses already eligible and looking to cash in for owners. Check out the full racing calendar online at thoroughbredsales.com.au and get involved today.
Hi, Ryan Pappenhausen here. The future is electric at Berwick Volkswagen. Introducing the new Volkswagen ID range. Powerful, smooth and 100% electric. Ready to make the switch? Visit Berwick Volkswagen today. LMCT 12366.
Test drive the KGM Actian at the all-new KC KGM in Cranbourne, part of Freeway Motor Group. And Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
The seasons of Port Adelaide, Melbourne and Carlton have reached their end. Our experts, all thanks to Aviso Group. Under-insurance is like leaving your defence on the bench. Contact Aviso Broker. Kane Cornes, you're best placed to answer. What is the Ken Hinkley legacy at Port Adelaide?
Well, he made the club relevant again. They were an absolute mess financially. No one wanted to turn up and watch them play. Sacked a coach. President had gone. So to get there and go from 5 wins in 2012 to winning a final the following year and make the club relevant again, that's his legacy. I think his players always played for him. He was willing to play an exciting brand of football that people wanted to watch. Did he stay too long? Like, in hindsight, would he have made the call to leave a little bit earlier and be coaching another club by now? I don't know, but a great person, as honest as anything. And just a great footy person, Gerard, that I think made the footy club relevant again.
Could you see him coaching again?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm interested to hear like how the industry views him, because Port Adelaide fans and I've gone at this for a long time. There's been a level of disrespect from them to the coach that he's been, and to listen to Damien Harwick after the game speak so glowingly about him and the great coach that he is. I go, well, I hope Port fans are listening to this. I hope you know what you had was pretty good, and I hope you know that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Now, I'm not saying it's not time, and it probably is time, but yeah, I didn't think they gave him the respect that he deserved. Hard to win games of footy, hard to make finals, as we're finding out, hard to make prelim finals, which he didn't get there with where he wanted to go, but there was definitely a level of disrespect which disappointed me.
Simone?
Interesting, isn't it, that I know it probably doesn't matter, Kane, but last night was important, I thought. Just the way it's ended for him, and it's been so hard, and both of them, him and the club, have been so stoic in the no, we're doing this, and to a flaw for what car he's going to inherit. But last night was, for him, I think, just an important end to a tremendous time there. So they don't win a flag and don't get to a grand final. But if we didn't have last night, are we talking the same today? So just I suppose, for the current, right now, perception of the man, I think getting through last night just typified what he was as a coach. And I think that'll just hold him in good stead if he wants to get back into it. I hope he doesn't early. I hope he doesn't jump into something. And this is just a personal experience. There's a bit more to life, just for a short period of time. So he'll get edgy at some stage, and it's just what he does with that itch if someone calls him. Because if someone calls you and says, hey, listen, what do you reckon? You can't help but go, oh, let me have a think. And then things start rambling in your head. So, yeah, I thought last night was important for his legacy, albeit it wasn't important, if that makes sense.
I agree with that. And I said this with Kingy on the radio yesterday. I said, look, I'm a bit nervous. Like, I hope they turn up and they don't boo him. Like, that's and Gerard, you've probably lived this. Maybe we just take too much notice of the vocal minority. Maybe that's my problem and a me issue more than anything. But they were disgruntled, and they had been disgruntled for a long time. So I didn't know sort of what reception there was going to be there last night, and I was fearful that it might not be the one that he deserved. And now he was probably perfect scenario that it was about Travis and Ken and moving on. There was a couple of debutants as well, and there was some past players there, so it became all encapsulating, not just this is Ken's last game. It was a whole sort of movement last night. But you're right, that was special last night. I think it probably even makes him more desirable to another club to go, gee, they're still fighting for him at this point.
That's my point. I definitely think that's part of his legacy. His last night will be remembered. And that doesn't happen very often.
I did love the end, though, Gerard, when he said, I can't imagine coaching against Port Adelaide. I'm in love with Port Adelaide. I'm going to need time to go away and have a holiday, and Donna and I will get away and
give him 2 days.
A good break, and in a few weeks, I reckon I'll be all right.
Well, he is a coach to the studs of his boots, that's for sure. On Melbourne, Simo, just let's do the sliding doors. Say you had put yourself into the process. If you're watching last night as the prospective coach, put us into the mind of the next guy. Just watching, does that confuse things? Does it clarify things? It was so interesting to watch them play, particularly the way they played at various stages.
I'm not going to pretend to know what Melbourne needs. I think we've all got opinions on what we've seen, and a little bit has been culturally. It feels like there's been unrest. I don't know who it's been with. I don't know if it's the board or the lack of leadership above Goody, or it's the leaders, or it's Petrarca. Every second week this year, I've been hearing something different, and it just feels uneasy. So from a coaching point of view, that would be my first thing, is just to settle down our culture, and let's settle down the perceived leaks in the club. Let's settle down the training base. We don't care where we train. Doesn't matter. We've won a flag doing it differently. So I was thinking more, if you had to take that on, it's to settle that bit down. The off-field stuff feels uneasy. I don't know, Kane, if you agree with me or not, but that's the piece that feels a bit. And then the on-field, Gerard, there's going to be someone who's going to bring a different style in. I'm looking forward to whoever that is going, I would do this differently. So what they saw last night, they'd be looking at personnel, but not really system. Not really. I know they're a good clearance side when all the big guns are there, but what's the depth of how they defend? What's the front half look like? How are we going to enter our inside 50s? Because I think they undervalued their supply. They were a supply side 3 years ago. And coming from West Coast, we couldn't get past 40 inside 50s. And everyone was critical of Melbourne having 60 and not converting. That is the best problem in football. We've got these 60 inside 50s. We can't score. Give me 2 weeks for that. So, I think the new coach, whoever it is, wouldn't look at last night with anything other than, here's some personnel, here's some young players, and here's, I can see some big holes here that I can actually inject my system in on. And above all that, Gerard, it's the off-field. Let's just get everything. Let's be who's the alpha male? Who is the alpha male or female at Melbourne? And we've got to establish that right now, because it can't be gone. It's got to be someone above that. So that's probably what I'll be looking at.
Yeah, you got to make some calls on if it is a cultural problem with the playing group. Can a coach come in and say, look, let's do what Malcolm Blight did? This is like back in the 90s, so get rid of these couple of old blokes, make a statement there. Can you do that? Is there room to do that? But it's probably hard for them to understand without being there what the problems are. Like, so if you're saying that that's how you see it, and you got no idea, you're not even going to guess what the problems are, does Nathan Buckley, if just say it's Bucks, does 2 months or a month trying to get his head around that? Is he going to be clear on what the actual problem is, or do you need to be there for a year to work it out and then make significant change after 12 months?
And that was Lee Matthews' view on Monday night. He said you've got to do a year. You've got to do a year to figure it all out rather than walk in and change it all before you know.
Unless someone wants to leave.
Yeah.
If you're Oliver and he's out, he's checked out and he's already cleaned his locker out. And there's been a couple of times, even in my coaching time, where you come in on a Monday and someone's locker's cleaned out. Oh, okay.
Not a good sign.
It's not a great sign, is it? So if that's the case, then if you don't want to be here, go. That would be the first message to the players. So, I haven't got a relationship with any of you guys. We're going to be best mates down the track. I'm going to lead you to the promised land. If you do not want to be here now, just tell me where you want to go and we'll get you there. And then there's someone at list management. Surely they've got a good list management team, I think. There's someone there going, listen, we can get this, and this for this player. Unless you desperately want to keep and have a look at them for a year, you sort of know what Petrarca's going to give you and Oliver and these guys. If something's there, I suppose you'd be open to that. But I don't think coming in saying we want to move this and this on and not really knowing the situation, that's a challenge, but it's not impossible.
They find themselves at a delicate stage and their coaching hunt is about to pick up.
It is, yep, indeed. Subcommittee formed. I think some preliminary conversations already have taken place, and they're not going to muck around, Gerard. They're going to get it done quick.
Ken's not in that, Sam?
Say again?
Ken's not in that conversation?
Not to my knowledge, no. Certainly not at this stage, no.
All right, the Isaac Rankin scenario of the week. Adelaide are in front of us at Marvel this afternoon. We'll look back at Carlton and what happens next at the Blues, and then an eye toward Super Sunday. All coming up on Crunch Time.
In the market market for a new ute? Werribee Isuzu Ute has you covered. With over 60 pre-owned vehicles in stock from small hatches to 4x4 dual cabs and 7-seat SUVs, there's something for everyone, all priced to sell. Check out single cab D-Max in stock from $32,990 drive away. D-Max X-Terrain in stock $68,990 drive away. The all-new MUX X-Terrain in stock $73,990 drive away. Test drive and buy today at Werribee Isuzu Ute, Victoria's #1 selling Isuzu Ute dealership. LMCT 114.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Who's got the goods this footy season?
Robots got it.
With Robot Building Supplies, you'll be on a winner this year. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 7 decades. That's a lot of premierships. So if you need someone with the ability to go up and make the match-winning catch, guess what?
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
If you love sport, then you'll love this better offer. For all AFL games this weekend, bet on the match result in any game. And if your team leads by 12 or more at half-time, you'll get paid. 12 up, you're a winner. That's better.
Chances are you're about to lose.
For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
I've seen all sorts of sheds in my time, but if you're after a shed, you'd better get moving because the price of steel is heading up. Best Sheds is a family-owned business that have the best sheds with a 20-year manufacturer's warranty. They stand by the quality and durability of their sheds for your peace of mind. So come on, team, let's hit the sheds before we get hit by the price rise. Best Sheds, 100% Australian-owned and manufactured. Visit bestsheds.com.au.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I was hoping you could work my numbers so I can afford the property I want to buy.
Oh, don't want much, do you?
Not really. I just really want to get the most out of my borrowing power.
We're the bank. We've got the power, FYI.
Well, Athena shifts the power to me, FYI.
Well...
Athena's fairer, friendlier policies put the power in your hands. Visit athena.com.au or talk to your broker. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Where style meets safety, you'll find the new Isuzu MUX SUV. With Isuzu's intelligent driver assistance system and up to 3.5-ton towing, all backed by Isuzu Ute Service Plus program, the Isuzu MUX is an SUV you can truly count on. The confidence is yours for the taking. Own it in the new 7-seat Isuzu MUX SUV. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Round 24 on AFL Nation. Toby Green and the Giants take on Nazaya and the Saints. Live tomorrow on your home of sport, SEN.
The round 24 edition of Crunch Time. There's a weird zeitgeist around the final home and away round of the season. We saw that play out last night. The first hour of the show dedicated to what has been Collingwood, Gold Coast, Port Adelaide, Melbourne. We've got Carlton still to come, and we're about to delve deep. So you can pick up the first hour on the podcast direct from Crunch Time. We are here for Freeway Motor Group. Visit Freeway Motor Group for end of financial year deals and Azito brushless power tools built to work. Azito do you. Gerard Wheatley and Sam Edmund here at Marvel Stadium, where Adelaide, after a tumultuous week, are about to try to nail down the minor premiership. We have Kane Cornes in Adelaide and Adam Simpson over in the West. The hot seat is really obvious for Razorback 4x4. Australia's best four-wheel drive seat covers with protection like no other. It was a nasty week for the code, from the homophobic slur on Saturday night to an elongated, torturous process that lasted all the way to Thursday. A confected outcome at the end, which deviated from what the prescriptive suspension seemed to be. The cost of it all, the toll of it all, what happens next with it all, what did we learn from the Isaac Rankin suspension? So I guess we've all had a chance to put our views across. I just checked in with a couple of long-termers in the industry, participants, observers, just for what their calm takeout was. And the two best were AFL blinked, straight 5, easiest adjudication of the year given precedent. And the AFL is now far too bureaucratic in its language, cumbersome in its process, ultra-protective of its brand, and easily swayed from consistency. But it doesn't fool anyone anymore. And those are two pretty unflattering pictures of the modern-day AFL. And to be honest, they have richly earned that across 2 years, of which the peak moment came this week.
I want to hear from Kane and Simo in particular, but just quickly, how frustrating is it for all four of us to be sitting here and still have the question? The most pertinent question is the why, or the how. Compelling medical reasons. How convenient, how genius, how perfect. So we still don't know. So how frustrating is it that after, as you say, 5 days of horse trading, we're still sitting here in the day after it's been announced and we're still none the wiser as to why?
Yeah, we're left with...
Coulda, shoulda.
It's unsatisfactory. The question around Machiavellian politics and what could have played a role in all of it. But I agree with that last sentiment from one of my observers. It doesn't fool anyone anymore. They didn't get away with anything this week. In fact, they're incredibly damaged.
Which is disappointing,
I think. So I so want to hear your take, Simo. Just how do you see us where we are now?
Well, I think the gut feel on what happened, and that's an incident which has an outcome, but the leadership that we're pointing the finger at, it's a sum of all parts is what I'm trying to say. It feels like all these little death of 1,000 cuts, little mistakes here, little perceptions here. So when this happens, it's, here we go again. And I feel like that's what's happened. Like, I don't know, the medical evidence is compelling. It is medically, you can't talk about it. Like, it's just for I don't know what happened. I don't know what the evidence was, and I think we can all be cynical because that's what they've led us towards, you know, and that's unfortunately the position we're all in now. There's a bit of cynicism in this whole thing where if you cut it down, maybe there is an issue. Maybe there is something there that is compelling that took a few days to work out, and sometimes the messaging is not the right. They don't do it the right way. I do things a lot differently on how to portray things like this. That now we've all got assumptions that they're not fooling anyone. Maybe it's the truth, Gerard, but it just hasn't been managed well. Could have been done in 2 days.
How else would you manage it though? Then, Simo, do you think?
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's the management of this issue. I think it's all the other things that have happened building up to this. It's now okay. And we've got just this cynicism over the whole position of what the AFL do. So I'm a little bit on the fence. No, actually, I'm not on the fence. I actually agree with what they've done. I think I'm the only one. I actually rang you before the show, Sam, to make sure I'm not a complete idiot on this, because if that's the evidence that they got given and they've taken into consideration, I'm taking it on face value. Now, maybe it's a bit naive by me. And maybe I'm looking at finals as a different grading system too. So I'm looking at it from a different angle. Kane, I'm not sure where you see it.
So just before you go, Kane, so those two things, Simo, that would be a big change. So never before have finals games been considered different to home and away. So that if you were going to do that, you would need to then follow right through on that. And the second part around the compelling medical evidence, again, that's a new zeitgeist as well. That Andrew Gaff didn't get the benefit of that. I feel like you've got the best You've got the best lens on this. There was never any thought to giving Andrew Gaff a lesser suspension so that his season wasn't over in 2018. In fact, it was probably the opposite, is it had to equal a number of weeks to make sure that he didn't get back.
Yeah, so they took finals in consideration. In that instance, the grand final, they weight the grand final. If you get suspended grand final day, it's weighted because they don't want to see. So it's already happening, Gerard. It's just not happening as obviously. And then this medical grounds, I really hope it's not, hey, he's in a bad way. He's made a mistake. He's not the victim, but he's not going great. Can you look after him? That surely is not what medical compels.
Sure,
so I'm thinking medical is, he has a medical condition that has contributed to this somehow. That's what my assumption is that, because you can't say he's feeling bad. That's not, they'd laugh at that. So, Kane, I'm not sure.
That's the problem, because reputable journalists are reporting that to be the case. Like Mitch Cleary, I think we'll all understand his quality. He said it's understood Rankin's compelling medical submission centred around mental health concerns and the impact having his season being cut short immediately would take on him.
I'm assuming they're not doing. If they're doing that's wrong.
And then what is it? Well, that's the problem. So that's been reported. We don't maybe know for certain, but then what happens next time? What happens if Dan Houston does the same incident that he was suspended for an on-field incident, but I'm going to miss a prelim final? That's going to impact me significantly. I don't want to leave the house. I can't go out in public. You better take that into account. So this is the door that has been opened for everyone else in the future to go
that's
through.
If it's, not every reporter gets it right, and I'm assuming, I'm just going to take it on face value. There is no way the AFL would go, no, he's in a bad way. Because they're still going to miss the grand final, unless they lose the final and there's a little window of opportunity. So 5-4 makes no real difference unless the sliver of hope. So
what's been lost a little bit on all this and has sort of diverted the attention on just how stupid it was from Isaac. Adelaide have done so much right for. This isn't just a season. This is 6-7 seasons of building to this point where you get yourself into this spot and your second or best player has gone down this path. Now, just observing him after the game last week, singing the song, he was all smiles, he was in discussions. Did he actually realise what had happened? And did he actually realise the damage that he has put onto his club? They haven't won a premiership in this century. They haven't looked like it for 7 years. You qualify first, home finals, 2 of them straight through to the grand final, and your best player does this. Does he realise the magnitude of it? And has our attention been distracted because the AFL have stuffed it? And all the discussion is around distractions. Now, Isaac, you have let your club down like you wouldn't believe, and the potential to cost your team and your fans a premiership is real. But no one's really talking about that anymore because of the way that the AFL have gone about it. Is that too harsh or not?
Well, I just look at it differently, mate, and I can only compare it to Gaffey. To self-inflicted, and it's going to hurt the team. And albeit West Coast, it was round 18, I think. So there's a bit of time. But I sort of slip in. He's made a massive mistake, and he's copped his penalty for it. And he needs to be educated. And they're still working on some cultural things. But I can't help but think, if it was my son, and if it was your son or daughter, and they make a mistake like that. And you go, you just picture your first conversation as a dad. It's like, listen, mate, what have you done? Okay, you realise that's, made a mistake. I can't believe I did it. I'm going to do the right thing. And then you start slipping into care mode. And as a coach and as a club, he accepts his penalty, he moves on. But I'm telling you, it takes a long time to recover from being on the back page every day, being on the front page. I'm walking down the street, people look at me differently. I've got friends who are, of that nature. It's all these things as an individual he's got to now live with, and we'll all move on. Within 3 or 4 days, we'll move on to the next game and next round, and he's left with, and Gaffey was the same, especially if you win a premiership, because of course they can still win one. And it's such a big penalty for a mistake that you've made. So I think the club will go into care mode, Kane, as much as does he realise what's happened? And I worry.
Would there be a level of at all anger, not anger, but just, oh my God, I can't believe that this has happened. And if it's happened for the second time, where we've heard it's happened before with him.
Okay.
is there a level of, how does,
There is, until you see them and you look them in the eye and they're broken. Yeah. And I'm not saying he's broken, I'm not saying Gaffey was broken, but as angry as you are, just like with your kids, and as much as you want to discipline, there's only so much you can do before you go, okay, you've made a mistake, let's now get better.
I guess I wasn't sort of making the point I want to punish him further, but I just think the discussion has moved to the AFL, and not that he's been let off lightly by any means, but it's like we're not really discussing the actual heart of the problem, and that was what the indiscretion was. It's all been about the distractions around that Snoop Dogg and medical submission in the AFL, and no one's actually talking about the actual incident and how he was let down.
He's let everyone down, but I don't think we need to keep reminding him, because I think what will happen now is he'll get better at that space. We're all a bit more better educated, and unfortunately things will happen again, and then what's left? That's probably what, from a club point of view, and as much as you want to win a flag and you want him to be in it, and that still can all happen, because the sum of all parts. Let's be honest. There's always a story.
Are we better educated though? Like, do you think when Andrew Dillon and the AFL, they handed down the suspension for Jeremy Finlayson, and they thought they would be here 12 months later? 3 weeks was a big sanction.
Yeah, so I think that's the bit that, in the way the debate got skewed, is just the shuddering nature of the first incident. And I think Andrew Dillon thought, all right, I'm going to nail you with 3, and this will stop it. And then the next one happens. And then the next one happens, and the next one happens, and the next one happens, and the next one happens. And this is where, unfortunately, the AFL's got themselves into a position, instead of becoming more strident, they've wavered. So instead of going...
It's everywhere.
What is the penalty when it happens again? Is it 3, is it 4, is it 5, or it's 6?
No idea.
What constitutes self-reporting? What place does contrition and remorse and acceptance showing all of it? So all of this got muddied. So as each incident happens, it should become so crystal. But now the next player, God forbid when it happens, we won't know the penalty. The club will feel emboldened to challenge every aspect of it. Once it comes to light, you tell your player how you need to go and apologise immediately. So I think this is why I'm so critical of the AFL, is they took the hard stance at the start and then they haven't been able to hold it. And in the moment of greatest pressure, they couldn't walk the line, and they drew the line. Nobody asked them to draw the line.
It's their exam and they failed
it was theirs, and they just have confused it to such a degree as I don't know how they get themselves back to a clear path. What do they believe in? What do they stand for? And how does this operate? And I know the racial vilification has been used, and God bless Tony Peake, is once they made their stance, the AFL was excellent. And that's why Tony Peake is so revered. This is the polar opposite. They have gone from their strong position to... Well, where are you now?
Sooner they get the player code, in fact, it can't come in quick enough. So the player code that's been the source of so much AFL Players Association frustration, guys, for exactly this sort of thing, a player code of conduct, something that we can have a table for, something that there is a matrix that exists for, something that when something like this happens, we're not just sitting around and sniffing the breeze, and we're not prone to club submissions and back and forth and negotiated outcomes. It's just, if you do the crime, you do the time.
So I could make the case the only thing the AFL is good at the moment is lawyering. And it's just about the worst thing a sporting organisation can be good at. I do think the best line of the week was an accident when the chief executive of Adelaide said, we all lost here. I reckon it'll take Adelaide a little while to figure that out. I don't think the AFL knows it's lost. I think it'll take Adelaide a little while to realise how they lost as well by going to the mattresses on it.
Reputationally?
Yep. And it might take them a couple of years to figure that out, but one day they'll look back and go, we got that completely wrong. We should have just accepted the responsibility for it. And it's such a marginal outcome now, the idea that Rankin could still play in a grand final for all of this. I reckon Adelaide will figure out one day, we got that wrong.
We just hope it doesn't, from a crisis management point of view, Gerard, that's what you think through as a club. What's the best way to go about this? Is it just to accept and let it go and move on, because we've got a big campaign coming, and that's that can only be decided if it was good or not in a couple of weeks' time. And they reflect back and go, how do we handle that? How do we review that? As much as the AFL, I think there's definitely a few levels to go for the AFL to work this out. It feels like these things are generational as well. We just got to keep putting a light on it, keep educating people until they understand. And there's going to be another indiscretion. It's just how do we handle it as an industry? It feels like we've still got a fair bit to go, doesn't it?
Can I ask you a quick question? It's unlikely, and there's a lot to happen for this to happen, but he is eligible for the grand final under a certain scenario. What percentage chance do you think he would be to be brought in to the Adelaide Crows lineup on grand final day after everything we know now?
Yeah, my
100.
personal view is low.
Low?
Oh, you don't think
Almost says 100?
Oh, no, they'd pick him. Is that what you're saying? Oh, they would absolutely. Oh, yeah. No, he's in. If they lost the qualifying final and went the long way around, he's playing.
So
how will his mental health go in the parade?
Well, I mean that they'll have to weigh all of that up, but they're not going and getting lawyers involved and going to these lengths for 3 days if they're not going to pick him, getting it down from 5 to 4.
The parade is a frightening prospect, isn't it? Like if it anyway, we don't want to doomsday it, but if it were to be Collingwood on grand final day and you do the parade.
And the other aspect to the sideshow that this has all become, I do like your overall point, Kane, for what that's worth, is how the AFL has found itself hostage to random Snoop Dogg podcasts. As that's when someone goes, what turn did we take here? That what he says in his podcast life is now being used against us.
Oh, jeez.
Yep.
Well, you just shake your head. I've got no words for that, Gerard. I've got no words for that. How that ever got brought up as a comparison piece has got me absolutely stuffed. Probably the less we even spend time on it, the better, I reckon.
Yeah. So all of this sits over grand final week, I think. Adelaide's participation, if Rankin happens to be there, crowd reactions to Snoop Dogg. Like this is a cluster if ever I've seen it.
I reckon Snoop knows what he's getting into.
No. If I was his management, I'd be going, you're not going to Australia, mate, under any circumstances. We're not taking the risk of 30,000 Adelaide fans booing you when you take the stage. We're not subjecting you to that. But this is crazy. Like, how did we get here?
I know.
Like, peak stupidity
it's absurd.
and unfortunate circumstances all conspire. Well, and here's where we find ourselves.
Andrew Dillon, in his opening statement, spent more time talking about a 53-year-old rapper than he did the reasons behind Isaac Rankin getting 4 weeks.
So does somebody go, how did we get here? Who's in the room going, how did we get here?
Rewind.
Swanee's doing it.
I guarantee you Swanee's not doing it with Snoop Dogg. All right, that was the hot seats. Yep. There's nothing like Razorback 4x4.
Not today.
We have a lot to get through here. We need 3 hours for today's crunch time. Let's get the Better Update with Matt Campbell.
Better, fastest and easiest betting app in Australia. What are you really gambling with?
Well, Matty Campbell from Better is with us. Hi, Matty. Welcome.
Nice to talk to you, Sam. Haven't talked to you for a while, and we had a beautiful day for football.
We have indeed, although we're under the roof at Marvel. So let's start there. North Melbourne and Adelaide, who are closing in on the minor premiership. How do you see this one in the remaining games today?
Well, look, the games, to be honest, that look as though the favourites are going to win. But as we saw last night, that doesn't always happen with one upset and almost two. This final round can be crucial. But as the betting stands, the Crows are very short priced at $1.13. North Melbourne at $6. The line is 6 goals, so they get a start at 6 goals at 35.5 points. The next game is the Richmond, the Cats. Really, that's just about the line because the Cats are $1.01, if you can believe that. It's whether they get within 60.5 points. That's the official line for the Tigers. And then the best back team of the day is the Sydney Swans. They're into $1.17. The Eagles are $5. But the line is only 13.5. So if I'm having a bet there, I reckon Sydney cover that line of 30.5, and all of a sudden you're getting $1.90 instead of $1.17.
All right, could be a formulaic Saturday, but the line holds appeal there. What about Sunday? Super Sunday, Matty. The AFL's saved, we hope, the best for last.
Yes, nothing against the Giants, but all eyes will be on those final two games, won't we? And the Bulldogs are pretty solid. They're $1.33, if you can believe that. $3.30 for Fremantle. Just the Bulldogs' record with Bontempelli, Darcy and Norton all playing well is almost impossible to beat. The line is 20.5. If you want to have a play, I reckon that's not a bad way to go for a Fremantle perspective. And then the line's $1.60. $2.35 the Hawks. For me, that's the bet of the round, and the line there is small. It's a head-to-head bet. It's only 7.5. And just to finish off, the Suns disappointing the last couple of weeks. 12's out to 26 in the premiership, almost off the page.
Gee, that was disappointing, wasn't it, the other night against Port Adelaide. Thanks for joining us, Matty, as always.
Pleasure, Sam.
Better, fastest and easiest betting app in Australia. What are you really gambling with? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Shop at your local Foodworks, purchase any participating products and enter online for your chance to win a $20,000 family trip to Disneyland, California. T's and C's apply.
Freeway Motor Group is excited to announce the opening of KCKGM in Cranbourne, 226 South Gippsland Highway. Go test drive the award-winning KGM Musso Ute or the Rexton 7-seat and Taurus SUVs. They're available now at run-out pricing with up to $4,000 off. Or try out the head-turning all-new Action SUV Coupe. That's KCKGM, open now at 226 South Gippsland Highway, Cranbourne. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Installery. For the hottest of hot party you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream AmbiHeat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Installery.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. New Farm's been there for Aussie growers for 100 years. Through prosperity and heartache, drought and flame. Through the unprecedented and through innovation. New Farm's high-quality crop protection products are formulated right here in Australia because Aussie growers are tougher together through choosing Australian. New Farm understands local conditions and the importance for Aussie growers to have the right products at the right time. New Farm, Australian through and through. To learn more, visit newfarm.com.au.
Don't you hate it when you miss the bus by 1 minute and there isn't another one coming? Missed by one on the AFL? With Tab, you can stay in the game. If your disposals leg misses by one in your multi, same-game multi or single bet, we'll pay it out as a winner. Tab. We're on.
Only applies to selected player disposal markets. Leg must miss by one disposal. Non-player disposal legs in multi and same-game multi-bets must also win for bet to be a winner. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Finals fever is here, and just like a solid backline, Smart Alight's clients have backed us all year, and we want to say thank you for your ongoing support. At Smart Alight, we're kicking goals with Australian-made environmental exit signs that save energy, cut costs, and stay in the game for the next 16 seasons. Battery-free, no fumbles, no failures. Aim for a big win in savings and sustainability. Kick off at smartalight.com. Smart Alight, kicking goals for you and the planet.
In footy, you've got one guarantee each week. It's not the win or loss. It's not the coach's spray. And it's not the cry of... It's the 4 and 20 pie. That classic taste of 100% Australian meat in delicious gravy wrapped in golden pastry. Like coming back to win from 10 goals down. Nothing beats the aroma and taste of a 4 and 20 pie. There's a win in every bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Save up to $4,000 on the award-winning Musso. Visit all new KCKGM and test drive one today. And Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
Kane Cornes, Adam Simpson, Sam Edmund, Gerard Wheatley with you for crunch time for round 24. The upswing of the week was Nassar Wanganeen Miller's decision to stay at St Kilda. So probably the one that most readily came to mind was Chris Grant and the Western Bulldogs. But then watching last night, it was Travis Boak and Port Adelaide as well. Kane, it feels like a moment in time. Now, we'll fully recognise it in years to come. It's only for 2 years, but it's mattered more than a signature in an awfully long time.
Yeah, I'll never forget when Matty Primus got up in front of the group and told us we were in Darwin, of all places, before a game about to play, that Travis had just re-signed. There was all the footage of him meeting with Geelong and Geelong coming to town, and we just all thought he was probably going to head home. But then it's the flow-on effect for that. So one stays, and often the next one will stay. I think it was Jackson Tringove, who isn't a big name now, but there was talk that he was going to go back to Victoria. Then he stayed. And then you start to get a couple in. We had Brad Ebert come in from the West Coast Eagles, who had a big impact on the club. Feels like that for the Saints now. It just feels like there's a bit of momentum, bit of movement. Now, they've had to pay a big price to get him and De Koning, we think. So the impact of that on their cap and whether they can actually hold him beyond this 2 years. But it was a great footy story. It was a good story all year. No one knew which way it was going to go. So I'm thrilled that it landed in their favour. I wonder how his performance will now be after... he's going to get significant attention. I think so. I don't think he's even copped half of what he's about to get. So that'll be another challenge in his evolution that all good young players go through. But yeah, it was brilliant. I thought the club handled it well. I thought they were composed. And then hopefully this is a springboard to keep everyone they want to keep and then get some others, which it feels like they're going to be in the mix for, Sammy.
Yeah, indeed. The ripple effect, I think, is absolutely huge. So Marcus Windhager is someone who's had his head turned by a number of clubs here in Melbourne and certainly GWS as well. You'd think now perhaps more likely to stay should the money be right. But it's $2 million a season for 2 years. Tom De Koning will arrive on, 1.7 on average, but they'd front-end him for sure. So there could be a situation where you've got $4 million tied up in two players for one season of football. But you've got to pay someone, don't you? Like Simo can attest to this. They've got to pay someone. The salary cap is going to balloon to $18.4 million by the end of the CBA year. So the idea is, you're paying more now. You're paying significantly more now, but you've got to break the cycle. And it's a horrible cycle at St Kilda. You've got to break that. Become a destination club that players want to be at, win games, and then the idea being, in years to come, instead of paying more to retain players, you're paying less. That's what the good clubs are doing. So they were in a very unenviable position, St Kilda. It was the only choice they had to make, in my humble opinion.
Well, there's two pieces in there with contracts. There's retaining your guns, and then there's attracting. And I think the teams, North the same, trying to get the talent in. I think keeping the talent's a little bit easier. For history, would probably say that. It's interesting with contracts announcements. I never announced the contract. And never did it, because there's someone sitting there going, well, hang on, I'm Oscar Allen sitting next to McGovern, and we go, I've just signed McGovern, everyone, and everyone's clapping and high-fiving, and I can just see Oscar going, oh yeah, no worries, there's another one, there's another mil gone out of what's up for grabs. So but this is different. They sold membership packages, didn't they, for $7 bucks for the last, and they got 10,000 members, and I think LDU, they did it as well at North. But being so public, I can totally understand why. But there is 42 other players there going, hang on, as much as he's great for everyone, and I think it's a great get. The other piece too is about the length. I know it's only 2 years, but are they going to look at this, Sam, at all about capping the length of these contracts? Is that on the radar at all, or is someone going to come in again with another 10-year offer or actually Harley Reid's the next one, who hasn't signed to this date, which probably... That's a worry, isn't it?
I think he will, though. I think this is moving in a direction that's positive for West Coast, or has been now for the last several weeks. So he has instructed his management to deal just with West Coast at the moment, Simo. So they're in the cut and thrust of a deal at the moment, whether it be 2, whether it be 4, who knows. But
you just want to get it done so there's a little bit of positivity before the last. It's too late now. They're playing tomorrow. But ideally it's done this week, so there's some sort of springboard enthusiasm to the next season. So, because all of a sudden, you when you're not playing, it's not really a big issue. It's not going to be the fanfare that Wanganeen's got. But yeah, the length of contracts, that's that's going to be the interesting one.
It's been discussed. It's been discussed, but I can't imagine the Players Association be too thrilled with that. Now I know, Kane, you've got some strong thoughts on the PA and their growing influence in the game. I think restricting the length of contracts is something that maybe the PA would push back on. It's been discussed, but I'm not sure if it's ever got out of first or second gear, to be honest.
Yeah, I think there'd be some clubs that manage their cap and their contracts very, very well, hoping that doesn't come in.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one of the big advantages that you can have is the way that you manage your salary cap and your contracts, and Geelong the best example of that. Don't overpay your players. We had Sam Mitchell on a month or so ago asking about Harley Reid, and he said, look, I don't know about paying a player $2 million. I just don't know if you can do that and the flow-on effect of that. So it's got to be more than money to attract these players. Now, that's St Kilda had to do this. They had no option. Ross Lyon said it would have been catastrophic if they had lost him. And for 2 years, yep, you got to do it. But at some point, you can't have one player taking up 11.5% of your salary cap. You can't when there's 41 others you've got to pay, and the best clubs don't do that. So I think that the good clubs are sitting back going, gee, I hope the AFL doesn't bring this in, because that'll limit the mistakes that other clubs are making.
It's a professional sporting league. Like, if clubs want to roll the dice on a player, Gerard, part of me thinks, well, live by the sword and die by the sword. Like, don't ruin the competitive advantage of other clubs who do it correctly, like Geelong, because you want to babysit the others who don't. Don't feel the need to protect them from themselves. I hate that.
No, we're in a halfway house, I think, is you have to open up the rest of the trading floor. There's all sorts of mechanisms used around the world that we won't implement here. The capacity, if you boom bust, there's got to be the capacity to make dramatic list changes.
Get better quicker.
Not the painful process we restrict it to here. If you want to make 14 changes to your list and trade players without consent, you should be allowed to do that.
But North Melbourne have been trying to come good forever. West Coast have been trying to come good for several years now.
I don't think limiting the long-term contract does anything to address what actually needs to be done. You just have to be mature and go, right, this is actually what it looks like, and that includes a mid-season trade period. Trading players without consent, is you're guaranteed your money and your tenure, but you're not guaranteed your geography. You'll play wherever you're told to play once you sign one of these long-term contracts. And whether culturally we are naive on that front, but we seem to love this much of it, but not the actual reality of what's with it. I'm interested in, do you think there's a risk to the football economy in the $2 million contract, Simone?
I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, it's not Bontempelli, is it? It's the young talent. It's the potential, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's not LeBron James and Michael. It's actually the young ones. It's speculative. So I'm just thinking, okay, what is that going to look like? And I sort of thought the NBA do it, and I know they do all the other things as well, Gerard, in terms of capping. I just thought maybe you cap it to, you get 6 years at your own club, but if you leave, it's, I don't know. I just feel like something needs to be addressed, and I don't think it's to protect necessarily clubs from themselves. Can it get out of control? Can suddenly everyone's on a 10-year deal? You know, I don't know what the top players in the competition aren't getting that.
No, I like your point. Is the only bit that troubles me is that the best players in the competition aren't on the max dollars. It's this other group of players.
Yeah.
Who are on the maximum dollars. I think that's where the risk to the football economy is.
I think that's largely their fault, though. I think Zach Merritt opting into 6 years 3 years ago is his fault. Why not? You're in the peak of your powers. You're at a club that he's always going to want you. Why not sign for 2? Because the players are obsessed by getting long-term deals.
Security, though, Kane. Some of them aren't prepared to bet on themselves, like Nazar is.
Exactly, but they've got, and I was probably more inclined that way, but I wasn't a star player. But if you're Zach Butters, just sign 2-year deals for the rest until you're 28, and then sign an 8-year deal, because someone will give it to you. So I think it's largely on the players who are obsessed by these long-term deals for the security, and that sounds really good at the time. So about the ones that are getting the big money, it's timing as much as it is being a young talent coming through. Like Nasai, it's all about timing and the salary cap explosion and then supply and demand, whereas others have locked themselves in long term and then they're going, I want more. Well, hang on, Callum Wilkie, you signed a 4-year deal that you were happy with 2 years ago. Like, cop it. So that's the thing that annoys me. And then clubs bending over backwards to try and satisfy them because all of a sudden their deal, they're on less than what they should be. Like Waterman's a great example at West Coast, I reckon. Like he had one good year. He's already contracted. The club goes, you played above your level. Or let alone the other 5 years where he wasn't on the park. Do we ask for a refund for those? And
he was on the park,
just, do you know what I mean?
He had a good year.
He didn't play a lot. He didn't play a lot. If he had one good year and he was terrific, don't get me wrong. I was like, went to die for him in the All Australian meeting to get him in that All Australian side. He deserved it. But then he's out for another year, and you go, well, can we have the refund that we just gave you because you exceeded your performance?
Now, answer me this, Sam or Kane. What is Nick Dacos worth?
On the open market?
On his own market. Like I'm assuming. What's he on now? Like not what's he on, but how many years has he got? So he's got a year to go.
Hang on, let's address the first part of your question. So if Nazire has just signed a $2 million deal, what are you prepared to pay for an absolute, and look, Nazire's well on the way to being proven if he isn't already, but an absolute proven product a couple of years ahead on the conveyor belt in Nick Dacos.
I mean, we're about to get the Butters. If this runs its course, Butters, we're about to get he's at the Dacos.
He's the one.
Dacos is a rung on the ladder above, but there's comparable, and he's going to run the course through to restricted free agency, which is another benefit to him. You're even more in demand if a club doesn't have to give up something to get you. So we're about
what
to
is
find
Collingwood?
out.
What is Collingwood going to pay Nick Dacos?
So he's through to 2029.
Yeah,
so they've got him at their 1.1 maybe.
Yeah. So what's stopping his manager going, hey, listen, there's $2 million getting thrown around. We want $20 million over 10. Let's just do it, and we're Collingwood for life. Like, what's stopping him doing that? Anyway, we're drifting a little bit here, boys.
That's the risk to the footy economy.
Yeah.
And it sort of sits on managers and players and the actual best players not to do it. Which is sort of a bit of a bizarre scenario to get. At least with the NBA, you can line them up and go, the best players are getting the biggest dollars. In the NFL, the best players are getting the best dollars. In the AFL, it's so peculiar.
But when you've got the best players playing together under one tent, it's hard to pay them the max because how else do you accommodate them all?
So I get my question is, what is it going to look like? Now that we've cracked a ceiling, what does it look like next? Was the Tom De Koning 100-game presentation the strangest thing we've seen in a long time?
And this is the other
long time.
Yeah, we're not mature enough as an industry, are we, to go anywhere near an NRL model? Well, I mean, we would absolutely, the world would implode if we went down that path. So instead, we've got to do the dance. We've got to live the charade. We've got to live the lie. Michael Voss has got to answer the question. He's holding out hope. And, we've seen his eyes sign late. And Dustin Martin signed late. He's gone. He was gone months ago. And then Tom De Koning has to front up and answer all the questions about it. He's got to do the presentation where we dissect and we translate every little word that he said and what does it actually mean. So it was peculiar. It was weird. It was strange. It was always going to be all of those things and more. And his 100th game will be his last game for the Blues. And I'm not sure anyone can really begrudge him.
Why did they make a spectacle of it? That should have just been done privately.
Is that standard practice
somewhere.
for the 100th?
No. So sorry, Simo. This is your domain.
Or Simo, was it more that the media were there looking for every little morsel they could get? And
they gave us a 7-minute pantomime. We didn't need a morsel. They put it on. Yeah. Simo, is this standard practice?
No. Well, unless it was, listen, you're done. Announce it. Thanks for your time. I love, and because it's awkward, Kane. You would have seen it too. People leave. Are they going to the best and fairest? What's the relationship like? They're there. It
feels a bit weird. Obsess over players being cheered off. This was the one that you should go to the mattresses.
No one does a speech post-game after their 100th. Let alone their 300th, Kane would have. Kane would have done a lap of honour and a speech.
But I didn't. Usually, well, what happened when we just get like a little plaque or something, or the match ball, the 2 weeks after your 100th game. Look, guys, we got 4 or 5. We got 4 or 5 milestones we've got to work through. Here's De Koning's match ball. Now, maybe he's not going to be there, so maybe they could post it to him. But yeah, it is unusual. And this is what we're living in, Gerard. Everyone's got to be pleased. Everyone's got to make sure that we are respectful and they're getting the recognition that they deserve. Like, this is the problem that we've created for ourselves. We want to make sure we pay respect to these milestones. Even the opposition are doing it. So it's just.
Did the Suns not hang around on the Oval last night?
They didn't. I was watching this closely, and Damien Hardwick was asked about it post match, and I think it's a legitimate excuse. So Boakey was going to stick around on the ground for a long period of time, so he went over and shook every Gold Coast Suns player's hands. They hung around for long enough. I think Trav was going to do a lap. They said, okay, it's okay now to go off. I don't think they needed to wait there for 5 minutes while Boakey's high-fiving the whole crowd and line up. So I actually, I wasn't too
disrespectful
with that. No, I don't think so. I don't think
Brisbane, Fifey did Fifey did 3 laps of honour, and Brisbane still waited for him. And then he kissed everyone in the crowd, and it was
babies.
It was half an hour, and Fags was. Anyway, yeah, I agree with you. I think there's sort of the unwritten rules about getting carried off and speeches, and I just think, I don't know what happened with Carlton the other night for them to think that was a good idea, but it is what it is.
They should have posted it to him. I quite like that. I will carry that in my heart. So exit meetings start on Tuesday?
Yeah, well, let's start.
Our eyes looking.
Well, let's start with the Blues, because they'll be as fascinating as anyone, won't they? Because Jack Silvani is the other one. Now, he has kept himself at arm's length from a lot of club functions and gatherings and meetings with the players, unlike Tom De Koning, who stayed invested till the end. Now, I know one's playing and one isn't. But Jack Silvani, the expectation of the Blues is that he will notify them that he is leaving under free agency. Now, whether it's Collingwood, whether it's the Western Bulldogs, who's also met with Essendon, remains to be seen. I mean, this shouldn't be surprising when you've had the best offer you've ever put in front of this player, 4 years at close to $700,000 a season, and they put it in front of him several months ago. He hasn't signed it. Never a good sign, I wouldn't have thought. So compo picks for that pair. There's a number of players, more than a dozen players out of contract at the Blues, of which Mitch McGovern, curiously now, is one. And then the intrigue is just whether you like it or hate it or you're completely ambivalent. The intrigue around Charlie Curnow leading up to and into the early part of trade week is something that will live on unmistakably, and the ball is in his court in terms of what he wants to do, and if he does want to do something, how he wants to go about it, because the Blues are resolute.
Why is it in his court? Why
I think if there was a perfect
2029, why is it in his court? Why isn't it in the club's court? It says, hang on, you're contracted. Unless it's just something extraordinary and Gold Coast are going to give us 2 top 10 picks, then how's it going to help Michael Voss to let him go?
No, well, exactly. No, he is contracted because he signed one of those things you hate, Kane, one of those long-term contracts. And if you make your bed... Yep, and he is, and I think he's a realist in that way, and he knows that it is going to be very, very, very difficult. And we lived this, didn't we, with Christian Petrarca last year? It's too much money, it's too many years, it's too hard, and for what the club would want back in return, understandably, for a 2-time Coleman medalist, they might not ever get, given the player, in this case Charlie Curnow, won't just want to go anywhere. He'll have his mind set on a couple of other clubs. So when I say he's got a decision to make, is he of a mind and a personality to bang his fist on the table and say, I demand to be traded? I'm not sure he is, and even if he is, maybe the Blues hold out.
It's somewhere in the middle, though, isn't it? It's just giving voice to, if it was possible, I'd like to play somewhere else.
I think so. Yeah.
As opposed to, there are no demands or banging the table. You signed the long-term contract. Yeah. But if there's a 3-team market for me, and you felt that you would be happy with any of those deals, I'd be open. I'd be open to it.
That's the perfect way to explain it. I think that's the flavour at the moment, or the temperature at the moment. Yeah.
And then, and this goes to the Carlton conversation, and this is a judgment call to each of you. Can you see Carlton being successful next year, and if so, under what circumstances, Simo?
Well, I don't know. It's a bit like Melbourne. Gerard, there's 2 economies here. One is we get the band back together, we keep the band together, we get some young talent in, and we have a launch. And the other one is you go the other way, and you're actually you're going to drop down a few gears. What you don't want is to be the same. So it's the old Ricky Bobby, you're the first or your last. You just don't want to be where you are right now. So whatever they think the best move is, and only they would know really deep down what they want to do. What I can tell you though, the exit meetings are very interesting because you've got Silvani. Well, the locker's already done, so they're walking in and where's Sauce's gear? He's already cleaned his locker out. There's no meeting. So that would this is me guessing, by the way. Curnow is the The meeting's on. We're dancing around the subject. We're not going to really talk about the potential of trade. We're just going to talk about his body, his year, how you're feeling, because the managers do that. So you dance around that one. The Coning, I reckon he'd go. I reckon he'd go to the meeting, and probably that's when he's saying to them, hey, listen, I've decided to take my talents elsewhere. So that one's on.
Well, hang on. I've got another scenario for you just while you're on a roll. And this name we haven't mentioned yet. So let's talk about Sam Draper, who's a free agent at Essendon and has strong interest from Brisbane and for Adelaide. And as was reported by Cal Toomey this week, Essendon have come to the party again with an improved offer. So they're on par now with a 5-year contract. So Sam Draper strolls into the exit meeting?
No, you dance that one. That's a dance. Because the manager, they're going hammer and tong. The coach-player relationship is quite often, and we're talking footy here. We're not talking, hey, mate, what are you doing? Are you leaving us? Or that does come at desperation
stakes. Is it tempting, though? Like, is that tempting to do that? It must be.
Yeah, it is. It is to put it right on them, and then they get really rattled, and that might push them the other way. So you got to read the room. McGovern, he's coming in hot. He's coming in real hot to Vossi. Like, are you running the show or not? Why didn't I play last week? You know it was going, and Vossi's like, I don't know. It was integrity, list management, the match committee. So he's that. And then you got your delisted players, and that's the, listen, it's more unlikely than likely. We can't do it today because, there's a few things happening, so we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
What about Lecalier, the player who plays when he's needed, but he's behind some stars down back, and he's been given more money and more opportunity at a club like St Kilda?
You're dancing. You're dancing on that one. Unless there's no... actually, I'll take that back. That's probably, hey, mate, what are you doing? What's going on? We haven't spoken for a little while. Because the management conversation's gone. Like, that's 4 weeks ago, the managers have stopped talking to the club. So I think that's more Aaliyah coming in saying... I'm taking my talent elsewhere.
I feel like there's a whole Thursday segment in this area, so you set us up beautifully. So just Kane, yours, Carlton, contending, not contending?
Highly competitive, but not where you want to be. Somewhere between 6 and 11, Gerard, which is probably not the spot they want to be. There's too many deficiencies in their list. That's just my belief watching them now. But I think there'll be a bounce on what they delivered this year, and rightly so, but not good enough to get you where you need to be in the top 4.
We'll talk Super Sunday next for early pay, cash flow, makes or breaks businesses. Early pay invoice finance puts you back in control. Earlypay.com.au.
SEN listeners can enjoy exclusive August drive-away deals at Werribee Kia, Australia's #1 Kia dealership. I'm not joking. The Kia Stonic from 27,777 drive away. The Seltos from 31,777 drive away. The 2026 Look Sportage from 39,777 and packed with the latest safety and luxury features. You must mention SEN for August's amazing drive-away deals. Werribee Kia. Make buying cars and used easy. Why go anywhere else? Call the hotline 1300 by Kia. LMCT 114. T's and C's apply.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus has delivered strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term? That's a plus. Based on super ratings data as at April 2025. Consider the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
You know, fans always ask, hey Hodgie, what was the best era in footy? And I tell them, nothing beats the high-flying, gut-running, candy-selling, left-foot chiselling, lizard off the half-backing, motorbike, handlebar celebrating era of footy we're in right now. And with more markets, stats and insights, it's easier to enjoy the best era of footy with the best app in footy.
Tab. We're on.
You win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
This is one of Australia's most remote oil rigs. It's taller than a 10-storey building and gets power surrounded by tropical storms and 12-metre waves. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. We're Pertec, and we supply the hoses and hydraulics for this rig. We know they can perform in extreme conditions. No drama. Pertec, drama resistant since 1980.
Real people, real products, real fun. No matter who you are, Sexyland has something real sexy for everyone. With Australia's biggest range of sexy costumes, lingerie, couples toys and fun gifts and games for adults. Sexyland. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery. Sexyland.com.au.
Trade in and save now at Harvey Norman. It's easy. Trade in your old appliance, working or not, and save on the new. Trade in and save up to $500 on selected TVs and up to $150 on selected audio. Trade in and save up to $500 on selected fridges, dishwashers, washing machines and dryers. And trade in and save up to $300 on selected floor care and coffee machines. Trade in and save at Harvey Norman now. Best brands, best range, best prices guaranteed. Conditions and exclusions apply.
Almost half of Australians experience mental illness. So if you're not feeling yourself, stop and ask, am I okay? Am I okay is an all-new wellness app that helps you stay on top of your mood, health and appointments all in one secure place. It's packed with resources to help you notice when you're not feeling like you and supports you staying healthy, both physically and mentally. Am I okay? Wellness in your hands. Download the Am I okay app today on the App Store or Google Play.
Test drive the KGM Actian at the all-new Casey KGM in Cranbourne. Part of Freeway Motor Group. And Azito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Do it with Azito. Do you?
You're listening to Crunch Time.
Super Sunday, the pair of games to decide who finishes in the top 4 out of the Brisbane Lions and Hawthorn, and in all likelihood, who hosts an elimination final between the Bulldogs and Fremantle, and the other will miss. So you want to bring the season to a climax. And the edginess around it, these two games are going to do that. I feel like probably everyone's cards are on the table here, but who's it a bigger disappointment for should they miss the 8, Kane? The Bulldogs or the Dockers?
Oh, it's pretty even, isn't it? Probably the Bulldogs, considering they're raging red-hot favourites for this game. They're playing at home, and Fremantle were poor last week, and the Bulldogs' run of form's been pretty good. But you could make a case that it's equally as disappointing for Fremantle from where they have been, from where their expectations were. I think they're younger and there's a bit more upside to them, but I think the way they go about it will be interesting. They can't afford another performance like they showed last Friday, which was pretty slow and pretty boring with their ball movement, and weren't able to take away the opposition's strength. So I think they actually match up quite well against them. I think their back six is pretty good, and they've probably got the personnel to best look after Norton and Darcy as you possibly can, and then their midfield with Young coming back in is pretty strong as well. So yeah, interesting game, but I think to answer your question, it will be the Dogs for me.
I'd probably agree. I mean, is Fremantle ready? Oh, 5 times they've had the last round of the year to win to make finals, and they've never done it. Yeah. So the poor Fremantle supporters, if they lose this week, there'll be a bit of friction over here for a little bit. Not as dire as perhaps I've seen it in the past, but I think they're younger and less experienced than the Suns. But the expectations that they've put on themselves is that they're ready now. And I'm saying this probably the first crunch time we had, Gerard, that they're not quite ready, and perhaps the club has put them up a little bit too much, but they have been in very positive positions come round 20. So I think there's probably more to take out of if the Doggies don't make it.
Should never be surprised with what Luke Beveridge does at selection. And, I just couldn't help but guffaw when he brought Arthur Jones in for Riley Sanders. I couldn't believe that when those teams landed last night.
That's what happens, isn't it? Now, whether there's some sub stuff involved, whether the Jones is a good sub, I don't know. That's what he does. But Riley Sanders and Arthur Jones aren't going to decide the game. It's going to be Richards, Bontempelli, Norton, Darcy, and English. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I agree. It's the Sarong issue. Like, I've seen a lot of Fremantle. If they don't put time into Sarong, if Sarong has 30-plus possessions, they pretty much win every time. So
it's not their method, though, is it, the Dogs, to do that?
No, well, it's what we said earlier. It's like, hey, can you work teams out? And at the moment, I think Fremantle get worked out a little bit too easy. So they've still got some, depth to their system. And one of the things they get worked out on is the midfield. If you take away Sarong, that's number one. Now, I just don't know if Bevo's, he's too stubborn. He won't do it. He'll win it his way.
Do you like Brisbane or Hawthorn, Simo?
Well, I'm not a betting man, Gerard. I could see I'd be quite addicted to it if I started doing it on football. But if I had an all up to do, I'd do Fremantle into the Hawks. I don't know what that's paying. I think Hawthorn, I think there's a tipping point for Brisbane, and they spent a lot of tickets last week. So my gut feel is, I know it's a top four clash, really. Who finishes top four out of these two? But I'm going to go the two outsiders.
Kane?
Yeah, I think Hawthorn. You make a great case for Hawthorn with the outs that Brisbane have got. Their game's in really good order. They're playing as good as anyone. Number one for pressure last 4 weeks. Back six looks really good. Their forward line's threatening. So, if I had to tip, I would tip Hawthorn, which is against the grain a little bit considering it's the reigning premiers at home. But I just think Hawthorn are playing better.
Oh, the possibilities contained therein. No, we take a pass. Good crunching, lads. That's why you're the experts.
Well done.
There, boys.
Get inspiration to plan your future at Deacon's Burwood Campus Open Day this Sunday. Discover the right course for you and experience the campus vibe they're famous for. Search Deacon Open Day.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
This is it. Chadstone Kia's got a ute. Home of the Kia Tasman. I've been out there, test-driven one myself. The space of the dual cab is next level. Go and test drive the Tasman ute. Chadstone Kia has the Tasman in stock right now. Featuring low-range gearing, ground view monitors and auto rear locking differential in select models. Dare to be different with a Kia Tasman in stock now. Go and see the legends at Chadstone Kia and test drive today. ChadstoneKia.com.au. T's and C's apply. LMCT 11716.
Installerine.
For the hot body you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Get the best in heat pump and solar hot water and government rebates.
Installerine.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
This is the biggest crane in the Southern Hemisphere, and it's just hoisted a 5-ton beam 40 metres above the city centre. Sounds dramatic, but it's not, because at Pertec, we supply the hoses in cranes like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Whether it's a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker, a few games of pool, or just a great day with mates, head to the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Swan Hill Jockey and Bannockburn cricket clubs. Follow them on Instagram at the Ultima Hotel to stay informed with what's going on at the pub.
Thousands of Aussie businesses are being rewarded simply for paying their expenses with pay.com.au, like Michael Button from Melbourne's The House of Golf.
If you're running a business and you're using direct transfer or BPay to pay all your bills, I would highly encourage you to have a look at pay.com.au and run the numbers. We have about 50% of the trade that won't take a credit card. Rent in particular, no one's ever going to accept a credit card for rent, so all of our rents at all sites. And then just all the everyday bills. So we would use pay.com.au for all of that, and that's what the platform allows you to do. From the standpoint of how many points do we earn, being that we've got 5 pretty large golf shops as well as all the expenses that come with large golf shops, we're earning tens of millions of points a year. So, using the pay.com.au platform has certainly increased our total points per year by about 30%.
Pay.com.au lets you earn uncapped rewards on all your business payments, starting with that upcoming BAS. Sign up, pay.com.au. Get started getting rewarded today.
Planning dinner time, ring-a-ding-ding. At Tasman Butchers, get even more value with their Tasman Dollar Rewards loyalty program. To sign up, it's really simple. Just visit rewards.com.au
rewards.tasmanbutchers.com.au. With every purchase, you earn loyalty points to enjoy discounts on future buys. At Tasman Butchers, the more you shop, the more you save. Make your shopping count and join Tasman Dollar Rewards. To sign up, visit rewards.tasmanbutchers.com.au, then head into your local Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, where loyalty pays off.
At Waverley BMW, the possibilities are endless. Choose a BMW Premium Certified vehicle complete with a 360-degree technical and optical check, 6-month or 10,000 kilometre service-free period, and a verified service history. Waverley BMW, Springvale Road. LMCT 8953.
It's the Kia Tasman Countdown to the 4 and 20 Legends game this Thursday. Get to Marvel Stadium, watch on 7 or listen to SEN. Acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which the upcoming match is being played. We would also like to pay our respects to elders past and present.
He thought about passing it off and thought better, kicks to the goal square. Curnow brings it to ground and kicks his third. There's some momentum about Carlton now. He's off the Wizard and they'll be off to see the Wizard.
The 2025 Toyota AFL Premiership season.
And the grandstands are heaving. He's doing it all, Nick Dacos. Jack Higgins from 45 out of the boundary has been able to shape that home. Stewart cooked him. Amazing tackle by Tom Stewart, and that could be a game changer. Rubbles to Southport. 2 bounces. It'll be a great goal.
Every game, every week.
The scores are level, and they're off their heads at the SCG.
Curnow grabs it cleanly with the left, and then swings around onto the right. Magnificent start.
Back to Schultz, outside of the ball, curling for a goal. Schultz is lifting the pies. This could be the closer. It is a monster goal to close it all. The Lions produce a domination to make the golden era proud. The premiership is going back to Brisbane, and for Chris Fagan, it's the greatest coaching story in football history.
Welcome to AFL Nation.
We are at Marvel Stadium. There's a touch of spring in the air. Not that you'd know today because the roof's closed, but there really is a touch of spring in the air as we look this afternoon forwards to North Melbourne versus the Adelaide Crows. On paper, it doesn't seem much of a game, but given the week Adelaide have had, you just never know. It is 16th versus 1st. Welcome to AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food, and Victoria Police, made for more. Search police careers. This is the pre-game show for Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. And the OmniGrip CST is the smarter commercial surface solution. Stephen Quartermain with you. I'll be joined shortly to call the action with Gerard Wheatley, and our MEGT expert today is a very familiar face to the game of AFL, a West Coast Eagles legend. Hello, Guy McKenna.
Hello, Quarters. How are you?
Long time no see.
Yeah, it's good to be here, mate.
I think you're on, are you?
This is on, mate.
Here we go. Just, you are on. Can I hear you? Let's have a look here.
There we go.
Now
That's
we're working.
better. Yeah, it's good
nice
to see you, Quarters.
Yeah. What are we expecting the Savo? Obviously, on paper, it's a whitewash for Adelaide, but given the week they've had, as I just said, you just never know. They want to start well, I reckon, the Crows.
Oh, no question. And look, I think they will, given the week and, the emotion, finishing top spot. Matty Nix is no fool. He's been around some, good clubs in his day, and I think he's learned over the journey about how to refocus the lads, and he's done a fantastic job, I think, to build Adelaide into the season they've had. And I think, today will be another step in the right direction for his coaching, and I think the football club. So I suspect it could get very ugly for North very quickly.
What happened this week, Gal? So you've been in the atmosphere of a football club. Can this have two completely dramatic opposite effects? Can it completely strip a club and you go, they're just gutted, they've lost arguably probably their second best player?
Yep.
Or can it really galvanise them?
Oh, no, look, to answer your question, it's probably two-part. If it was a younger group,
I could rattle, because it might rattle just 4 or 5, and that would be enough to tip Adelaide over the edge as far as their playing stocks go. But because of the seniority and the senior leadership of Adelaide, and look, I mean, different scenario, of course, but Tex Walker, look what happened to him and how he got through all that, and how the sort of football he's playing now. So I think it's certainly going to galvanise the group. And as I said, I think they're going to come out steaming. I think we'll see it coming out of their noses and their ears. And as I said, this game will get ugly very quickly, I think.
Footy's on, and BWS has got the deals. Get your game day bevies sorted with great value. Head into BWS for savings today. TS and CS apply. Choose to drink wise. Now, as far as the teams are concerned, both sides as selected. For the Kangaroos, Cooper Harvey is the sub, and for the Adelaide Crows, Brodie Smith will play that role this afternoon. As I said, that it's the Kangaroos' 5 wins, 16 losses, 1 draw in season 25, and the Crows sitting pretty on top, 17-5. I know the boys have discussed it on Crunch Time in depth. What did you make of last night's proceedings, Guy?
Oh, the Suns?
Yeah.
We're talking. Well, look, I haven't seen it. I was watching it on my phone and looking at the results. So, Port obviously came storming home. I've heard the free kick count and all that sort of stuff. But to be honest, Suns, they should have got they should have had the game in the bag and should have won it, no question. Look, it's interesting. I mean, just looking at the Suns, of course, and look, I think they'll beat. They should. We should never say that in the AFL world, a bit like last night.
They'll deal with this.
Yeah, exactly. So they make finals, which is fantastic and stuff like that. But just interesting. I go back to look at the GWS game when they were, 3 goals up, and GWS had only kicked 8, but up to 3/4 time, they kicked another 8 in that quarter to lose that game by like 7 points or something. It was very close, and that hurt. And then even the club coming out and talking about Darwin and those 2 games where they beat the Bulldogs and the Hawthorn by less than 2 kicks too. So it's an interesting one for the Suns looking forward to say, well, do you want to give up these Darwin games? They've actually got you to this position, but as you say, they'll take care of Essendon, make finals, which would be fantastic for everyone in the club. Yeah, big step for the club.
What do you briefly make of the Kangaroos' year?
Well, again, mate, I'm a big one on the games experience, and I look at North. They're very similar, and they're down on the bottom of the ladder, and the bottom 3. And I look at the games that these teams play. Like West Coast are down the bottom, and they're last with 1,600 games of experience for the 22 that run out. This is last week. Richmond last week they had a lot of their senior boys back, 2,400. So that's a bit of but North are like just over 2,000 again. So battered by injury, a lot of kids, and I always say, like my time at the Gold Coast. Kids will be consistently inconsistent, and they don't mean to be, but they just don't have the body to get through 120 minutes of football and sustain pressure for 30. Well, it's 40 minutes these quarters these days, aren't they? But they can't sustain that energy for a full quarter of football. So at some stage, the opposition's going to get hold of them, as they have done, and they're going to capitulate. But as I said, look, it's a slow build. It's just interesting. Coming and having coached a young crew, that Alistair Clarkson, one of the modern day greats of coaching, is in that same bracket. And how is he going? Like he's coming out and calling the compromised drafts, and how hard it is to attract players because a club's down in the bottom 4 for so long. It is it's a huge challenge, and I still remember my old mentor Mickey saying it. You've never coached the AFL until you've coached a bottom 4 side, because the challenges are just so. You come into a fight like today. I mean, they're up against the league leaders on the issues they've had, so they're going to come out steaming. And like Adelaide have got 2,500 games of experience, and poor old North are sort of, as I said, 1,900 odd. And Alistair Clarkson walks out here today coaching with one arm tied behind his back.
Well, the subs today, as I said, for Marta Safety Knives, cut smarter, work safer. Visit martaaustralia.com.au. The subs, Harvey for North Melbourne, and for the Adelaide Crows, Brodie Smith, the veteran. The weather ground update for Pacific Seeds. High yield, proven performance, growing possibilities. As we said, we're at Marvel, so it matters naught. The roof is closed. And the ladder update for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists. It's the North Melbourne team 16th and the Crows 1st.
I think one thing that matters, Quarters, I was doing my little homework here, and Adelaide have won the last 7 matches against North Melbourne by an average winning margin of 47 points. And I think this will be the 8th match they win, and that'll be over 47 points, I would have thought.
What are the key matchups today, Bluey, for Seek, for best job matches? Seek and you shall find.
Well, I'm looking forward to the midfield battle, because again, you've got the younger LDU, McKercher, well, Simpson's not too young, but the youngish midfield that Clarko's trying to put together against the experienced Adelaide crew, and and the rucks too. I reckon that's almost where it starts. Again, I reckon the midfielders. Again, you might have a dominant ruck, but you can actually send your midfielders to where you think they're going to win the tap, so that can get away. But I think Riley O'Brien and Tristan Cherry. I mean, that's going to be a fairly even match. I reckon. I mean, Riley's going to try and run around him and jump over him because again, Cherry's just trying to. He's more like the wrestler. He just wants to hold you down. So the midfield battle is going to be important, and I think I want to say it's not so much a matchup, but just the big three forwards of Adelaide. And look, everyone's talked about their, I think they only took 5 marks, but again, it's just a supply. I mean, there's targets. The smalls know where to go. So if they're not marking it, the smalls know where to run to. And I said, sadly for the North Melbourne tall defence, they're going to be under the huge pressure today.
All right, let's for the latest odds, let's head now to the TAB.
An odds update for TAB. We're on. Chances are you're about to lose.
North Melbourne are 5.20 outsiders against the Adelaide Crows, who were flag favourites at the start of the week, and since all the eyes at Rankin News have actually drifted out to be the second line of betting. The line set at 35.5 points for this one after Adelaide were convincing winners against North at the start of this year at the Adelaide Oval. Total points over under, a high scoring affair expected, 180.5 points. The over under $1.90 each of two there. For goal scorer markets, top goal scorer favourite is Riley Thilthorpe at $2.60, of Darcy Fogarty $4.50, and then Taylor Walker is at $5. In terms of disposals betting for the afternoon game North Melbourne against Adelaide rather, to pick up 30 or more, Harry Sheasel $1.52, Colby McKercher $1.85, and then Luke Davies-Uniacke is at $2.40. Lots of other options through your tab app to take a look at. Pick your own line, pick your own total. You can play first half, second half, first, second, third and fourth quarters. For a same game multi, Taylor Walker to kick 5 or more, Adelaide minus 40.5. They sort of go hand in hand. Rory Laird 25 plus disposals and over 180.5 points. That's paying $15. Mix and match your same game multis how you like. A reminder that if you miss a disposals leg in your same game multi by one disposal, you will be paid out as a winner. Good luck if you're having an investment, and keep refreshing your tab app right up until the first bounce, as prices are subject to change.
Brought to you by TAB. We're on. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
A major partner, DD, want you to say yes, IDD, for cheap trips so you can do more. And this is the pre-game show for Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. And OmniGrip CST is the smarter commercial surface solution. Sheasel, 54, equal AFL record last week, and he was absolutely flying, as was Davies-Uniacke last week. How have you seen their development this year, and could they cause a lot of damage today? Will Adelaide at least shut one of them down?
Well, yeah, interesting because, Sheasel behind the ball. Does a Ben Keys go to him? Jordan Dawson, who plays that really, or he can play, obviously, we don't know how well he plays through the mid, but does he play that high half-forward role? And that's where Sheasel will potentially try to roll off him. And so I know who will win the game. As I know he had 54 last week and they had a very good win. But
I'd be getting 54 today.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. And if he's allowed to get 54, that means Jordan Dawson will probably get 35, and I know who's going to win that battle very quickly. So it'll be interesting. And he's obviously Sheasel's and LDU, and again, it's just interesting to watch LDU. He's played over 100 odd games now. He's starting to get some troops around him, and again, that's always a good sign with the younger folk, because they start to blossom, as opposed to I look at Harley Reid at West Coast. When Graham's not in the side, he's in the middle, and even in all due respect to Jack Graham, when he's in the middle, if I'm an opposition coach, I'm not attacking Graham. I'm going straight to Harley Reid. Yeah. But when there's 3 or 4 different options for North now starting to develop their midfield, all of a sudden you go, who are we going to sit on? So you just see LDU now not always just being the opening bat. He's now coming in first or second drop and allowing a little...
Which is good.
Yeah. Oh, which is fantastic. And that's a sign of growth. And again, with Big Cherry as their ruck, he's getting a little bit more supply and all those sorts of things. So some really good development. Sheasel, again, he's almost been he has been a ready-made player. And again, in a side that's really struggled. So for him to keep finding the ball the way he does, and I know some sides will just let him go because they're going to go, well, we're getting it in there, he's going to get some. But yeah, certainly his delivery, his use of the ball. That's the thing probably. But again, it's very hard for him to deliver the ball because the players in front of him probably aren't on the same page as him. So he's just not getting enough bang for his buck, I could say. But I reckon in time, when they start, Larkey, I mean, he's missed a lot of football this year. You put him in front of Cheezel, all of a sudden, Cheezel's possessions, he won't, as you say, mate, he won't be getting 50 each week, but he gets 30 and starts feeding like the likes of Larkey. He's not playing today. Or the other big forward who's been a handy forward from under...
Zerha.
Zerha, yeah. So again, all of a sudden you've got some options for him to start hitting targets. You're going to get a better bang for your buck. But yeah, both those younger players are certainly coming on, under duress, of course.
Yeah, big bummer for the Roos today is that Larky's out for the rest of the year. Obviously, he's missed the last few with that knee injury, and Zerha missing as well. So it's a very big ask when your two key forwards aren't playing. Down the other end, we've discussed it all year with the Adelaide Big Three, and I know the Kangaroos have got Comben to look after one, and you've got Logan other, and they brought in Aiden Core for this game. Yeah. So at least you've got three tools to combat the three tools. Is it something you subscribe to in September? Because statistics tell you that big men don't usually do that well in September. It's more a ground ball game.
Well, yes, because they don't normally, most sides don't play them, so it's always hard to get that data on them. I'm a big, certainly at Gold Coast I was a big three. I had Dixon, Day and Lynch. Yeah. So they were so far in advance than our smaller kids, so they were always playing. And so, I went down to three tours and Zach Smith in the ruck, so he'd rest forward too sometimes. So, again, 3 to 4. But I've seen Adelaide, and again, that's their personnel. And again, Adelaide know Adelaide people. But as I said, like I said before, I mean, the thing with Adelaide with their three tours, it gives them some target and gives them some energy. When you play the two, they can gas out. And it's played on the ground, I get, but you get those marks, and again the transference of ball from back half to forward 50, when you can clunk a contested mark through the wing, and that's because the energy of those three big fellas sharing that workload, then it gets it into deep forward 50. That's when you really hurt the opposition, and that's what I've seen the Crows do with those big three. And like Tex is, I mean, he's like a bottle of wine. He's just got better. Remarkable. Yeah, he's been fantastic. He's kicked goals. I forget the game. No, it wasn't the showdown over there because they smashed Port. There was one game, might have been against Hawthorn maybe. He just kicked some real crucial goals, and he was fantastic. And again, he clunks those marks. And I think he's actually added a string to his bow, because he used to be like one of the typical tall forwards is the trap and slappers. They just get it, mark it, which is wheel around and just bang it 50. Tex can actually lower his eyes and hit that sort of 20-25 metre kick on his left and or right. So he's an evergreen. He's been good. What's his name? Thilthorpe's kicked 52. Fogarty 39. He's enormous. His shoulders, like
all three of them.
Yeah, I mean he'll get stuck between the goalposts, I reckon, someday, because he's just so big, and so they're hard to stop. So, and again, you might have two good tall defenders, then the third one gets off the chain. And as I said, there are, and that could be their uniqueness that actually sees them through September too.
We've talked about the Rankin issue already, but just coming down to the basics of the game, how costly is that going to be for the Adelaide Crows? I mean, he's probably, in my opinion, he's the second most important player behind their captain. And we know the damage he can do, and we know the crunch time moments in big games. For example, against Hawthorn a couple of weeks ago when he kicked that amazing stoppage goal. How much is that going to hurt their premiership chances now? Well,
it puts a dent in it. I mean, because most sides are now system-based, they're not player-based. But the role he plays, as you say, behind Dawson, it's a pretty critical role, and look, when he's not having a good game, or Adelaide aren't having a good game, he just has to pop up and touch it 5 times. He's either giving it to someone to kick a goal, or he's actually kicking a goal. So his direct impact on the scoreboard is massive. So it's a bit of a dent. It's not everything, but they'll just have to do it a tad harder, I say.
So the toss of the coin for Keno Go, 40 million jackpot every 3 minutes with Keno Go. It has been won by the Kangaroos, and they are kicking to left of your dial, or the northern end of this first quarter. Hello, G.
Quarters, great to be with you. Bluey, tremendous to see you.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
Oh, what good company for a Saturday afternoon.
Well, hopefully we'll get a bit of a contest. I mean, North, as the old cliche goes, they've got 6 months to get over this game, but not having their two key forwards is going to hurt them today.
So happy to see Adelaide tune up, if it happens to be a big result. Happy to see Adelaide tune up for their home qualifying final, see if they can nail down the minor premiership. They are at their best a thrilling team to watch with the threats that they have all over, so they would like to put the last piece together knowing that they've got a week off. So there's no need to conserve in this game.
It'll be interesting to see. Obviously, they've got enough experienced players that the events of this week I don't think will have an effect on their performance today. But, geez, a big loss, isn't he?
He is. And it has sat heavily over the club all week. So there is that little psychological study to see if there's anything there.
Yeah, physically, I don't think I'll get anything out of this game, Adelaide. But mentally, I think this will be a good one for the coach to take into September.
So ready for a start here at Marvel Stadium. The final home and away round for the season. Adelaide currently on top. The Kangaroos playing for pride today. Let's see what they can produce against the ladder leaders. In the first ruck, it's going to be Sherry against O'Brien. Georgie Wardlaw in the middle for the Kangaroos. Eddie Zuniac. Also Harry Sheasel, who is lining right beside Jordan Dawson. Lots of noise, lots of lights. Wait for the ball to be bounced. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are away at Marvel Stadium. As I said, the Kangaroos kicking to left of your dial or the northern end in this first quarter. And to start proceedings, it's the two big ruckmen, O'Brien against Sherry. So down it goes. Umpire lets it go, even though it was an awkward bounce. No, he doesn't. He will recall. So there's the first anticlimax for the day. Probably could have let it go. Both ruckmen got to the contest, but up it goes. O'Brien reached over the top, got the tap. Berry on the ground, got it to Dawson. Got it to Curtin, but his handball smothered. An opportunity here for the Kangaroos. A quick handball over to Constanti, who runs into goal and misses to the left, but a promising sign, a promising start for the Kangaroos. Only took 25 seconds, the first score of the afternoon. The Roos one behind, Crows yet to score.
Keane has kick-in duties, has a bounce. First step he takes out of the square and then delivers into the centre of the ground. Fogarty presents, marks, looks to move it on quickly. Thilthorpe is set, Pink closes late. Thilthorpe's too strong, quick release, coming, measures his kick up into the pocket and Keys with the chest mark. Fluent move from the Crows.
Yeah, those two big forwards involved in that. The two contested marks, well, actually wasn't a contested mark because we know how big Caleb Daniel is, and two easy contested marks. It ends up in a forward 50.
32 goals for Ben Keys this season. He's in the right forward pocket. He'll open the angle up. Keys is on the move, and the first goal is on the board for the Crows. Efficient in the extreme. A goal plays behind. Tyre power up sale.
Yeah, from the kick in, again, an easy contest. Kane looked straight up the middle and saw Fogarty versus Caleb Daniel, so that's an easy target and almost an uncontested mark. He wheeled around, hit Phil Thorpe. And again, just the big talls already just starting to, I mean, their first entry forward, I know, but they just look ominous. What's the word? Ominous, yes, already. Thank you. And then Ben Keys with a lovely left foot finish.
That's the risk of the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those big forwards might kick 15 between them.
Yep. You're talking about, Guy, they've won their last 7 against the Roos by an average of 47. How's this for a stat? The Kangaroos have lost 26 of their last 29 at Marvel by an average of 34 points. That's messy, isn't it?
Yep.
Anyway, down it goes in the middle. First goal to the Crows. O'Brien, nice tap to Dawson, who's tackled by Wardlaw, but he managed to get boot to ball to the city side of the ground. Keys is there again against McKercher. Keys one out, gathered, shrugged the tackle from Wardlaw. In the end, he stepped over the line, so we'll have a throw in at half forward, outer side, southern end or right of your dial. The Crows are kicking two. One straight to one behind. Ryan against Sherry. They nullify each other. It spills to Curtin. His handball's smothered. Sherry goes at it again. Handball comes to Simpson. Ineffective. On hands and knees is Curtin. He's over the top of the ball, and the umpire will come in and effect a bounce. Still at half forward, the Crows into attack.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now. No clear tap. Simpson took the ground up in front, rolled it toward and over the boundary, and that is insufficient intent. So presumably next year that'll be last possession out of bounds, but it's the same effect. It's been introduced by stealth throughout 2025. Bond with the resulting free kick. Loads it up for half forward. O'Brien and Sherry. Sherry removed his opposition ruckman subtly. and was able to take the mark as a result. A terrific year, Sherry. Up to Simpson, on the move from the wing. Has the look up forward, ran a long way. Sets it up deep, calls his target, it bounces out near the boundary. Keen used the body, Darling coming through, keeps it going, goal side, Constanti, clever over his shoulder, didn't find the target. Powell onto it, fumbles it across the behind line. North with a couple of those.
Worrell to do the kicking in. Short to the back pocket. By Cumming. He runs to defensive 50. Dockland side. Drills it long down the line. Pink flew high. Couldn't take the mark. Back of the Packers. Walker. Advantage paid. Free kick Adelaide. Walker now on the left boot. Kicks inside 50. Beautifully weighted. And Keys has taken the mark. And Keys can go back from only 45 metres out on a slight angle, and he can slot his second.
I'm sure you boys have seen those first two defensive 50, both from kick-ins, and how easy Adelaide have been able to just flush it straight through North and get inside their forward 50. That's the concern for North.
Was very easy. So Ben Keys, what a player he's turned out to be for the Crows. 33 goals so far this season. Kicks towards goal, and it is just offline and through for one behind on the Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got its scoreboard. It's the Crows 1-1-7. The Kangaroos are 2 behinds.
Which we spoke about Adelaide's mental challenge today, and I think it's the Kangaroos as well. And that's what Clarko will be looking at some of these kids to see how long they can keep fighting for. I know it's the last game, but, it's the last game of this season, so get something out of it.
Davies Uniacke, then Powell and Scott all involved. Scott held up with a footy. Right half forward for the Crows, the ball up. Sherry, strength, down to Davies Uniacke. Hurry kick going forward. Worrell knocked it the Crows' way initially. Ball still in dispute though. Well fed up by Trimbath. Keeps it alive. At the side it came from Davies Uniacke. Crows have got good numbers around it, but there's a lot of pressure on them, and Cumming held to a standstill. Curtis just a little the worse for wear in the back play. Parker tags in for the bench for his first run for Krause Electrical and Solar. Berry roves the tap for the Crows. Tosses it up to half forward. Walker against Pink. Walker brought it to ground. Keys is busy early. Releases Peatling. Sets it up near the teeth of goal. Philthorpe. That's a gorgeous kick.
Curtis is not well, Gerard, which is another body blow for the Roos if he's got to come off.
The skill of James Peatling in full flow to hook that back to the hot spot.
It wasn't the purest kick, but he saw him look. He saw him, and again in the instep, he pulled that ball and hit Riley Philthorpe beautifully running towards goal.
One of those beyond the 50-goal threshold for the year. He's kicked 52. Philthorpe from directly in front opens his account for the afternoon. The Crows had the first two. 2-1-13 to 2 behinds. Tyre Power, Australia's biggest independent tyre retailer, keeping you safe on the roads. tyrepower.com.au.
Curtis is staying out there. Guy McKenna, which is a good sign.
Yeah, no, he's one of the hopes for North, I've got to say. He had some speed and
goals this year.
Yep, speed, sharpness, clever, all that sort of stuff. But down the other end, we're just seeing the three big monsters. they've woken, they've come to play nice and early. They all had their touches. Walker, Philthorpe and Fogarty all getting their hands on the ball because of that ease, I suppose, of what Adelaide can do out of their back 50 through the corridor and into their forward 50.
Well, they should be greedy today. They should be looking at bags. That is for sure. And down it goes in the middle again. O'Brien grabbed it. Whistle. What's happened here? Raffle is on. It's a free kick going North Melbourne's way for a hold, obviously, off the ball, taken by Wardlaw. Or is it? No, it's coming back to the ruckman. Now he gives it to Wardlaw and we're away. So Wardlaw goes inside 50 for the Roos. To no one in particular, really. Darling overran it. O'Brien's got back to help his defence. Handball comes out to Murray. And now Curtin and then Simpson into the picture and he takes it over the line. So we're going to throw it inside. The Kangaroos attacking 50, city side of the ground at the northern end. It is the Kangas 2 behinds, the Crows 2-1-13 on the Tyre Power Up Sales scoreboard. Throw in. Cherry with strength. Got the handball off to Simpson. Gives it back to Parker from a standing start. He pops it to the hot spot. Curtis's wrestling has got the free kick for a hole. Gee, I didn't think there was much in that at all. It's good to be a forward these days, Guy McKenna. And Curtis will line up directly in front, 20 metres out. This should be the ruse first. Let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, well, very similar to the old ruck, how they pull the free kicks out of the ruck contest. Some of these one-on-one contests, backs versus forwards, much the same.
Defenders are virtually not allowed to defend anymore. Yeah. So Curtis from point-blank range puts it through. And that's the first for the afternoon for the Roos. So we've been going 9 minutes in the first term on the online fencepplies.au clock. It is the Kangaroos 1-2, the Adelaide Crows 2-1.
Yeah, well, we spoke about Curtis, how important he is to the North Melbourne forward set up when the ball certainly hits the ground. This was actually a contest, and was just able to get good position on the incoming ball, hold out his Adelaide defender, who eventually was made to sort of hang on to the jumper and hold on to his arms. But yeah, how you pulled a free kick out of that. But anyway, North got the one and got one on the board.
Guy McKenna for MEGT build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts. Free kick in the middle was for umpire contact. So saw one of those last night. Set up behind the ump. Still there as he backs out. Cost you a free kick. Bounced in the middle. O'Brien taps to Peatling in a couple of tackles. One went high.
And you can see what the North rucks are trying to do to stop O'Brien jumping, coming across that line real early just to wrestle him.
Peatling, quick release, down to Laird, up to full forward, punch made, goal side, Keys is a threat. McKercher with him, Keys got a boot to it but couldn't hook it around. It's through for a behind. He's got one goal too early, Keys. It's the Crows by 6.
Quick kick in finds Sheasel, who tries a long ball. Looking for Darling, couldn't find him. Good hands though by young Banch. And now Curtis for the Kangas puts them to half forward. Unfortunately for the Kangas, Call couldn't take the mark and will have a throw in at half forward.
Again, the difference between the two sides, that's an Adelaide mark going the other way.
A couple of female boundary umpires today. As they toss it, one of them tosses it in, taken by O'Brien. Banch is bowled over. Now the Crows have it. Draper. Finding what to do. He ran a full measure. They let him go as he kicks it back into the middle. And that's an excellent mark taken by Sheasel, who goes short and sideways. And his kick finds Stevens as the Roos reload.
Stevens plays to set a half forward. Perfectly weighted ball for Wardlaw. It's 52 out from goal as he backs away. Caresses his kick up near the pocket. It's easy work for the defence. Curtin fills the hole and takes the mark. Curtis knocked it out of his hand in the follow through, so he gives away the 50-metre penalty. So Curtin, favoured for the rising star, steers the pass up to Thilthorpe. The deep targets are Taylor and Saligo. So none of the talls are down there. Keys and Cummings coming! Beautiful mark. Keys engaged in the bodywork, opened a hole. They're going to give it to Keys as a free kick. Just let the mark stand. Yeah. Anyway, Keys is going to fill up. You can sense it already. He knows. They've kicked 14 points when he puts this through. And we've only played 12 and a half minutes. Keys through seconds. Through it goes. 3-2-20 the Crows, 1-2-8 the Kangas. Tyre, power up sale. The clock is for online fencepplies.au scoreboard.
Well, the old-fashioned banana, but it's probably the new age banana these days. How many of the big forwards and small forwards kick around their bodies? And again, he's kicked two of his. Well, he's missed the first one by a normal drop punt. The first two he kicked have been the banana, or the two goals he has kicked through bananas. But just again, the presence of the big fellas. Again, swing and kick, as you called it, Gerard. They had multiple options. Had a 2-on-1. Adelaide. Cummings was, he took the mark. Probably should have gone back and would have gone back and kicked the goal. But Keys got a free kick and kicked truly himself.
Guy McKenna is our expert commentator today, thanks to MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 13 and a half gone first quarter. Adelaide 3-2. North Melbourne 1-2. Keys has got a couple. Hillthorpe having a run in the ruck against Darling. Both missed it. And Darling lays the tackle on young Draper. We'll have a secondary stoppage in the middle. Ball thrown up quickly. Quick kick out of the pack was by Sheasel to the 50 for the Kangas. Handball comes out to Keane. He's in trouble. Forced to release quickly. Murray with his head over the pill. Got banged into by a couple of roos. Good footy. Umpire will ball it up 51 metres out from the Kangaroos' goal at the northern end or left of your dial. Darling and Thilthorpe once again. Thilthorpe the tap to the feet of Parker. Now it ends up in the hands of Daniel. To McKercher, to the running Scott, who drills a long ball from 55. Very, very nice from the Kangaroos. And Bailey Scott has kicked a lovely goal. It's the Kangaroos 2-2, the Crows 3-2.
Yeah, the Adelaide half forward. I just can't get a read on his number at the moment. Number 31. Who was that?
Billy Dowling playing his 10th game.
Yeah, so as the North chained out of that stoppage behind the ball, as most sides do when they win it, they chain out the back. That's where their free winger sits, and then the half back and all that sort of stuff. The ball came out the back, and I just watched Scott take off. And young
Dowling was having a nap.
Dowling, yeah, he just watched him go, and then off he went, Scott. And a beautiful kick on the run from outside 50.
Key matchups for Seek. For the best job matches, download the Seek app. Mr. Clarkson down on the bench. Generate some enthusiasm in his young Roos at the end of their season. Thilthorpe's in the ruck. Davies Uniacke, though, wins the ball. Put it through Sheasel. Parker pops it out the back. So O'Sullivan brings it around to Stevens. Passing board knocked down by Saligo. Heavy tackle laid. Holding the ball against Draper. Parker got him. Parker a lot to work with. So it'll be a speculative kick up near Sherry and the other tall forwards. Constanti had a fly at the pack. Underneath, Darling knocked it up. Worrell, Murray coming in defence. Hand passes it around to Peatling. He takes the territory up the line, and Thilthorpe is well set. There's Miller on the inside. Neil Bullen as well, but the cluster of Kangas made that hard to penetrate. Kicks for half forward instead. Fogarty, so strong. He releases Tex. Walker tried to brush through, had to release Neil for Neil Bullen, and it got away and out of bounds. Just for a moment, you thought the old bloke was just going to go marauding through and have them sprawl in all directions.
I'm just lucky that hand was 6 inches where it was. 6 inches higher, it's a free kick, the big bull. But tall to tall to tall. We're going to be calling that a lot today.
Throw in just inside the Crows attacking 50. Sherry got to the front posse, tapped it towards a teammate, but unsuccessfully. Now the handball comes to Davies Uniacke. He's tackled well by Cummin, forced to release. Play on as the call. Saligo stripped of the footy. Quick hands by Sheasel to Simpson. Sold the dummy and swings onto the left. To half-back Dockland side. Big pack fly. Miller attacked it hard. And we'll have a throw in. Half-forward flank, Crows into attack there. 3-2, leading the Kangaroos 2-2 on the Tyre Power Up Sales scoreboard.
And we'll set up for the throw-in, Thilthorpe and Sherry. Ball on its way into play. Sherry controlled it pretty well, but it bounced in front of him. Knocked away. Parker released O'Sullivan in close. Got the hand pass out the side to Stevens. Dropped it down the line. Darling presented. Didn't quite hang on at the last. Ball disappears under the bodies. It'll be ball up.
Gee, we can't forget the impact of Parker's presence around the stoppages. I mean, since he's been on the last 5 minutes, all of a sudden North started to win clearances and starting to push the ball forward.
A lot of movement at the stoppage out near Davies Uniacke. Got worked over by Berry, who won the footy himself. Hand pass was a bit indiscriminate. Sherry feeds it up. Oh, Parker went into Peatling hard. Berry ended up with it. Got dragged down. It takes a North Melbourne turn, although Davies Uniacke's given it up. Dawson, hand passed in close. Worrell, Neil Bullen. Keys is off out the front. Links the hand pass run up to Taylor. Sets it out in front of Fogarty. Reaching, paddling, sits for him. Wheels around over the shoulder. Kicks the goal. That's a beauty for Fogarty. Ball in constant motion makes for good footy on a Saturday afternoon. Crows having the better of it early. 3-2-20 to North Melbourne. 4-2-26 to North Melbourne. 2-2-14.
And if you cast your eye across the ground, I was just about to make it the call around like Parker's influence around the centre bounces because he's such a big, well, not big, but he's a strong body. And you look at how many times the Adelaide Crows players today will break tackles of the younger North bodies. Not all of them, of course, but Harry Sheasel, I mean, great player, but like he's got arms of sticks still. And so the amount of times Adelaide players in a contested situation get their arms free, get the ball free, and then continue that play like you were calling, Gerard, compared to North, they get held up, they get held in for stoppages, and again, they just can't get that flow going. So again, you can see Adelaide on top in around the clearances and stoppages, and obviously in the game.
2-goal buffer to the Crows. Ball, one out of the ruck by Sherry. He gives it off to Davies Uniacke. Inside 50 he goes, but he's put it straight down the throat of a Crows player in Keane. Plays on straight away. So nice stoppage work, but poor kick from Davies Uniacke. Crows work it to the wing. Big fist came from low.
But I'm not sure that's modern-day coaching as far as that kick goes, because Adelaide had the outside. So instead of kicking to space like you're taught, just kick to a contest. This is the time you can kick to a contest. Unless you get a contest inside your forward 50, may get a stoppage, you may get a crumb goal. But don't kick it to space all the time.
Ball thrown in. O'Brien fell over. Umpire said he was pushed. Advantage paid. Crows are off. Handball comes out to Keys. Gives it off to Dawson, who's having trouble picking it up. He's tackled by Wardlaw. Just managed to get boot to ball. Play on is the call. Keys has another crack at it. Having an excellent first quarter. Davies Uniacke taps to a teammate. McKercher to Sheasel. Pops it over the top to Pink. Not sure what to do with it. Fortunately for him, it finds a teammate just the bare 15, and it's marked by Parker outside his defensive 50. Goes short to Sheasel. And now he wants to switch to the Dockland side. Instead, he goes short to the corridor, and the mark's taken by O'Sullivan.
He's got the short on over the top. He uses McKercher, takes off, runs a bit of a loop, has a bounce, coming sideways hard to the wing, and a poor kick. Turned it over to Curtin, who had a mind to go, and he took enough steps to be called to play on. Lays it off to the side for Millerer. Crows have got a stronghold in the middle of the ground. Millerer stays down the line, though, for Fogarty. Fogarty, the kick mark game. Down for Tex to have a fly at. And he does. O'Sullivan a bit too small for that contest. Walker is 60 out from goal. Fogarty is shallow rather than deep. That's where the kick goes. It'll be called to play on. Back to Tex. 52 out. He sets it up to the teeth of goal. O'Brien arrives. Got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Peatling hard after it underneath. Berry as well. Off to Draper. Hooks it up. And wide. Out on the full.
The big three, Guy McKenna for the Crows, are having fun.
Yeah. They're all having a lick of the ice cream. We'd call it in the coach's box.
Well, God knows what it'll be like by halfway through the third quarter. The way they're looking at the moment, they're doing some damage. Yeah. That's for sure.
They'll be calling for a double scoop, I reckon.
Maybe even a triple. And as Curtis paddles for the Kangaroos out of sight of the ground. Taylor dispossessed, holding the ball. Play on advantage is called. Parker handballs to Sheasel to Simpson. Simpson at halfback pops one over the top to Scott. Back to Parker. Parker nicely done to Davies Uniacke, who pulls the trigger long and to tip at the goal square to Darling. Just couldn't quite take the mark. The fall of the ball. This should be a goal to Constanti. No, he handballs instead of kicking, and the Crows out of danger. Just a kick would have been nice there from Constanti. As Worrell kicks a high ball, still inside the Kangaroos attacking 50, gathered by Simpson, almost fell over. Now dishes off to Curtis. He's getting tackled by a couple of Crows, but he did do well to get it back to Simpson. He handballs towards the boundary line and will have a throw in next to the behind post. Kick the ball. It was only about 8 metres out, Constanti, but...
Yes, the game is still called football, isn't it?
8 inside 50s apiece for Capital.com. Crows have scored 6 times from their 8 entries. It's at the other end with North. Sherry leans in, took the footy, tried to release a bit too close to Curtis. Laird and Berry didn't clear the area though. It's sat well for Stevens. He slams it through. North getting their share. 3-2, trailing 4-2. in this opening term on AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now.
Yeah, they're standing up well north, certainly around the stoppages. That's where I know they've kicked 2 of their goals from stoppages. They backfed the one where Scott ran and broke 50 and kicked it outside 50, I should say. And then this one here where Stevens was again, Adelaide just an errant handball, had the jump on his opponent and a really good snap around his body. And, that's largely due to the strength and the bullocking work of Cherry, of course. I mean, his ability to find the north or put the ball to the space of the north mids has been crucial. Riley obviously wants to run and jump, but Cherry, as you were seeing at the centre bounce now, he just won't let him. He's going to cross that line as quick as he can and try and outbody him so he can get his hands first to the ball, which is certainly working for North around the stoppages.
Running hot for Ream. Harry Sheasel, 10 disposals. Luke Parker, as Guy McKenna alluded to, has 9. Doing some excellent work in this first quarter, and Naruza away again. Davies Uniacke going all right too, by the way, but he's kicked it to the man of the mark. He gets it back. He finds some space from 45. Davies Uniacke kicks, but kicks wide and misses everything. It's out of bounds on the full. But again, promising passage of play from the Kangaroos. 20 plays 26. The Crows in front. 25 minutes gone. First term on the online fencesupplies.au clock.
It would have been the season's most unusual goal if it had come to fruition. Adelaide clear long down the line. Fogarty too strong for Pink. They leant in, engaged in the physical contact. Pink then came across his boot to make the smother, so not done in the contest. Dowling over his head. All the little things for North are coming together, and Alistair Clarkson is there on the bench clapping and urging. One last effort for the season.
Yep.
Change bench for Krause Electrical Kick-Girls with Krause Electrical and Solar. Clarkson's hunched down behind the boundary umpire as he flings it into play. No clear tap to advantage. Sherry a chance. Soligo gets in and under and wins the footy. Feeds it out to Berry and off to Dawson. Not great with the hand pass. Davies Uniacke cut it off. He's tackled, dispossessed, goes again. Gives it to Stevens. Inboard to Sherry. The link-up play. O'Brien stuck the tackle. Stevens taken high by Berry. North win the grapple.
50?
And a 50,
fair enough too. Just rubbed his head into the turf for a second time, and the umpire said, I'm having none of that. Gave him a 50. Should be more of that, I reckon.
I agree. Taunting.
Yeah, it's a taunt. That's what it is, yeah.
You could knock that out in 3 weeks.
Correct.
If you had a mind to.
Yep. Good point.
So Stevens taken. The man on the mark is put at the 50. Curtis comes on the first lead. Trembath as well. He goes for Trembath. Out in the pocket. Takes the mark.
Good by the North forwards there, just huddled up around the corridor, almost like a big I formation it was, and so it allowed that space into the pocket, and obviously Trembath with his speed and good hands ran onto that ball very nicely.
He has looked a likely
It's been a good find, hasn't he, Gerard?
6 goals in his 2 games. Cooper Trembath, left of centre. It is a bit of an angle to deal with. 40 out. Trembath, near side. With 10 rows back. They're down by 5 points, the Kangas. Tyre Power up sale, and there is 4:22 remaining in the first term for online fencesupplies.au clock. Do it yourself, made easy.
So 5-point buffer to the Crows. Ball goes pretty much up the middle. Umpire calls play on as picked up by Dawson. Kicks a high ball to half forward. Camped underneath it is Pink and takes a good mark under a fair bit of pressure from Keys. And Toby Pink has the ball right on defensive 50. He's going to go the short option to the city side of the ground. Davies Uniacke's been very busy. He's up to 12 disposals now. Short to Howe, still around half-back region. Now he goes a bit longer, and that's a beautiful pinpoint kick to Sheasel, who's found some space at half forward. Now Harry Sheasel disguises the kick, goes towards Banch, couldn't find him, and over the line it goes, taken over the line by Miller. We'll have a throw in at the northern end of the ground, city side forward pocket, about 40 metres out from the Kangaroos' goal. They're 3-3-21, Adelaide 4-2-26. Bryan against Sherry. Neither really got decisive tap. Curtis hovering. So is Bond for the Crows. Bond picks it up. He's tackled by Waldlaw, and umpire says I'll bounce or ball it up. 45 out from the Kangaroos goal.
All tossed up. Rucks go to work. O'Brien a clear tap. Wardlaw, though, is hunting the footy in close. Knocked it to Powell. Fed it to Sherry. Probes a kick to full forward. Trembar flies. Knocked out of his grasp. Hinge dragged off it after the spoil. Great tackle laid by Darling on Bond. Umpire balls it up. In some circumstances, that would be paid holding the ball. I feared last night at Adelaide Oval it was holding the ball. Thrown up, Sherry trying to feed. Laird had other ideas. Clearing kick for the Crows. Out near the wing as it carried and carried. Pink made the spoil. Pickling, though, well set underneath. Fed it out the side to Taylor. Doubles back. Brings the Crows to halfway. Fogarty with footy in hands. Thilthorpe really is well placed inside the 50. Fogarty has allowed the defenders to get back. And then balks his way around Comben and pumps it in deep. So Thilthorpe is the target. Strong play to get to the front. Didn't mark. Simpson dragged off his kick. Stevens fed it around. Powell worked it on. McKercher in close. Davies Uniac. Stevens trying to brush his way clear with Goodare. Kicks up. Curtis flies. Got the bouncing ball and the free kick. He steers his kick wide inside the 50. It runs out of play. So it'll be a stoppage 40 around from goal. North doing the attacking in the final stages of this opening turn.
Call was being held by Keane and he didn't like the treatment. Now the two are going at it off the ball. Lucky to get away with that one, Mark Keane. There was a definite hold there. Spotted off by the umpire. It was a fair way off the ball. So we've got to throw it inside. The Roos attacking 50. Sherry grabbed it out of the ruck. Tackled immediately by O'Brien. Umpire will ball it up. Still 45 out from the Kangaroos goal. We've got a good contest here. It's just the Crows by 5 points. Sherry the tap. Weaving his way through Trafficker's bench. Loses it. Holding the ball.
Yeah, good follow-up by the big ruckman there. One of the smallest North blokes on the ground. He dropped his knees and pinned a really good tackle.
Not easy to do when you're about 1.5 foot taller. So he kicks along down the line. Big fist came from Comben. Still in North's attacking half. Kirch's run down. Holding the ball, says the umpire. Now advantage is paid. Walker kicks to Thilthorpe, who's got the sit. Takes the mark and swing around. Oh, he's got a loose man here. Neil Bullen got rid of his opponent in Daniel. He kicks into the pocket. Getting back was O'Sullivan. Did well to create the contest. Saved perhaps a goal there for the Kangaroos. Good work from young O'Sullivan. We'll have a throw in next to the behind post with Adelaide deep into attack.
Crows by 5. Tyre Power up sales scoreboard. A minute and change remaining. Ball on its way back into a play. Sherry got rid of O'Brien. Hands and knees, hand pass to Sheasel. Overwhelmed. Keys got it as a result. Neil Bullen didn't handle the hand pass. Stalemate with Daniel. 30 out from the Crows' goal. North dominating the clearances 15-8 early. Capital.com stat sheets. No clearance on this occasion. Capital.com trade fast, trade smart.
Disposals dominated by the Roos. Guy McKenna.
Yeah, a lot of short sideways business, but yeah, they certainly picked up. I mean, Adelaide were dominating early, but now North have certainly found their handle of the footy.
Kircher got it away. Sheasel handed it off to Simpson, who goes further back than might have been ideal. Logue, though, from the back pocket. Still got to get it outside the arc. Darling and Murray. Good test of strength. No one would be moved. Spoil over the boundary.
The good thing is when you're owning the footy, you don't want to go slow because that's when Adelaide or any side will get in front of you and set up defensively. North have been able to hit that short one and go and to catch Adelaide out defensively.
I'm McKenna for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Under our broadcast position, tossed into play. Sherry leans in, then wins the tap. Dawson, though, gliding through the pack, forged a path, kicks it up to full forward. Walker and Thilthorpe, Logue with a touch on it, got it over the line for a rushed score. It was 2-on-2 in the genuine aerial contest.
Yeah, the two big fellas dropping back into the goal square. And look, North have done a really good job by putting low. So when the Adelaide ball movement happens out of back 50 and the Adelaide forwards flush up, one of them sitting back almost like a goalkeeper. So when the Adelaide boys come through that midfield, they look up and all they see is a North Melbourne jumper, which is slowing them up a little bit.
Goal the diff from the kick in. It's marked by Sherry, having a great battle with O'Brien. Maybe Juniac a bit ginger after that contest. Seems okay though, as Sherry, as we near quarter time, goes down the line, and that is it. And a very entertaining first quarter, just a goal a diff. It's Adelaide 4-3. The Kangaroos 3-3 for the Crows. 2 goals to Keys, singles to Thilthorpe and Fogarty, while for North Melbourne, all singles to Scott, Stevens and Curtis. So at the first change, it's the Crows by a goal. This is AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police. Recruiting now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Tyre Power. Power Up sale now on. Get the power with your trusted tyre experts. Tyre Power.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Get ready, Melbourne Storm fans. It's the last home game of the season and it's set to be a big one. This Friday, Melbourne Storm take on the Roosters. Kick-off 8 p.m. Make sure you don't miss the electric energy of a Storm game in 2025. Plus, help us celebrate Craig Bellamy's 600th game as coach. Get tickets to all the action. Storm versus Roosters this Friday. Get your tickets at Ticketek or melbournestorm.com.au.
For too long, only institutions had exclusive access to premium investment opportunities. But iPartners changes the game for wholesale investors. iPartners opens up the field to alternative assets with access to opportunities out of reach. Get front row seats to sophisticated investment strategies. iPartners, fund managers specialising in alternative investments, offer the diversification and risk-adjusted returns you need for a long-term outlook. Visit iPartners.com.au and start kicking more investment goals. For wholesale investors only, consider the risks. Learn more at iPartners.com.au.
Go Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Deals of the week in store now. Higher front load washers from just $494. Big brand top load washers from under $694. LG French door fridges now from under $2,000. Westinghouse dishwashers from a low $544. Plus get 10% of your purchase price in gift cards on selected cooking appliances over $299. Harvey Norman, Melbourne's kitchen and laundry appliance specialist. Best prices guaranteed. Conditions and exclusions apply.
G'day, it's Gary Lyon. I'm a Kubota man, and when I get stuck, I talk to Joe from Peninsula Kubota. I wouldn't trust anyone else for machinery to keep my property looking spick and span, because Peninsula Kubota have the best range of Kubota tractors, mowers, skid steers and utility vehicles. Plus, the right advice for anyone on the Peninsula with a farm or lifestyle property. Speak to Joe and the team at Peninsula Kubota today or visit peninsulaKubota.com.au. Kubota, shaping Victoria.
Thanks to the Eufy E15 robot lawnmower, less mowing means more footy. And with more footy, why not link the AFL Nation commentary team to your TV with SEN Sync? Download the SEN app, tap the SEN Sync button, then watch the game with the AFL Nation commentary in real time. SEN Sync. Every kick, every moment. Changing the at-home experience for all sports fans. Thanks to Eufy. Reclaim your weekends by letting the Eufy E15 robot lawnmower do the work for you.
You have 300 new messages. Is the car still available? Also, what's your star sign?
Oh, my auntie's cat died. Can we reschedule?
Oh, I can pick it up right now. Or never. One of the two.
Do you take crypto, my friend?
Want to sell your car? Grays will handle the hustle. Reach over 3 million bidders. No tyre kickers. No time wasters. Grays.com.
At Kilmore Toyota, they get straight to the point with new Toyota vehicle quotes. Enjoy quick turnaround times and get discounted genuine accessory packs when you spend over $1,000 on options. Located north of the city on the Hume Highway. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. The National Tiles famous annual winter spend and save is on now. Spend $4,000 will only charge you $2,750, or spend $2,000 will only charge you $1,450. or 1,000 and will only charge you $7.50. Don't miss the National Tiles' famous annual winter spend and save on now. So rush into a National Tile store near you or go online at nationaltiles.com.au now and save. Conditions apply.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Have you heard? Elders offers finance solutions nationwide and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. I'm loving it moments. Take a trip to McDonald Land with the new McDonald Land Shake.
Keys are up and about.
We've only played 12 and a half minutes. Keys 3 seconds. Through it goes.
Now it ends up in the hands of Daniel. To McKenna, to the running Scott, who drills a long ball from 55. Very, very nice from the Kangaroos. And Bailey Scott has kicked a lovely goal.
Links the hand pass run up to Taylor. Sets it out in front of Fogarty. Reaching, paddling, sits for him, wheels around over the shoulder, kicks the goal. That's a beauty for Fogarty. Laird and Berry didn't clear the area though. It's sat well for Stevens. He slams it through. North getting their share.
Quarter time. Good contest. Adelaide lead North Melbourne by one straight kick. 4-3 plays 3-3. The only multiple goal scorer in the game so far is Ben Keys for the Adelaide Crows. Our MEGT expert today is Eagles legend Guy McKenna. How did you see the first quarter, Bluey?
Well, Adelaide obviously came to play, and again, Ben Keys was on the end of some really slick ball movement out of the back 50 from Adelaide, and they're able to hit their big tools, got it forward. He kicked certainly two of their first 4 goals, and then North decided to get busy around the stoppages to come back late in that quarter. So, we got a contest on our hands.
We start this second quarter. Goal a diff. Sherry got the tap and favoured him slightly to Parker, to Davies-Uniacke, to the wing, Dockland's side. It's the Roos kicking to right of your dial, or the southern end in this second quarter. Davies-Uniacke goes hard at it again. He's leading the stats disposals. The stats courtesy of Capital.com. He's got 13 so far in the match. Sheasel a dozen, and Sherry's got 11. The top 3 stat getters all Kangaroos. Parker from the stoppage. Awesome tackles. Now he's grabbed it. He's tackled by Sherry, who's working overtime. And we'll have another stoppage on the wing. Side of the
he's
ground.
adding to another an on-baller for Cherry, because he's actually got he's the highest first possession getter around the stoppages, so he's adding a layer to the North Melbourne clearance team.
O'Brien slapped it away from the congestion. Parker, though, got there first. O'Sullivan in full retreat mode. Daniel searching for the right kick. Up to halfway. Trembath presents. Worrell made the spoil. Hinge dispossessed underneath. Well played, Constanti. Hand pass to Sheasel. Sleight of hand, Trembath. Up to full forward. Crows have 3 on 2. Here comes the cavalry. Stevens with the snap. Misses the locks. Far out to miss the target completely. Disappointed they're down by a goal, the Kangas.
So it is Murray to do the kicking in from that free kick in the back pocket. Oh, that's a big push out. Umpire let that go, and in the end ends up in the hands of Berry anyway, who was the man that was pushed, and he spots up Thilthorpe on the outer wing, city side of the ground. Crows headed to the northern end or left of your dial. Riley Thilthorpe's got a goal so far in the first quarter, along with his mate Darcy Fogarty, as he puts it inside 50. Front and centre was Neil Bullen. Good piece of rubbing, but then he's tackled and dropped the ball. And it's a free kick going to Sherry again, who's absolutely dominating at the moment. The game he's playing, all Australian contention. Gives it to McKenna, who finds Pink, the top of the defensive goal scorer, and he switches to the Dockland side. Wasn't the best of kicks. Turnover, Miller up. They can make him pay here, the Crows. Saligo's got options everywhere, and one of them is Thilthorpe. Takes the mark, plays on, and he has kicked the goal. That was a bit like shelling peas, that one. You pay a heavy, heavy price, Guy McKenna, as Thilthorpe kicks his second for any turnover at this level.
Well, yeah, certainly when you turn the ball over just outside your back 50 like that was a good hand. The young Crow player going back with the flight, just got a hand, got a fingernail to it. The turnover, as you say, and then obviously with the North defence trying to rush the ball out of their back 50, so they're ahead of the play. Adelaide players back in behind the ball, and Thilthorpe, kicked his second. I'm just surprised he got that mark on the wing. So why don't you just go? I mean, we talk about their tools. They had Tex and Fogarty forward. Just kick it. I mean, you got 2-on-2. That's the best. We actually hung on to the ball, and then I counted them, and then all of a sudden it was 5-on-5. I just don't know. The modern player just doesn't go, because that's the best you're going to see, as opposed to trying to find the needle in the haystack kick.
Kane McKenna for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. Sherry spiked it forward out of the ruck. Well won by Sheasel on hands and knees. He hammers the hand pass inside 50. Not adequately dealt with by Hinge. He's left it there. And it will come the way of Constanti, who somehow missed from the top of the square. It was harder to miss than kick. Down by 11, the Kangaroos.
That was a real lost opportunity for the Kangaroos. With Curtin screaming for the ball on the defensive 50 Dockland side, but he's ignored as the Crows decide to go up the guts. Target is Walker, couldn't take the mark. Gathered by Sheasel, couldn't get a clear handle on it. Now it's up for dispute. Ball yells the Kangaroos crowd. Umpire will come in and ball it up. Bottom of the pack there was Dowling for the Crows. Inclusions today. Ball thrown up immediately. Picked up by Stevens. Lost it. There's Dowling. Handball's off to Berry. So on the outer wing, he has a bounce. Gives it to Saligo. The old 1-2. Back to Berry. Has time to steady. Goes the long option. That's what Guy McKenna wants. Thilthorpe works his way to the front and gets the free kick for a hold. Who would have thought you knew what you were talking about, Guy McKenna? As Thilthorpe kicks into the man on the mark, but he gets another crack at it. Into the pocket. Taken by Curtin, and now Fogarty rolls it through. No, he doesn't. He just misses to the left. And they're starting to toy a little bit now with the Kangaroos, the Adelaide Crows forwards. They're looking dangerous. They're 5-4-30 for Adelaide, North Melbourne 3-4-22 on the Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got its scoreboard.
Get it in. Like you just saw, the North defenders are under pressure. That if they don't mark it, they'll give away a free kick if they have to.
Kick into Pinky, went out the far side. Sherry follows the bouncing ball, gives it up to Stevens. Good move to get himself into the clear. Darling was the target. Spoil made. Onto the footy coming. Retreats for the Crows. Back to Dawson. Caresses his kick inboard. Miller takes the mark. Switch is on, although that's not a great kick. Curtin was the target. O'Sullivan got in the way off to Constanti. Run down by Curtin, got it to his boot, but it fell in short. And Keane takes the mark. All on the pressure work of Curtin there. And a 50-metre penalty.
See, Constanti could have had a good day. He's had 3 really good opportunities to kick a goal. You've just got to nail these moments when you're fighting for a spot on the side.
Yeah, well, and again, for a younger player too, like another couple of pre-season, he gets away from those and kicks them.
Keane direct up to Walker. Spoil made on him, though. McKercher around to Stevens. North bring it out of half-back. Darling's on the far wing. He dabs the kick forwards. I'm not sure where he was going there, but Murray cuts it off for the Crows.
Back into the corridor to Worrell. Weighing up the options. Wanted to switch to the Dockland side. Now he decides to go up the middle. And that's a good spot too, as Saligo's worked his way clear. Takes the mark at centre half forward. About 75 metres from home.
Yeah, look at the 2 big fellas deep.
Jake Saligo goes to short option. Now the handball comes to Bond from 50. Kicks a high ball, but it's a poor kick straight down the throat of Comben, who's just sitting there almost on the goal line and takes an easy uncontested mark, and he pulls the trigger right away.
It's a big decision to ignore those forwards when they're on leads and take a shot from 50 and leave it 5 metres short. I doubt that is winning too many friends. Comben across the face of goal, out to Daniel. Himself into a tight spot, kicks it long, Banch underneath it. Laird made the spoil, Berry at the back. Curtin lends a hand, feeds it out to Taylor. Put it up to Laird, bouncing ball at the 50, well controlled, off to Fogarty, back to Laird, can take the shot and curl it through. A touch of class from the veteran. Rory Laird's first goal of the season. It extends Adelaide's lead to 18 points. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard at Robot's got it.
31 goals in 267 games. That would feel nice for him, I reckon.
And you were so right, Joe. Don't ignore the big fellas. So even that was a scramble kick forward, and Fogarty gets it and dishes it back off to Laird, who kicks a running goal. But it's not like you got three talls. You're not going to become one-dimensional. It'll be three-dimensional because you've got all three of them down there. So just use them, and you look across. The North defenders are actually praying that those Adelaide mids are going to not use them and kick for goal because they're just going to be under the pump. And so if one or two are covered, the third one's going to upset you. And I'm surprised they don't pull the trigger a lot earlier, the Crows. They've been there most of the season, and I reckon that's still the evolution for the Crows, how much better they can be.
40 plays 22. The Crows edging away now on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard from the centre bounce. Taken by Wardlaw. Handballs to Simpson, who goes back into traffic. Little short one, and it comes off as the mark is taken by Powell. Plays on straight away. Handballs to a teammate, then gets it back. Now he wobbles one inside 50, a chaos ball, but Adelaide have the answers as Miller grabs the footy and chips to a man who is very, very, very impressive in his second season, Daniel Curtin. Gosh, he can play, and he's a huge man for a wingman, 197 centimetres. The ball is worked to half forward. Speaking of huge, Philthorpe takes the mark. He's got a Lucy on, no one near him into the corridor. So that is well worked by the Adelaide Crows. Mark is taken by, is it Dowling? I think it is. He's just got his back to me at the moment.
Yeah, it was good. Good defensive run. He ran back hard with Stevens to cover him when North were going forward, and then on the counter attack, he just pushed hard on that fat side of the ground. He was able to get loose. Easy target. It was a 2-on-1 really. He had multiple options.
It is Dowling. So he marked uncontested, only 35 metres out. Slight angle at the northern end of the ground. Should kick a goal from here, and he does. Billy Dowling in game number 10 kicks his 5th career goal. His first game for the season, Billy Dowling. And the Crows started really well and truly take control of this match. 7-4-46. The Kangaroos 3-4-22. The Robot Building Supply scoreboard. McKenna.
Well, certainly their ball use is, far superior than North's at the moment. North are hanging in there around their stoppage work. It was a 16-9 advantage to North, and that's continued on 2010 now into the second quarter around the stoppage, so they're getting it. And then they just, as we saw in that last goal that came from Adelaide, it was a hack kick forward by North forward, and then the transition out of back 50. And they're able to, again, find their big, tall forwards, find some space and kick truly. So it's the ball movement of Adelaide, far superior than North. That said, North are hanging in there, or have hung in there to this point around the clearances. That's the thing that's keeping them in the game at the moment.
Stats for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart. So it's 8-2 out of the middle in North's favour. Adelaide's defence, the cornerstone of their game.
And so for the young North, I keep saying young, there's some old ones in there, but again, just to spread the load so they can flush forward, they can get that ball forward and be in the game offensively. Then when the defence comes, out of their, say, 6 mids, when you include the wingers, there might be 4 of them hanging in there defensive, but then 2 will be aghast and tonguing it, if you like. And that's where the Adelaide mids, the 6 versus the 4 defensive North Melbourne mids, all of a sudden they're going to find the cracks and the holes and then push it forward to their 3 big tools.
Unnecessary little score review for IMAR Insurance. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13-IMAR. Crows are going to win a clearance in the middle. Berry sets it up deep. Fogarty's in a wrestle. Comben fills the hole. Terrific intercept mark by the Kangas defender. Is that a good year? Plays it off short to Daniel. Holds it up. Crows are pretty well set down the line. Daniel can't find anything other than that. So takes off boundary side to get an extra bit of yardage and turns it straight over to Hinge. Crows had set their scheme up well. Short kick to Dawson. So no votes for Noah Anderson, no votes for Nick Dacos last night. If Jordan Dawson could get himself going, what it might mean on Brownlow night. Kick up to Tex, knocked out of his hand at the last. Thilthorpe's there to lend a hand, but a poor hand at that. Picked off by Daniel, who's in a 2-man tackle. Ball it up. 45 out from the Adelaide goal. They lead it by 24 points.
Hillthorpe got a hand to it. Wheatley's on the bottom of it. He's wrapped up by Sherry, and another stoppage. 45 out from the Adelaide Crows goal. Gerard set a 4-goal buffer now to the top of the table Crows. Sheasel gathers, gives it to Daniel, back to Sheasel. Now Simpson squeezes the left foot kick out. And as far as Dawson. We reload again for Adelaide. Oh, he spots up a man loose. Inside 50 was Dowling, but he couldn't take them up. But he was bowled over. The umpire said that was illegal. So Dowling will go back. And he has an opportunity of kicking his second goal in a matter of minutes. Directly in front, 40 metres out.
Well, in the old days, I used to play alongside a fella called Johnny Worsfold. We used to call that a body spoil. But, yeah. Oh, yeah.
What do you think?
It wasn't even a body spoil, to be honest.
So Billy Dowling directly in front, 30 metres out. Chance to kick his second goal of the quarter. This would make it a 5-goal buffer. It's going to be the halfway mark of the second term. And he comes, and goal umpire David Roden does not move. So he's earned his keep already, Billy Dowling. Back for his first game of the season after playing 9 games previously. And it's a 5-goal difference now. The Adelaide Crows starting to take, well, they are. They're in control of this game now.
Yeah, and again, it's field position. North is still obviously out of the centre bounce, although Adelaide are certainly the one out of the last couple centre bounce clearances are able to go forward. But again, a stoppage then. Cherry again, first possession, bang, hack kick out. Dawson just covering that first line of defence, if you like, outside the forward, the forward 50, and then returning serve to get the ball back inside the forward 50 and a free kick and a good goal by Billy again.
Sheen Panel Service replay screen. Win $10,000 just by repairing your car at Sheen Panel Service. Ends October 5. T's and C's apply. Back in the middle, Darling wins the tap out the sides. Saligo, though, swoops on the footy, sends the Crows forward. Berry came out of the middle. He drops the mark on the way through. Sits there for O'Sullivan to gather. And past a low, being pursued. Keys almost cut it off. Daniel has it out of a tight spot. Needs to get his kick away and does up the line. Miller, though, used the body well. Didn't take the mark, though. Banch gets underneath him. Miller got him high in the tackle. Zach Banch, game number 4. Pint size at 173 centimetres. Some ground to load.
He's taller than Caleb Daniel. Got 2 centimetres on him.
Going to the Giants.
There's Daniel at half back. Just struggling to take territory in a fluent manner as they did in the first term. Davies Uniacke worked underneath it. Saligo onto the loose footy and into the tackles. Able to release. Too late. Holding the ball. North win it back near halfway. Core inboard to Scott. Kircher comes from the bench, so he's a legitimate short target. Scott's going to take some longer terrain instead. Set it up to a big contest. Keane made the spoil. Peatling first access, didn't handle it underneath. Sheasel got hold of it. Kicks the North forward line, up deep. Gathered by Worrell. Hand pass to Keane. Last line of defence. Coming. Poor kick on the way out. It did spill, though, to Hinge. Links it up to Fogarty. Crows set up down the far side of the ground. Taylor watched it come over his shoulder. He's got company. Daniel sticks the tackle.
Oh, that's
holding the ball.
That's actually deliberate. The old-fashioned deliberate, that one.
Double jeopardy.
Straight hand all over the boundary line it was. So free kick to the Kangaroos. And even the most one-eyed Crow supporters could argue with that one as Stevens takes the mark for the Kangaroos on the outer wing, city side of the ground. It's not a great kick from Stevens. Slid off the side of the boot. In the end, it came off very luckily. So marks taken by O'Sullivan. It was certainly more luck than good design. Finn O'Sullivan at half forward. Now kicks to the hot spot. 25 out, big pack fly. Oh, almost a good mark. Yeah. It's been paid to Trenbath. That is a terrific contested mark. There was about 6 or 7 players vying for that one. And he's a very promising young man, Cooper Trenbath. As we said, 6 goals in his first 2 games. And he will line up for goal directly in front. Only 20 metres out, 19 years of age. They might have found one, Gerard.
I think he caught it really well, Quarters too, because he was in the front of a pack of about 7 players. But yeah, because he was in front, and he got to reach like a sick dog and sticky fingers. He was able to hang on, and almost the pressure of the pack pushed that ball into his hands. But
he's got it. Yep. Well done, Cooper Trimbar. I sat on the train with his grandmother coming in today. She is a 60-year Bulldog supporter, says she hates the Kangaroos' guts, but she now barracks for them when the Bulldogs aren't playing.
Well, just has to take the red out of the Bulldogs jumper, and you got the Kangaroos jumper. Come on. Not hard to cross that bridge, I wouldn't have thought.
She was very proud, and I tell you what, as I said, he's just his 3rd game. A boy from Blackburn. They breed him tough in the eastern suburbs, Gerard, let me tell you. He's kicked 7 goals in his 3 matches so far.
Love it.
Yeah, the contested pack wouldn't affect him too much. He would have grown up in a contested pack, I'm sure, back in the hood. But yeah, he's got some speed. He's clever. I mean, he hasn't had a lot of touches, but yeah, what he does is very efficient.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies and Victoria Police recruiting now. Crows by 24. 19th minute of this second term. Online fencesupplies.au clock. At the bounce, Sherry set himself underneath. Parker, hand pass to Sheasel, works it around to Simpson and off to Daniel. They gave up 30 metres in the transaction north, so the next ball's important to win. Grove's going to have numbers around it too. Draper, Neil Bullen, hitting the tackle. Stern stuff, had to be holding the ball. And that's a big ruckman, Sherry. Well, that up can go and have a spell for the summer. He's not going to pay holding the ball there. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Free kick.
There's even a rupper.
You got the word. You've stuffed that up, mate. A bit of ruck lotto to get him out of jail.
What was the free kick there for? Who knows?
Ruck lotto. Dark arts.
Anyway, Sherry's got it. Oh, he's overcooked the kick. Terrible turnover marked by Peatling. He didn't have much to kick to, though. Now he just drills it long into the pocket. That's a poor kick. Reading it well as O'Sullivan, who takes the mark for the Kangaroos. Short.
Yeah, Cherry's done everything, and like most modern day rucks, they can tackle, they can hit, they can do this, they can do handball, but one thing they're not super good at is field kicking. And certainly short ones.
Mark taken by Parker. He goes short to Daniels, still half back, Dockland side. Roos kicking to the southern end of right of the dial in the second quarter. It's the Crows leading by 4 straight goals. Daniel, that's a clever kick into the middle. A run provided by O'Sullivan. He goes short into the centre circle marked by Sheasel, who's switched to the city side of the ground. It's a nice ball movement by the Kangaroos. He kicks to Pink. And he's not sure what to do with it. Decides to go the long option. Another big contested situation. Oh, from the side. O'Brien got back to help his teammates. Takes the nice mark.
Yeah, they covered that. They slowed that transition down really well, the Adelaide defenders. Got on the outside as they switched that ball north. They went to look to the fat side, but the Adelaide boys were out there, so forced that skinny kick, which allowed the ruckman to come in and take an easy mark.
O'Brien a long way out. Stevens roved the contest, gave it away. McKercher gives ground to Condon, who waited. Fogarty ran interference. Condon picked himself up well, wins the footy. Stevens, Sheasel combined to lend a hand, and Condon still in the action. Takes the mark on the logo, out of wing.
Yep, 50.
Through the protected zone.
Well, yeah, he replaced the bloke on the mark, so yeah, that's a no-no.
So Draper is not experienced enough to fully know the rules.
Good 50. That's, I reckon that's about 65, Gerard.
Combin hasn't kicked a goal this season. He has 8 for his career. Big chance. Charlie Combin in the channel. He'd be well inside the 50.
I reckon that's almost 70.
Generous penalty. Charlie Combin, right foot drop punts. No, dragged it inside. Down by 23 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. ROBOT, Robots got it.
I should say, when I had a go at Cherry about his field kicking, I must say he is one of the main reasons North are still sort of in this game, because his work around the stoppage has been phenomenal.
AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. On the kick in, Kangaroos regain possession. Parker did well, a handball in heavy traffic to Davies Uniac. Measures the right foot kick, it's a good one. To half forward, taken by Constanti. And he kicks into the pocket. Looking for Trembath, but Adelaide have weighted numbers down there. And the mark is taken by Josh Worrell. Deep in defence. It's long down the line. Target is Phil Thorpe. Sherry comes in and spikes it almost into the second tier at Marvel Stadium for a throw-in. Who's your choice, Guy McKenna, for All-Australian Ruckman this year? Is it Maxi Gawn again, or is this guy a real chance?
Well, I think he is certainly a legitimate chance. I mean, again, they've only haven't won a lot of games. Neither have Melbourne, to be honest. But yeah, his work rate around the stoppages to become another mid is phenomenal.
Sherry taps it down in front of Davies Uniacke. Hand pass to Parker. He didn't know it was coming, and Curtin followed through the second tackle, drive his opponent out of play.
Corney obviously does a lot more work forward and gets forward. Cherry doesn't, but he's like a ruckman that then follows, a bit like Dean Cox, like an outside mid, but he's an inside mid. He actually adds another body around the ball.
He was favoured for a long time. I think the suspension hurt him. Taps it down to Parker, does Sherry. Kick partially smothered by Peatling. Miller up onto the ricochet.
Oh, don't handball to Ruckman.
Yes, tackled by a couple. So Gawn last night was phenomenal. He's beaten Cameron twice this year, so that sort of settles that. Grundy's the other one. The way he finished off the season for the Swans. Simpson at the stoppage. Away to Wardlaw. Just ran a loop to open up some space. Kicks it up inside the 50. Spoils are made. Ball spills goal side. Trembath. Great pickup. Off to Stevens. Should kick the goal and does. His second. North are trying their hearts out. They are 17 points adrift at the ladder leaders. 5-5-35 to Adelaide. 8-4-52 on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robots got it.
Yes, just Dylan Stevens was able to catch his breath. He's been chasing Dowling up and down there on the outer wing, and when he kicked that last ball, it almost went out of bounds. Quarters, you called it. It was a tight kick. And look, like he's blonde-haired, and you can see his pink cheeks from here, and he's on the other side of the ground. But he was able to, obviously, with the play about the last 5 minutes, been able to catch his breath, and then that finish was, because he's a very good kick when he's got his breath. But you can already see him after that little effort. He's down, hands on his knees, catching sucking in some oxygen. But he's a very clever and looks very likely, that's for sure.
AFL Nation 4-20 pies. Victoria Police recruiting now. 35 plays 52. It's Adelaide by 17 points. Wardlaw in the middle. Got slung as he tackled. Umpire let it go. Play on. Davies Uniacke. Handball's out. And ends up in the hands of McKercher. Gives it to Comben. Back to McKercher. Little left foot chip kick. There's the man of the moment, Stevens, who's got a couple of goals. Takes the mark. Goes to the wing to Parker. Parker back to McKercher. Runs into a heavy traffic. Has to double back. Gives the handball back to Parker. Now on the right boot. Kicks and finds the big ruckman Sherry. Just inside the centre square. Slightly in North Melbourne's attacking half. The southern end of the ground. Sherry.
That's better.
Long ball. Setting himself was Payne. Did the hard work, but then dropped the mark. Beatling. As Adelaide work it out. That's a sizzling kick into the middle. The mark's taken by Keys. Walker's out. And Big Tex just needs to take the mark and play on. That is beautiful transition from the Adelaide Crows. And Walker finishes it just almost at the post. But once again, beautiful work from Adelaide. And Taylor Walker joins the party. He kicks his first for the afternoon. And against really the tide of play, Adelaide get another one. They kick their ninth, 9-4-58. North Melbourne 5-5-35 on the Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got its scoreboard. Guy McKenna.
Well, yeah, really clean. As you say, I mean, North have probably owned the last sort of 5 minutes around the stoppages, getting the ball into their forward 50. But yeah, Adelaide, as soon as you just give a good side like Adelaide, or any good side, Adelaide or any side like Collingwood we've seen, they give them time and space and they'll hurt you. They're just so efficient. And again, the big fellas. I mean, Tex, I think, was lucky to run onto that one. I reckon another yard out, that ball could have been going horribly everywhere, but he was able to take that and had a really good shot at the goal post. Missed it and got his just desserts.
Adelaide bench holding up a boxing glove. Gerard, I wonder what that means.
It has served them well before to fight the fight. Dawson tackles Parker in the middle. He's a bit miffed not to be paid the free kick.
3 minutes left in the second quarter. Does that deliver the knockout blow, is it?
I think it's go for it time.
Okay.
A power-packed 3 minutes could settle the contest. O'Brien down to Dawson. Just edged it forward only as far as Parker, though. Pushes it up to centre half forward. Bouncing ball. Tackle laid by Curtis. Keep the ball trapped. Bond was the man underneath.
See, I reckon that North bloke had hold of that Adelaide Crows fella's arm before he actually took the ball.
Yeah. Bit of a fight in the aftermath. Curtis central to it. Umpire having none of it, so tosses it up. Sherry down to Parker. High ball to full forward. Darling. Murray over the top made the spoil. Ground ball to be won. Trickled goal side initially, and the follow-up bench. Couldn't get his boot to it.
I think he did. No push.
He gets the push. Yeah. It was a bit of rugby league chip and charge. He put it forward, he got to it, he was pushed off it near the goal line. A certain goal coming for North.
I think a couple of their little, I reckon they've had 2 or 3 little moments North early in the quarter. They could actually, if they'd kicked those goals.
Zach Batch, first career goal. Squeezes it in on the angle. And every player on the ground of a North Melbourne persuasion comes to celebrate it with him. And while the boxing glove might have been raised one way, North put one on the beak of the Crows. They're down by 17 points. 6-5-41 to Adelaide, 9-4-58. AFL Nation for 420 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now.
I think you're right, Gerard. I reckon they saw that boxing glove come up, the Kangas, and they slipped the jab, got under it, and come up with a little uppercut. Because, nothing much has changed. I mean, they're still dominating around clearances, so they're able to get and go. I mean, Adelaide have won probably the last couple out of the centre bounce, but North have been able to own the ball around those stoppages and own territory and keep it down there and give their forwards a chance of kicking the score.
9-4, plays 6-5. Margin 17 points in favour of the Adelaide Crows. 2 minutes 13 left in the second term.
So why O'Brien doesn't come around this side of the circle? Staggers me.
The bounce. O'Brien got hand to it. An effective tap. By Dowling, who's been good in a couple of goals, but handball's intercepted by Davies Uniacke. Gives it to Daniel inside 50. Almost a good mark. Almost a good mark to Payne. Shot at goal, just offline. It's by Walgore, and he's kicked it behind.
Is it the centre bounce? When Riley stands on that side, it allows Cherry just to go and engage him after 2 steps. If he comes around and stands on this side of the circle, then it makes it his advantage.
Kick in was long. Curtin was the target. Sherry on the crumb. Gave to Simpson. North back inside. So up to full forward. Curtis! Charging in. Flew at the pack. Top of the square. Goal coming for the Kangas.
That's good hands by McKenna.
Oh, super. I mean, he can obviously fight. He likes to fight. But when he's obviously very sharp and clever forward too. And yes, for a small fella, he has got really sticky fingers.
Kicked the goal in the opening term. 15 metres out, directly in front. To cut the margin to 10 points. Curtis does. And North with a late flurry. 7-6-48. Trailing Adelaide 9-4-58. The Kangas are running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water.
And you called it early, Gerard. I mean, 11-4 out of the centre bounce. And again, if you want to get territory in the modern game, that's where it starts. Either side scores a goal, comes back and restarts in the middle. And instead of just watching O'Brien, he's actually just playing into Cherry's hands. Come around and stand on the opposite side of the circle where he comes from, because he takes 2 steps, he engages you, then he's going to have to run across, and then you'll be able to jump on him and jump at him. And that's what O'Brien, I think, should be doing. But what they do, they set up in a defensive triangle North, so all Cherry has to do is engage and then push it backwards, and then you watch the North fellas, they own this piece of the pie. Whereas O'Brien should see he's walking around towards Cherry, walk to the opposite side and run and jump at him.
Expert comments from Guy McKenna for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. And that's a poor bounce. That'll be a recall.
So they're at 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock.
Yes, and see, the North, I say, you own your pie. So between the 2 North jumpers, there's not an Adelaide. So all Cherry has to do is, at least, look, he's got 10 metres he can push that ball in. Parker and LDU will get onto this. See? Boom.
Cherry does exactly that, but Parker got a horrible bounce. Gathered by Berry. Puts the Crows inside 50. Good trap by Comben. It was a difficult one, and he made it look easy as he kicks to the wing. Here's young Banch. He's just kicked his first career goal. He heads towards the boundary line. Sheasel keeps it alive. And as far as Dawson, got the handball to Berry at half-back for Adelaide. Puts the foot on the gas and kicks a long ball. Looking for and finding Wheatley, who stuck out the mitt. His handball, though, was intercepted. Now it's a free ball gathered for by Adelaide by Fogarty. Gives it back to O'Brien, who puts Adelaide to the 50 to Keys. Nice kick by the big fella. And Keys has taken the mark. Get 50 here if the man on the mark doesn't get back in a hurry. He does, just in the nick of time. So Keys has got a 55 out. Too far out to score, I would suggest. And Ben Keys kicks into the hole. Low mark, off hands. 15 out from the Crows' goal. Oh dear. Was that Stevens? It was. Right foot kick. And he's found Berry for the Crows, who marks as good as directly in front, kicking from 30 metres out at worst. And that sucks the wind out of the sails at half-time for the Kangaroos if this is converted truly by Sam Berry. It's a 10-point ball game. And Sam Berry. Slight angle, northern end, 30 metres out, comes in and he's missed. So at half-time, Marvel Stadium, final home and away round of the season. It's the Adelaide Crows having to fight for this one. 9-5-59 at half-time to the Kangaroos, 7-6-48 for Adelaide. 2 goals each to Keys, Thilthorpe and Dowling, and singles to Walker, Laird and Fogarty, while for the Roos, 2 goals each to Stevens and Curtis, and 1 to Scott, Banch and Trembath. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police. Recruiting now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Robot Building Supplies. ROBOT.
Robots got it.
Early birds book the best getaways. Get sorted on the What If app with accommodation, flights, package deals and more. What If? It's Aussie for travel.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
New cars, demos and near new, quality used cars, great trade-in prices on all makes and models. Wow, they really do have it all at Car City. Up to 2,000 cars on site and even more online. Plus easy off-street parking. Finance available. Even a cafe. For new wheels, you know where to go. 415 Maroondah Highway, Ringwood.
Who's got the goods this footy season?
Robots got it.
With Robot Building Supplies, you'll be on a winner this year.
140mm wide Burbu decking from $8.55 per linear metre.
Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So if you need the team to make sure you get the result,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Whether it's a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker, a few games of pool, or just a great day with mates, head to the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Swan Hill, Jockey and Bannockburn cricket clubs. Follow them on Instagram at the Ultima Hotel to stay informed with what's going on at the pub.
This ultra-class haul truck is 15 metres long and it's hauling 304 tonnes of iron ore up a 45-degree muddy incline. Sounds dramatic, but it's not. Because at Pertec, we supply and service hoses for massive machines like this. They're designed and tested to handle all kinds of pressure. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now.
Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Win big with the Pub Plus Big Footy Score Scratch and Win promotion. There's $500,000 in prizes to be won, like instant prizes including merch, surfboards, food and beverage vouchers, plus the main prize of an ultimate international F1 experience for two. Visit your local on game days after 12 p.m. and spend $15 or more on food and drinks for your chance to win. Venue list and T's and C's at pubplus.com.au. Oz residents only, 18 plus, 1 entry per transaction. Drink responsibly.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Almost half of Australians experience mental illness. So if you're not feeling yourself, stop and ask, am I okay? Am I okay is an all-new wellness app that helps you stay on top of your mood, health and appointments all in one secure place. It's packed with resources to help you notice when you're not feeling like you and supports you staying healthy, both physically and mentally. Am I okay? Wellness in your hands. Download the Am I okay app today on the App Store or Google Play.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Have you heard? Elders offers finance solutions nationwide and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Macca's, I'm loving it moments. Take a trip to McDonald Land with the new McDonald Land Shake.
So marked uncontested, only 35 metres out. Slight angle. The northern end of the ground. Should kick a goal from here. And he does. Billy Dowling in game number 10 kicks his 5th career goal. His first game for the season, Billy Dowling.
Zach Batch, first career goal. Squeezes it in on the angle. And every player on the ground of a North Melbourne persuasion comes to celebrate it with him. And while the boxing glove might have been raised one way, North put one on the beak of the Crows.
Half-time at Marvel Stadium, round 24. We've got a game on our hands. It's the Adelaide Crows in front, but not by much. Just an 11-point buffer at the main break. 9-5-59 leading North Melbourne, 7-6-48 for the Crows. 2 goals each to Dowling, Thilthorpe and Keys. Singles to Walker, Laird and Fogarty, while for the Roos, 2 to Stevens, 2 to Curtis, and 1 each to Scott, Banch and Trembath. Time now for the half-time floor show for Choices Flooring, helping you make the right choice.
The Halftime Floor Show for Choices Flooring. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence.
Our expert this afternoon is former West Coast Eagles champion, Guy McKenna, and he's going to start off with a stats wrap for Capital.com. Trade fast, trade smart. What does the stat sheet tell you, Guy McKenna?
Well, the stat sheets, it's saying, well, North are still competitive and still in this game on the back of their clearance work. 28-13, dominating out of the centre, getting field position. They just don't, obviously, as we've spoken about prior to the game and during the game, they just don't have the tall forwards. I mean, if they were supplying the Adelaide 3 talls, they'd be well in front, but clearly they're not. But they're getting ground position. They're able to, and when they're able to catch their breath, the younger players, and hold and get good defensive shape behind the ball, they can keep the ball and lock it inside the forward 50s. But inside 50s, and again, 27-14, so +3 in the inside 50s. So just the efficiency when they're in forward. We talk about Adelaide's efficiency out of back 50 through to into their forward half, and again you see the density in the North Melbourne forward 50 trying to squeeze a shot off, whereas the openness of the Adelaide forward 50 are allowing them to kick their 9 goals.
And disposal-wise, it's a domination by North. Sheasel's got 20, Parker 19, Stevens 18, Davies Uniacke 18, then Sam Berry is the first Crow on the sheet with 17. Just looking at Tristan Sherry's stats, he's got 90 of the old-fashioned fantasy points. He's got 16 disposals. He's laid 6 tackles as well.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a game for a ruckman.
And first hands on ball around stoppage. That's what I'm saying. He's like an extra inside mid. So all of a sudden, one of the Adelaide mids has to collapse in onto him. That frees up one of the other North mids to be able to get out of the stoppage.
Who has been the toughest player for Anthem Workwear? Gear up with Anthem Workwear, built for the workout and the work site.
Well, again, I caught him early in that first quarter. I reckon when Adelaide were blitzing around stoppages, they probably won the only 3 of the first quarter of the 4 they won. I think it was Luke Parker went in there, and he his experience, of course, but just the size of his body. So he's a smaller version of Cherry, of course. He gets in there. He's had 9 contested possessions of his 19 and laid 3 tackles. So not only he's winning the ball, but also defensively he's being able to put pressure on Adelaide. So he's certainly my toughest player at the moment. And he's just in and under. You know, he walks off the ground. He's got grass and gravel under his fingernails.
Guy, how are you seeing the key matchups for Seek? For the best job matches, download the Seek app.
Well, it's like watching I've been watching Sheasel and Dawson go at it, and it's like watching a nice men's game of tennis. And at this stage, it's 3-all, I reckon, in the first set. Sheasel's had 20 and got the ball on the outside, and Dawson's doing the same. Dawson's probably just setting up a little bit more defensively, allowing Sheasel go into the stoppage more. But Dawson, between the two, it's interesting. But again, because Adelaide have got their noses in front, I just think Dawson is having more impact on the game.
He's had 12 disposals compared to Sheasel's 20, but Dawson also got 6 tackles. So that's the equal game high with Tristan Sherry. That takes us on to the McKay Tall Timber Ruckman of the day so far. For McKay Timber, manufacturer and suppliers of quality Tasmanian oak timber. No need to go back there again, Guy. We've just talked about how well that Tristan Sherry is playing for the Kangaroos.
Yeah, and 16 possessions. You spoke about his points, fantasy league points, but 11 contested possessions, 6 tackles, first possessions, he's leading the pack. He's doing it all. He's fantastic. What I'd be saying to Riley O'Brien is, mate, change your angle at the centre bounce. Force it in so you can actually run and jump at him and sit on him.
Around the grounds for Melbourne Airport Parking. Get value parking at Melbourne Airport from $12 a day. Book online for the best rates at melbourneairport.com.au. At the conclusion of this match, it's Richmond taking on Geelong at the MCG. Tonight, West Coast Sydney. But it's all about tomorrow. The Giants take on St Kilda. And then the 2 gigantic games, the Western Bulldogs hosting Fremantle here at Marvel. And we're finishing off Brisbane up against Hawthorn at the Gabba tomorrow night, and then next Wednesday, of course, it's that make-up game from the Cyclone earlier in the year up in Queensland. It's the Gold Coast Suns hosting the Bombers. The coaching move of the first half, Guy McKenna, for Henley Homes. Henley Breakthrough Collection, built from only $227,900 thanks to Henley Homes.
Well, there's been 2. I think the injection, well, I won't say injection, but Parker, when he's on ball for North, they are certainly an A-grade midfielder that can combat Adelaide. But I think the one in transition, so when Adelaide, when we saw them early in that first quarter move the ball so easy from back 50 into forward 50, Clarko, I used to call it the goalkeeper. So you just get a player to sit out the back. So when they break, you don't follow your player up the ground. You actually almost just sit. I mean, you don't sit in the goal square, but you adjust about 70, 80 metres defensively in front of the play, if you like. So when the Adelaide boys stream out of the back line, hit their midfielders or hit one of their big tall forwards, Fogarty, Thilthorpe, whoever it is, and they go and turn around, the first thing when they look deep, they see a North Melbourne jumper all by himself. So all of a sudden you have to avert your eyes. It's 1 second, it's 2 seconds. It allows the North other defenders and their mids to push back and hold up the Adelaide streaming forward, and it's slowed Adelaide's ball movement down. And I think that was element of that in the second quarter to a point as well. But when Adelaide move it super quick, that's when you can't do that, and you get found out. And that's what Adelaide did probably in that first sort of 5 to 10 minutes.
The player of the day so far for the Aviso Group. Don't drop the ball on insurance. Contact Aviso Group.
Well, player of the day, he went out a bit of it in the second quarter, but I think the start of Keys to get Adelaide going in that first quarter. I mean, his efficiency, his work, and then offensively, obviously hitting the scoreboard.
2 goals, 2 in that first quarter.
Yeah, and then defensively really got Adelaide going. So I said Adelaide are a team. I mean, you don't have the standouts like you do, obviously, where North are at the moment, but I really like what he did forward. And again, just started to get a bit of ball late in that second quarter when Adelaide came again. So he's probably marginally the player of the day.
Don't forget the 4 and 20 Legends game for prostate cancer here next Thursday at Marvel Stadium on August 28. Tickets on sale now from Ticketmaster or legendsgame.com.au. Our major partner DD wants you to say yes, IDD, for cheap trips so you can do more. And that was the Choices Flooring halftime show. Style, comfort, quality, helping you choose with confidence. We take another break here at Marvel. It's the Crows leading the Roos by 11 points.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Victoria Police and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Experience the epitome of luxury and performance at Audi Barry Burke. They're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles from the sleek A3 to the powerful RS range. Visit Justin and the team or visit audibarryburke.com.au.
LCT 7522.
For those who demand more from every acre, there's no compromise. There's Deutz Fahr. Engineered in Germany, built with more precision, more innovation, more comfort, and more performance from 62 to 336 horsepower. This is what premium feels like in the field. Now is the time to break new ground. The grass is greener with Deutz Fahr. Talk to your local dealer today.
Sitting around waiting while the car gets washed? Forget doom scrolling. Add some thrill to your wait with the thrill of a $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download the app today.
Martor is keeping your team safe with Australia's safest knives, blades and accessories for the workplace. Martor's game plan is to reduce cutting accidents, so keep your team safe. Visit martoraustralia.com.au. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
The Big Arch has arrived at Macca's. 2 100% Aussie beef patties, 3 layers of cheese and tangy Big Arch sauce. It's big. New Big Arch for big Macca's hunger. Available after 10:30am.
Next, Bass Stew. Don't let those dollars just disappear. With pay.com.au, you can earn uncapped rewards on the business expenses you're already paying, like rent, payroll, ATO bills, even super. Simply link your payment details through pay.com.au, and every business transaction you make through the platform earns you reward points. That includes straightforward bank transfers to leveraging your existing credit card facilities. Pay.com.au can even reward you for paying suppliers who traditionally only accept direct debits. And you can use all your points on almost anything. Flights, hotels, shopping and more. For your staff, clients and yourself. Pay.com.au has issued out billions of points. Simply sign up and start paying through pay.com.au today and get your business flying.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Due to construction works at Melbourne Airport, travellers are advised to allow additional time when passing through the precinct. For faster pickups and drop-offs, head to the Terminal 4 car park. For more information, visit melbourneairport.com.au.
Need power, lighting or fuel solutions that don't cost the earth? Green Power Solutions is Australia's #1 sustainable rental hire company for generators, lighting and hybrid power systems powered by sustainable fuels that can cut greenhouse gas emissions by up to 90%. From major infrastructure projects to high-profile events, we combine innovation, reliability and environmental responsibility to keep your site running and your sustainability goals on track. Search Green Power Solutions or call 1-800-GO-GREEN.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Have you heard? Elders offers finance solutions nationwide and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie.
Half-time at Marvel Stadium, Saturday afternoon footy. The Crows still with a little bit to do to put North Melbourne away. It's an 11-point margin. Adelaide 9-5-59 to North Melbourne 7-6-48. Guy McKenna, can the Kangas make this a bit stickier still?
Oh, yeah, again, I'd just love to see what Adelaide are going to do around that stoppage, because that's clearly North's one wood against them today. So, Riley, change your angles, mate. Let's get some ball and let's mix up the play around the stoppages. If you can do that, and again, Adelaide has shown enough they can get their hands on the footy, and when they're able to move it quickly, they're able to obviously catch out North like they do most sides. So, yeah, and North's fight is still there. Clarko's down on a bench, barking instructions, keeping the boys' energy up and about. It's just a matter of those younger North players. They've had a breather over half-time now, so they've caught their breath. They've got re-energised. So, again, to see how much intensity and heat they can put on defensively when Adelaide get the ball, force some turnovers. So, it'll be just an arm wrestle, I think. But I think Adelaide's desires and wants obviously in September around the corner, so they've certainly got a lot more to play for, and I just think their experienced tall three forwards on the back of their limited supply forward, thanks to their stoppage work, should still be enough to beat North.
Special comments coming from Guy McKenna for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 11-point buffer to the Crows at half-time. 59 plays 48 in this term. It's North Melbourne heading to the northern end or left of your dial. Down it goes in the middle. O'Brien against Sherry. O'Brien got a nice tap to Dawson, but it was intercepted by Davies-Uniacke. Throws it on the boot only as far as Laird, who marks at centre half back for Adelaide. The veteran playing game 2-6-7 kicked a goal today, which is a rare sight indeed. Goes to half forward to O'Brien. Might have got a bit of a touch up from the coach, maybe. Guy McKenna at half time.
Well, it didn't change his angle at the centre bounce. That's for sure.
Oh, his handball to Laird, who slipped over. He gives it back to O'Brien. He's got time to recover, but his handball missed the target again twice. Well, in fact, in fairness to him, it was just dropped in the end by Cumming. So turnover. Simpson for North Melbourne. Kicks to half for Trembath underneath it. Good mark. Well done, courageous too. This guy can play. He's a find at 19 years of age. How did he slip through? As he plays on straight away, gives it off to Constanti, goes inside 50. Could have been a chop of the arm to Darling. He wanted the free kick. Umpire said no, play on. And we've got a stoppage 15 metres out from the Kangaroos' goal.
It wasn't the best start by Riley there with two handballs. I think his ears might be still burning at half-time maybe.
So North pushing hard at the start of the third term. Stoppage near their goal front. Bodies clatter in. Soligo got caught with the footy, dispossessed. Constanti, was he taken high? Umpire kept the whistle down. It's a ball up. All fans saw two that they had a good shout for. 15 out from the goal mouth. Curtis coming through, left it behind. Davies-Uniacke, footy in hand, released it at the back. Wardlaw around to Simpson, trickled it to the goal front. It got through the first line. Trembath coming out, paddles, tackles coming. Balling up in the pockets.
Certainly come out up and about the Kangas around that, again, the stoppage work. Good clean hands, quick kicks.
Certainly have not lacked for enthusiasm. Sherry out of the ruck. Hand pass picked off by Curtis. I reckon that was intended for Wardlaw to curve around. Straight back into the jam.
So North keeping it inside their attacking 50. Another stoppage in the forward pocket. Ball up. It's over the line for another stoppage. This time a throw in. Only 15 metres out from the Kangas' goal. If Sherry can manufacture something here with his midfielders set up the goal, and it goes off his chest. It bounced. McKercher was swooping but just didn't get the clean go at the footy. So it was outside the 54.
Good hands.
The Adelaide Crows defensive 50, that is. It was good hands as Walker now finds Neil Bullen, and he punches the handball to Dawson, who kicks into open territory. The chase is on. It's Caleb Daniel against Peatling. Peatling gets there first, but the boundary, in fact the goal line beat him in the end, and it's gone through for one behind. He kicked it into space. Daniel sprinted for it, so did Peatling, but it's through for one behind. 60 plays 48, 2 goals a diff in favour of the Crows.
Kick in comes to Simpson, left back pocket. That's the numbers over on the near side. Kicks long down the line. So Combin's his best hope. Leaping up into the pack. Couldn't hang on. Miller had danced his way through. Hand pass to Laird. Gives it to Berry. Crows coming forward. Sets the high ball up for Dawson to wait underneath. Drag down. Free kick.
Just starting to warm up for maybe some Brownlow votes, Gerard.
A very even game, isn't it? It could be the decisive figure in the second half.
Yeah, Skipper putting his impact and imprimatur on the game and just say, hey, come on, boys. Let's drag these boys across the line.
They're behind in the first half. Jordan Dawson, we pulled up on it and unmarked as Peatling. So lacks defence. He's left a loose target, 25 out from goal.
Yeah, just to sleep on the wheel. That's, again, make excuses for a young side, but yeah, cross your T's, dot your I's. They crossed the T's, they just didn't dot their I's. North, so the game's still alive. Whether a fella's having a shot for goal, make sure you get back and cover the space.
The responsibility sits with James Peatling. No real angle to deal with. He'll kick from 35 metres out. Peatling right up over the goal umpire's hat. And the first of the third term goes the Crows' way. Open it back to an 18-point lead. Combank scoreboards backing Melbourne businesses. 10-6 plays 7-6.
Oh yeah, the first couple of minutes of the third quarter's been sort of like how the first half was played. I mean, North have dominated stoppages and field position, and then Adelaide on the quick counter attack and their ball movement with the big forwards getting their hands on it and the ball moving into their forward 50. It's like greased lightning coming out of the back 50, and the North youth just can't slow them up enough, and it catches out the North defenders, and then obviously the efficiency of Adelaide when they get the forward 50.
10-6 plays 7-6. 3 goals in favour of Adelaide. This stage looked like heading for their 18th win of the season. Instead of bounce. A high one. Coming, no, said the umpire. Simpson got dealt with 2 for the Kangaroos. He gets up a little bit gingerly. Umpire will throw it up quickly. Whistle. Here's the lotto. It's going Adelaide's way. O'Brien. For a handball, forthcoming, so he awkwardly kicks the half forward. That's a good one too in the end. Nice mark, Dawson. Your man's coming into the game, Guy McKenna. Yeah. As he puts it into the hole again for Thilthorpe. Couldn't take the mark, knocked away by the Kangaroos defence. Beautiful pick up by Wardlaw, who goes back into heavy traffic. It did well as he handballs to Daniel, to McKercher, to Lowe, to Simpson. Now in the back pocket, he switches to the Dockland side. Kangaroos going to the northern end or left of your dial in this third quarter. And it's a Kangaroos mark taken by O'Sullivan. Long option. Sherry and O'Brien from the side. Dawson again.
As you can see this building, the Crows skipper taking matters into his own hands. Backward to Keane. Switch is not really on anymore. Short to Laird. And he will have to stay the near side. That's the sideline of the centre square. Up to Miller. Chances his arm to half forward. Coming. Takes the mark. Into the hole. Peatling's unattended again. Crows just took what they were given there.
Yeah, just the North defenders have been awkwardly. It's because the game, this quarter hasn't been going long, but they're just very slow to get back and defend. And as you called, Gerard, there was multiple options for. There was Tex out the back, and he's not the quickest bloke to get back in the forward 50 either at his age. But there was multiple options.
20 metres further out this time. Still directly in front. James Peatling unloads. He hit that as sweetly as he did the previous. Back-to-back goals for Peatling. And the Crows are out by 4 goals. Big move at the start of the third term. For Combank, from the hustle to the grind. Combank is a proud backer of Melbourne's business Yakka. It's 72, plays 48.
Yeah, a very similar start to the second quarter. Adelaide had kicked 3 goals in a blink of an eye, and haven't kicked the 3, but certainly kicked a few, and looked really good on the transition. And North just a bit very sluggish defensively at the moment. And again, whether that's the lack of experienced legs that can run for the 420 minutes, we're about to find out, because certainly the way Adelaide are moving the ball and their efficiency going forward and the speed they're doing it at, if North can't slow them up, brace yourself, everyone.
Well, we hope the Roos haven't put the cue in the rack and we're thinking about Mad Monday. Might be a possibility, but let's hope not. They've fought it out so far. There's a free kick going here for a hold. It's going to be taken for North Melbourne by Davies Uniacke, coming up for possession number 21, which is match high. Short to Simpson. He kicks into space, getting back as O'Brien over everyone's head. Mark taken by Miller in the end. He plays on quickly. Kicks to Taylor. Ambitious handball over the top, didn't come off, comes back to Wardwell, fires out the handball to Payne. Payne, fancy kick sideways, didn't quite come off. Payne has another crack, it's to Curtis, who plays a bit of volleyball. Ball's bobbling around inside North's attacking 50. Berry, been good for Adelaide. He couldn't pick it up. Curtis can. He's tackled by Keys and then by Taylor. Umpire will ball it up. 48 metres out from North's goal. They're 7-6-48, the Crows 11-6-72, almost 10 minutes gone, third term on the online fencesupplies.au clock.
North dominating the stoppages. Can they come up with a stoppage win inside 50? Sherry to his own advantage. Cumming got in the way. They leapt on him, holding the ball. Payne right over the top. He was the secondary tackler. Parker got there first and just shut Cumming down.
Yeah, that's one way to win a clearance too. That'll be a clearance to win for North, and then obviously a stoppage goal for North from a clearance. So very good. One of the things I have noticed around the stoppages is Berry. You mentioned Berry in your call then quarters. He's actually lined up alongside Sheasel this quarter. So Sheasel hasn't touched it. Berry's had 3.
Parker's played all bar 1 game this season. He's kicked 11 goals from 45 outs. It's got a nice shape about it and through for a major. So North whacking away. They're 3 goals down. Combank scoreboard backing Melbourne businesses 8-6-54, trailing Adelaide 11-6-72. Guy McKenna's your expert for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Yeah, and again, North, they're one wood at the moment, largely on the back of Cherry's great work from the hit-outs side of things, but also his follow-up, his first possession, supplying an extra massive body around the stoppages, and the other North mids are able to feed off him, and Parker, his experience, of course, and obviously gang tackling there and having a shot for goal. So stoppage goals, North 6 goals 4 they've kicked so far this game from stoppages. 6 goals 4 to Adelaide's 2 goals 4. That is a belting.
3 goals in favour of Adelaide. 11 and a half gone. Third term AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now. Perfect bounce from the umpire. O'Brien, beautiful tap. No one in particular. That's a high tackle, says the umpire. It's been taken by Berry. He gives it to the running Millera, who attacked it. Now handballs to the big ruckman, who goes short to Thilthorpe. Well, that was a beautiful kick. Took him about 5 minutes to actually put boot to ball. But the pass to McKenna was magnificent, and Thilthorpe will have a shot at goal. Only 35 out slide angle.
Riley, I reckon he's just pulled out the little dart kick then.
It was a beauty.
As you say, it took about 3.5 minutes to load up, but it was there. And yes, big Thilthorpe. These 3 big fellas. Again, it was a good clearance. Win ball. It was a free kick from Adelaide out of the centre bounce. Malera off half-back. Sort of got that speed of ball movement going, and big forward having a shot for goal.
He hasn't dominated by any stretch. He's kicked 2 goals 1 now. He's missed that one. 2-1 to Thilthorpe. They haven't really dominated the proceedings, have they? The big guys, but they've played their role, I suppose. A lucky let off there for the Roos. Kick in the back pocket marked by Simpson.
So Simpson has a look beyond the defensive 50. Sets it long down the line. Walker against Trimbath. Trimbath had an athletic fly from behind. Not really to any effect. Laird pops it back inside. Thilthorpe Too strong on the reach. He looks to centre up, changed his mind, wanders goal side, almost run down McKenna, made contact, up goes Fogarty, it's coming back. Pushing the back?
Yep.
It'll be Phil Thorpe's set shots. He was making it up as he was running toward goal. Just a despairing lunge.
Yeah, you do all that great work from behind. You run a bloke down, well, then you end up pushing him in the back. The free kick was definitely there, but yeah, just had to turn him and try and sort of dive at him, if you like, and then turn his hips with both your hands. That's what you have to do.
Panel service replay screen. Riley Philthorpe, 45-degree angle to the right. 40 metres out from goal. Philthorpe for his third. And he's pushed it again, hit the left-hand goalpost. So he's missed 2 in 2 minutes. Crows are up by 20.
Daniel kicks to Comben, who chooses the city side of the ground. Wasn't the best of kicks. Couldn't quite take the mark for Adelaide. Now handball in the back of a teammate in Constanti. And the umpire will come in and effect a ball up on the outer wing. Darling against Walker. They nullify each other in the end. Picked up by Walker. And he's gone for holding the ball. Tackler was Wardlaw, who's the man with the free kick. Have you seen his game today, Guy McKenna? He's got 13 disposals now.
Yeah, very busy. I mean, he's more an inside player, of course, better with his hands. But yeah, certainly, I mean, on the back of Cherry's work, he's certainly been maybe not the first slipper, but certainly a second slipper.
Here he is again, taking a nice mark. It was a floater, and he read it well. So he's got the mark at half forward. He concedes some territory and goes back. As the Roos reset now in the middle of Marvel Stadium. Here's low. It's a shocking kick. Absolutely terrible. And now the chase is on. It's kicked into space. Neil Bullen. Genslow trying to make up for his mistake. He did well in the end under a lot of pressure. And the kick comes towards Scott. In fact, it wasn't. It was McKenna to Powell. Now McKenna gets it back again. So out of danger, North Melbourne had to work overtime for it, but they did well in the end. Parker feeds it back to McKenna. There's 2 blokes down behind the play. I'm not sure what happened there. They might have collided or something illegal happened, but play continues. Philthorpe deep in defence now. Kicks back to the wing. Davies Uniacke from the side couldn't take the mark. Adelaide Crows have possession. Taylor comes now to Cumming. Handball comes to Fogarty at half forward. He shrugs one tackle and swings onto the left boot. Inside 50, Walker. Tackled by Stevens. Play on is the call. Walker heads towards the boundary line. Chaos here at the moment. Picked up by Keys. Keys handballs back to Fogarty. He's dispossessed. Play on again is the call. Logue over the top of it. Umpire says holding the ball. So it was happening everywhere. I'm not sure if it was a collision off the ball or what happened over there in the half-forward flank in North Melbourne were into attack. But anyway, it's down the other end of the ground now, and it's a free kick going to Adelaide, and it's going to be taken by Keys in the forward pocket.
So it was Banch and Laird who ended up on the ground, and when they got up, Banch went back to Laird, and he didn't like whatever had happened. And they just became entangled in a blind collision or whatever it was.
And then down this end, there was 2 Crows on, and they didn't want to take it because they knew they were going to draw the North Melbourne first defender, and whoever's going to get released was going to have a shot for goal, so they both ran away from it.
And Keys is the man, and he's kicked magnificently. It was a tightish angle. He kicked from 45, and it never looked like missing, so Keys has got his third. There was a real little pitch battle there for about 3 or 4 minutes, and in the end, the points went to Adelaide, but well done to the Kangaroos. They're putting up a hell of a fight. Now it's Adelaide 12-8-80, North Melbourne 8-6-54. And all that on the CommBank backing Melbourne Business's scoreboard. Keys has got 3.
I know it's a not modern game, but I reckon what's happened, Adelaide are playing super quick.
Here we go.
And they try and go forward, and there's no one there, so they try and hold the ball. Whereas, I mean, you've seen a couple of times that they'll just kick the grass, which is not a bad thing. I would now suggest Adelaide should hold Walker back or Fogarty. Just keep a tall forward to sit in the goal square, because you're owning the ball. You're doing enough. I mean, I know North are owning the stoppages to a degree, but when Adelaide get hold of the ball, they own that football. So you keep it deep forward so they can actually have a target to kick to.
Should have been a free kick to Banch. It was a legal Shepherd way off the ball by Laird. He was lucky to get away with that one.
Sheen panel service replay screen told the story. So the Crows push out again. Dawson onto it in the middle. Hand passes it away to Dowling. Brings it back through the middle to Draper. Draper's going to kick up inside the 50. Didn't place that very well. And Logue had best position on Walker. And passes to McKercher out of fullback. Brings it to the near side. Banch is his target. Hinge pushed him. A very modern way, trying to work your opponent under the footy. The umpire diligent. Banch left half back. He stepped off his line, then called to play on, so he has to kick in a hurry. Less penetration than he would have liked. Off hands, Trembath, hand passed inboard. Sheasel quick release, didn't favour Parker. Laird the other way, off to Keys, out the back to Curtin. Cuts back inboard to open up a lane. What a great kick though, and Pink had it well covered. Plays backward to Sheasel. Switch was on momentarily. It's the half-distance pass. O'Sullivan near centre half-back. Can't quite find the way. Drags it back near side for Pink. Takes off. Bit of space up ahead. Kicks long. It's going to need Darling to fly. Up over the top went Murray. And it's going to be which way is the free kick? Darling's free kick?
Yep. I think he's probably ruled unrealistic attempt.
Yeah. There's no gain there, that's for sure. Darling just short of left half forward. The slow nature of the players sent all the Crows get back into defence. Kick will land near the hot spot. Sherry's gone down there. Trembath as well. Trembath pushed out the front of the pack. And Keane gets knocked off for it. So a shot directly in front and 25 metres out. His tempers are frayed a little bit here.
Yeah, I sense a little bit of frustration in the Adelaide boys, because they're not getting their own way around stoppages. A couple of free kicks, maybe, not quite there. They certainly went there last night at Adelaide Oval, that's for sure. But Trembath again putting himself in the right place at the right time.
Already has one. In the channel, 30 metres out. Trembath works it in. And North keep hanging around. Down by 20. Combank scoreboard backing at Melbourne Businesses with 5 minutes to go. 9-6-60 to Adelaide, 12-8-80. The clock is for onlinefencesuppliers.au.
Yeah, still showing some fight. North Clark, I'd be really, really impressed with their team, but certainly the younger players are still hanging in there, having a go, getting their hands nice and dirty around the clearances and the stoppages, and again owning that field position. They're just a little bit slow to react defensively, but again that's what happens with the younger folk. They can have one or two intensive efforts defensively, and the third and the fourth one comes trying to hold up Adelaide. They just don't have it, but certainly out of the stoppages and the clearances, they're doing very, very well.
So a big positive late in the year for the Kangaroos with the emergence of Cooper Trembath. Just 19 years of age, taken by Blackburn and the North Melbourne VFL team. He's kicked 8 goals already in his 2 matches and almost 3 quarters. From the centre bounce, Saligo puts Adelaide deep into attack. Felthorpe attacks it, couldn't quite take the mark. Spills the Peatling, surely on another one. No, he doesn't. He gives it off to a teammate. And this should be a goal to Taylor. It is. Just bide his time, got round a North Melbourne opponent, and then on the right boot is slammed it home for the quick reply. Zach Taylor.
He danced around a few there, Quarters, and made it look nice and easy in the end. And I'm just starting to watch Cherry. And Adelaide won 2 out of the last 3 out of centre bounce. Just his energy that he's put on the game in that first half might be just taking their toll. I mean, he does a superhuman job what he does around the ground in and around the stoppages, supplying his big body, down to his ankles, up above his shoulders. And I just reckon now that And I watched Big Riley O'Brien stretch him forward, take him forward, so to run some more gas out of him. He might be just getting some weary little legs, and I know Jack Darling's been giving him a chop out. He might have to do a little bit more this second half.
4-2 Adelaide's way in this third term. They're running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. Cooper Harvey has replaced Geordie Payne, tactical sub made by the Kangas. In the middle, Dawson hunts the footy. Stevens came off the wing to disrupt. Gives the hand pass to Davies Uniacke. Has a bounce. 52 out to the teeth of goal. Curtis. Always liked him in flight. And he marks in the goal square.
Which will be another score from stoppages too, Gerard. And a centre bounce one too.
For a third goal, Paul Curtis. And North Melbourne answer again. Back to the 20-point deficit. It's good stirring stuff. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 Pies and Victoria Police recruiting now 13-8 to 10-6. And Guy McKenna's our expert for MEGT. Build a winning team with Australia's apprenticeship experts.
Yeah, well, it was North's 1-wood in the first half, their stoppage and their clearance work, and probably out of the centre was where they were more dominant, given Cherry's dominance from hit-outs. And again, we just saw it there. Dawson couldn't stick a tackle. He was drawn in, and obviously an extra set of hands around the ball enabled LDU to get it forward. And again, a very quick entry from North, and it will catch any defence out. The Adelaide defence, Collingwood defence, you name your best defenders. Any quick ball going inside the forward 50 makes it very hard, and a very good mark in the goal square by Curtis.
Capital.com stats. Leading possession go to Sheasel, 23, Simpson, 22, Davies Uniacke, 22, Parker, 21. They're all North Melbourne players, 20 to Stevens. As the Kangaroos going to attack again through Simpson. Works his way under the right foot. Goes the long option. About 25, 30 metres out from goal, no mark. Banch, dispossessed. Could have been holding the ball. Dawson squeezes the kick out to the wing. Heatling's had a good third quarter. He's up against Scott. Heatling, good hands to Walker. Walker to Berry. He's also had a very good third quarter. His kicks loose off the side of the boot, but he finds a teammate. So they're going to get out of trouble here. The Crows, it's a one wobble inside 50. No mark. Keys, desperate, try to find Walker. Taken by Taylor, almost threw it out to Peatling, who gives it off to Walker. Tough angle. Walker kicks to a teammate into the pocket, and it's come off. It's marked here by Neil Bullen, right where the boundary line meets the behind post.
50 for the push.
Oh, 50 for the push. Okay. Well, now there's no problem for Neil Bullen, who gets up a little bit sore, and he'll kick from point-blank range for the Crows' 14th goal.
Bit of the Geelong showtime, Gerard. I know you're an avid Geelong supporter, but text there. I mean, I don't know why he didn't go back and kick that, but he actually saw that bloke out the corner of his eye, which almost was right alongside the furthest point post. But as it turned out, a delayed free kick and a relayed free kick allowed Neil Bullen to kick one out of the goal square. But again, it's just Adelaide's their transition. If you want to watch a side move the ball, I mean, Adelaide are one of the better teams at it. They move it at a very quick rate, sometimes too quick. They don't allow on a counter attack their forwards to reset because they just move it so quickly. But we've seen a couple of times, and Dawson's done it, because he's a skipper and he's an experienced and makes very good decisions. He'll just kick the grass and allow the Adelaide forwards to run onto it. But they look very good when they move the ball quickly, Adelaide, like most teams do, and they've done it very well against a very plucky North Melbourne defence today.
14-8-92, 10-6-66. Adelaide in front, 26.5 ticked over in the third quarter on the online fencesupplies.au clock.
At the bounce, Sherry brings it to ground and then gets stuck with it, and O'Brien makes the tackle. Secondary ball up. It's grounded right away, lean and wrestle. Berry underneath is in the tackle of Sheasel. So a sub made for North. A sub for Adelaide is Brodie Smith. Boundary update for Smarter Light. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. In the middle, North win the clearance. Hand pass came the way of Scott. Kicks it up to centre half forward, and the mark is taken. Harvey's immediately into the action. True centre half forward, he decides he's going to have a ping. So no warm-ups, just straight into it.
Big run up too, Gerard.
Back to the centre of the ground. There we go. Cooper Harvey. Measures it all up to make an immediate impact as the sub. Harvey unloads from 51. It's out to the right, which is where he ran to get the extra yardage from. This is in that direction. 25-point lead to Adelaide. Combank back in Melbourne business.
Ooh, the kick in was a dodgy one, but it's come off in the end. It's marked by Berry for Adelaide. Chooses the city side of the ground. Walker couldn't mark, follow the ball. Peatling. Oh, he's had a fresh airy. Absolute fresh airy. Back of the pack. Laird. Back to Peatling again. This time on the left boot. That's another shocking kick. Put it straight down the throat of O'Sullivan at half-back for the Kangaroos. City side of the ground. North Melbourne kicking to left of your dial, or the northern end of this third quarter. Crows by 25 points. To half forward it goes. Taken by Sheasel to Stevens. Gives it back to Sheasel to McKercher. He swings onto the left, concedes some territory, goes back into defensive 50 to low, but the switch is on here to the Dockland side. Simpson's got a paddock. Takes the mark. That's not a great kick, it's got to be said. And he went for the second smallest man on the ground. And Worrell just said thank you very much and has taken the mark over the top, and he kicks to Saligo.
Had to think it through better than that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Saligo up to Neil Bullen. Inside the final minute of the third term. Out for Keys. Time enough for Adelaide to build something. Keys puts it up to the teeth of goal. What does he need? Comben had it well covered. Dowling was the deep target. It was telegraphed.
I think Tex might be giving some feedback. He had a great lead right at his leg too.
To Logue. They've got 30 seconds to survive here on the online fencepplies.au clock. Do it yourself made easy. Long on the way out. Worrell wins the footy.
He likes that matchup, Gerard.
Yeah. That's right. Worrell against Banch. Back to the hot spot. Thilthorpe arrives. Can't take the mark. Harvey's working down in defence. Balloons the hand pass to fullback. McKercher to Comben. Out to Scott. They'd like to get a kick away. Scott beyond the defensive 50. Banch is called into another marking duel. Knocked away, and that is three-quarter
That's
time.
not my job, you say?
Stand under the high ball. 25-point leaders, Adelaide. They grew that from 11 points at half-time. 14-8-92 to North Melbourne, 10-7-67. Multiple goal kickers, 3 for Keys, 2 for Thilthorpe, Peatling and Dowling. For North, 3 for Curtis, 2 to Stevens and Trembath. Three-quarter time at Marvel. It's the Crows by 25. AFL Nation is for 4 and 20 pies, and Victoria Police recruiting now.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Combank. Whatever team your business supports, there's one team that will always support you.
Hello, Bank.
Hey, I found a place and the auction's this weekend, so I need a quick pre-approval before...
Sure, approved.
What?
Who cares? It's not binding. It's the pre to the actual approval.
How long will that take?
32 working days.
Oh, I'll miss the auction.
Okay, approved. Asterisk, fingers crossed, terms and conditions apply. We haven't sent this to our credit team. Hope for the best. Authorised by Barry Big Bank, Sydney.
For a super fast pre-approval you can actually count on, talk to Athena and get the home you want. Visit athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
Test drive used vehicles and late model Ford vehicles ready for you at Kilmore Ford. Ask the team about finance quotes and trade-in valuations. Kilmore Ford, proud sponsors of the Wallen Panthers basketball team and Mitchell Rangers Soccer Club. KilmoreFord.com.au. LMCT 808.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Whether it's a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker, a few games of pool, or just a great day with mates, head to the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Swan Hill, Jockey and Bannockburn cricket clubs. Follow them on Instagram at the Ultima Hotel to stay informed with what's going on at the pub.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
Is your date running late? Forget doom scrolling. Add some thrill to your wait with the thrill of a $40 million jackpot every 3 minutes. Keno Go. Download the app today.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Installery.
For the hottest hot butter you've ever seen, Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Save on hot water energy use by up to 71% with Ream AmbiHeat Heat Pump. Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Razorback 4x4 seat covers, the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. These seat covers are perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, and they're super easy to clean, keeping your four-wheel drive seats protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. With a range of materials and colours to choose from, free shipping nationwide and thousands of 5-star reviews, discover why Australian four-wheel drive owners are choosing Razorback 4x4 for their pride and joy. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Trackside Thrills starts with punter. That's P-U-N-T-R. Get more horsepower into your betting with expert tips backed by real data. No more hunches. Follow the strategy, track your results for 8 weeks, and if you finish behind, punter covers your subscription and your losses up to $1,500.
Forget the photo finish.
Saddle up with punter. P-U-N-T-R. Punter. Backing data, backing you. Visit punterau.com.au.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Book your Toyota service at Kilmore Toyota today and you'll go into the draw to win a Toyota RAV4 plus $5,000 in Toyota genuine products and services or one of 10 $500 Toyota gift cards. Hurry, offer ends September 30. T's and C's apply. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au.
You're listening to AFL Nation for Elders. Have you heard? Elders offers finance solutions nationwide and 4 and 20 pies. You can't have footy without a 4 and 20 pie. Maccas, I'm loving it moments. Take a trip to McDonald Land with the new McDonald Land Shake.
20 metres further out this time. Still directly in front. James Peatling unloads. He hit that as sweetly as he did the previous. Back-to-back goals for Peatling. And the Crows are out by 4 goals. Gives the hand pass to Davies Uniacke. Has a bounce. 52 out to the teeth of goal. Curtis. Always liked him in flight. For a third goal, Paul Curtis. And North Melbourne answer again.
Three-quarter time, it's a 25-point buffer to the Adelaide Crows. 14-8-92, 10-7-67 the Roos. For the Crows, the major goal scorers, 3 to Keys, 2 to Thilthorpe, 2 to Peatling, 2 to Dowling, while for the Cankers, 3 to Curtis, 2 to Trembath, and 2 to Stevens as we get ready to start this fourth quarter, thanks to 4 and 20 pies. And Victoria Police, Guy McKenna, our MEGT expert, your thoughts?
Well, I just think we're going to see what we've seen before, the North Melbourne dominance around the clearance and stoppage. They win the inside ball, but then it's the Adelaide polish on the outside.
So Adelaide trying to put the finishing touches on the minor premiership. Dawson ran into Sherry, got monstered and knocked off holding the ball. Sherry's been an immense figure in this game.
Look how many tackles now. That's his 8th tackle.
He's done the lot. Sets it up to centre half forward. Big marking contest. Knocked away by Hinge underneath Miller, taken to ground. It's a ball up. Finn O'Sullivan, 11.7 Ks, has covered the most ground so far for Pertec. Australian Industry Trust's Pertec, drama resistant since 1980. Stoppage 50 out from the North Melbourne goal. Miller ended up with it. There's a bit of heavy work done. Sherry got Dawson on top of the head. He's just a little bit the worse for wear, the skipper. Pink with the turnover on the wing. Works it away to Core. Plays it out wide. Too wide off hands. A throw in. 50 out from the North goal.
25 points in favour of the Adelaide Crows, heading for their 18th win of the season. Throw in. Sherry against O'Brien. Sherry got the tap. Overrunning it was Davies Uni. Got another crunching tackle. That was by Parker on Peatling. It's up okay. Handball fed out to the back of the pack. Simpson to Daniel. Hurried kick inside 50. Running back with a flight of the ball was Miller with courage. Couldn't take the mark. Gathered now by Powell. His kick's poor though. Turnover.
Oh, outside. Look.
Phil Thorpe. Outside, says Guy McKenna. Go outside, and that's where he does. Got a couple of Crows there. One of them is coming. Gives it off to Hinge, who runs back onto his left boot. Gives it to the right of Smith. And Smith has kicked a magnificent goal. The subs come on and gone bang! Full of running. Those legs were pumping, and he's finished off nicely. Guy McKenna.
Oh, didn't he? What? But yeah, just flush it. They had two Crows on the outside. He just had to turn his head, which ultimately he did, and found. But again, North so good inside. Again, turnover. Again, sometimes you win that contested ball, but under pressure, you're just going to blast it forward, as we saw. But Adelaide's just so smooth and efficient on the outside, so clean with their hands, clean with their feet, and obviously like to kick goals on the run.
Game high 31-point lead. Our major partner, DD, want you to say yes. Hi, DD, for cheap flights, so you can do more. Cheap trips, I beg your pardon. I don't know about flights, DD.
One day they'll fly, Gerard, I'm sure.
Cars will fly, Gerard, in our lifetime.
For sure.
31 points. No good on the bounce. Umpire, it's too late now to call those ones back. Parker off to McKercher at Wardlaw, I beg your pardon. Keys ended up with it for Saligo, out the far side for Cumming. Over on the right wing. Cumming takes his own sweet time, jabs the ball up inside 50. Front on contact. Shot of the arms. Stevens on Dawson. He's won a couple of heavy blows in this last term, Jordan Dawson, already.
Seen the turnbuckle a few times, but yeah, as you say, Gerard, front on contact, chop your arms, you take your pick, work free kick, but again, just lacks North defence, and I want to say not just their defenders, it's just the team defence to get back. Too many holes.
Skip the behind. This afternoon's work. He's laid a couple off. What's he doing from 51, Dawson? He's sending it right to the goal mouth, and Sherry helps it through for a rush to behind. 32-point leaders Adelaide. Harvey Norman's good.
Quick kick in. Wardlaw. Bruce hemmed in somewhat. Lowe takes the mark. To Simpson on defensive 50, Dockland's side. Now he pops the handball over the top. No, he's run out of bounds, says McKercher. So, took on the tackler, but just went straight over the boundary line. We'll throw it in. Between wing and half forward. Favouring the Crows' attacking half. Northern end. Throw in. Sherry against O'Brien. Peatling again, tackled by a couple of Kangaroos. Ball yells to crowd. It's a sling tackle, says the umpire. Advantage paid. Daniel for North Melbourne kicks it to half forward. Wardlaw gets the handball receive. Now what's he got on offer here? It's not the best of kicks, so it might end up okay, in fact. Kangaroos have an opportunity here. McKercher, then he lost a handle on it as he beat some traffic, and now he's gone holding the ball. Surely, no. Play on. Crows defence. They're under the pump. Another tackle holding the ball. Once again, a bit of disorganised from both teams. Firstly, North Melbourne going forward. And in the end, Adelaide defence got a bit confused as well. And the tackler was Constanti. And he has been correctly rewarded, and he will line up as good as directly in front, kicking from 40 metres out.
As opposed to the Adelaide defender that should have got paid a free kick.
I missed that one, did he? Yeah. And that's a bad miss from Constanti. That's his third bad miss for the day. So, make the most of those opportunities. I said about his efforts in the first half. Only a point from the kick in. The big fist came from low. And another opportunity here for the Kangaroos, perhaps.
Constanti got it moving into a dead end. Hinge stuck the tackle, took Wardlaw without it. Just got away from the contest and Hinge took it all the way through. Oh, he got knocked over by Sullivan.
Silly.
We're reversing?
Silly.
We are reversing. Genuinely idiotic. What's your team a shot at goal?
Oh!
He straight into the umpire went Hinge. It was right on the spot. Ricochet came back to him, so no damage done. You have to go a long way to see that.
Things are deteriorating, Gerard, out there.
Everyone would like their season to be over. For North, Cherry leaps into a pack to make a spoil. Ball loose underneath. Scott gets hold of it. Laird's got hold of him. So the Crows just want to get out unharmed now.
Where was Peter Cameron? He would have marked that. Was it Peter Cameron, the umpire?
Yeah. Peter Carey?
Peter Carey, sorry.
That's right, yeah. From the stoppage, Crows regained possession. Keys couldn't quite get a handle on it. Sheasel. He's wrapped up in the tackle by Berry.
I know it was definitely Adrian Fletcher that kicked at the Fremantle player. I definitely know that.
Umpire balls it up. O'Brien, the tap to Peatling. Kicks a high ball inside 50. Thilthorpe's in front. Just too big and too strong. There is not much more the two Kangaroos defenders could do. Pink and Combin. They both took on Thilthorpe. He just stood tall. Was taking a ripper mark directly in front, 45 out.
Yeah, strong enough in the legs just to hold both those defenders down, and then
They're not small men.
No, but because they can't run and jump at him because of the size of him, and then he just outreaches them. And Mick used to say, like a reach like a sick dog. And but his hands are so good, even under pressure too.
Oh, it's a terrific mark. Deserves a goal. Thilthorpe has got two so far. Now make that three.
Very lackadaisical. He's run up. It's almost says he's got the beautiful shape like Tom Hawkins has. You know, that fades from left to right. But he knows he's kicking. He knows his routine really well, and obviously knows his body. He knows the defenders too. He obviously does his homework on his defenders because he's got a couple of good hit-up leads, but also he's obviously just stayed his ground and just outreached Pink a few times there in those one-on-one contests.
16-9-105 Adelaide Crows. 10-8-68 the Kangaroos on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. Now at Harvey Norman, bonus gift cards with selected TVs, vacuums, washing machines and more. Best range, best brands, best prices. Guaranteed. Conditions do apply. Harvey Norman scoreboard in this final term. 105 plays 68. Crows in control.
Career high 11 marks for Riley Thilthorpe this afternoon. Capital.com for stats. So the Crows have found the break. Berry's hunting the ball in the middle. Beautiful gather. Off goal side. Had a bounce which didn't come back. Gets it again. Kicks up to full forward. Thilthorpe in the middle. Spoil made this time. Combin underneath, hand passed under pressure, turned it over, coming to Fogarty, to Thilthorpe, just missed him. Play broke down. Scott hurries a kick out of the defensive area for North. Bouncing ball, gets past Darling. He still might get onto it at the back, and he's got good support. Rushing past his batch, has a bounce, make it 2, 55 out, steers it inboard, missed his target. Turned it over. Pressure comes in the forward line though. Worrell back to Keane, who's hot. He doesn't have the right to rush it through yet. He didn't get there. Got stuck in the tackle. Trenbar holding the ball on the goal line. Now, it's going to have to be double-checked to see that the ball didn't go over, because Keane was just trying to absorb the tackle and have all of the ball over all of the line. He moved it into his back cradle, and that at fate, well, David Roden will know.
He never gets
right
it
on
wrong,
the spot.
Jared. Never gets it wrong. Should be goal umpire in the grand final.
So he had a good view of it. He was right alongside it. So it says all of the ball not over all of the lines. So holding the ball would be paid, are we saying?
Holding the ball, and then it was kicked off the ground, so there was an advantage.
So advantage would be...
so Trent Barth's a bit stiff not to hit his third.
Yeah. So the ball is obscured. It's jammed up against the post. Is it in fact touching the post?
I reckon that's what the Adelaide defenders tried to do, and that's what he's telling you. It's just
leaning into the post. Well, he's actually a long way over the line on that angle.
It's regardless whether he's hit the post now, isn't it?
Yeah. Score review for IMAR Insurance for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR.
Did he lay the tackle though before he went over the line?
There's still that. It's a really good question. A really good question. I don't exactly know how.
So when did he award the free kick?
That's right.
No, that's the question.
The video suggests it's a behind. Trent Barth does all the right. He gets to Kane and then he drags him back in. Yeah. It's just where was the ball in proximity to the line in the initial tackle?
If you get tackled with the ball around the boundary line, Gerard, and then taken across the line, and you've still been hung on, it's a ball up.
Yeah, so there has to be a period of time for it to be paid.
So I don't think in that circumstance.
So we've gone with umpire's call, I presume. Umpire's call is a goal. Who's not coming through on the advantage? How?
I knew you'd ask me that, so I had to look.
Well done, thank you. Forgot to look at that. And so that's fascinating. I'll put that past Ray on Tuesday night.
I think they've got it right. I reckon they've got it right.
Now he's under pressure. I don't know why he doesn't step through for it initially, but then that tackle, so the ball's now behind the line and David Roden wouldn't have been able to see that. So he's an umpire. Yeah, okay.
So it's an interesting question. Is the moment that he lays the tackle, is it holding the ball because he has had prior?
Yeah.
Or does the tackle sort of sway him and I don't know whether that's right or wrong, but it's a 31-point margin in the Crows' favour on the North Melbourne goal. A really interesting moment on the Sheep Panel Service replay screen.
We've got a recall from the centre bounce. Thorpe's having a run in the ruck against Sherry. Ball thrown up. Sherry the tap. Now Thorpe picks it up. He's tackled by Sherry, and we'll have another stoppage, another ball up in the middle of the ground. 105-74. Crows by 31 points. Harvey Norman's scoreboard. This time it's picked up by Phil Thorpe, and he almost handed it over to Neil Bullen. Umpire calls play on. Davies Uniacke couldn't find a teammate by hand. By Dowling. His handball smothered. Ricochets back to Parker. Sweeping handball's a good one. Over to Constanti. Inside 50 he goes. That's a mark in front to Adelaide. Short not paid. Snap a goal by Davies Uniacke. King's a bit stiff, I reckon. Umpire called play on. Was it King or Cumming who took the mark? Either way, it didn't matter in the end because it's been finished off for the goal.
King's the one who's suitably moved.
Yeah.
There's a bit of village cricket about this, Cornes.
Yeah. There he is.
As you say, one side's got their mind on Monday and the other one's thinking about the week off in September.
So let's have a look at a replay. King was in front. I thought it was Mark. Umpire said they didn't hang on long enough. And Davies Uniacke's finished it off. You played to the whistle, I suppose.
Yep.
So back to 25, the difference. It's good to see the Kangaroos fighting it out. 14 and a half gone in this final term on the online fencepsuppliers.au clock. It's 105.80.
And good work by Davies Uniacke out of the centre. He's done a power of work inside the centre, but then flashing forward and again getting a nice crumb and good goal across his body.
A couple of big moments for Oldham Construction Lawyers, your experts in construction law. Crows by 25 points. Still 12 and a half minutes left on the online fencepuppliers.au clock. Back in the middle, Phil Thorpe is rucking. Sherry out the back. Wardlaw on the move. Free kick North's way and the advantage. Wardlaw steers the pass onto the chest of Harvey. Didn't quite complete it. That's not going to do much for the Crows fans down that end. One not paid, one paid.
Personally, I thought that was less of a mark than Keane's. Louis, you're the expert.
You couldn't split those two. I don't know why one gets paid and the other one doesn't. But again, stoppage, dominance, North, certainly the centre bounce. Obviously the second ruck for Adelaide's in. Riley's not in there, but again, just their dominance out of the centre square, allowing North to go forward.
Oh, what a big kick this becomes. Cooper Harvey, 45 outs, puts it on its way. Hello. North had kicked 3 in quick succession.
Yeah.
And we're in cheap thrill territory. It's a 19-point lead. Harvey Norman scoreboard. Adelaide 16-9-105. North Melbourne 13-8-86. And still 11 and a half to go in the game. He must have paid a hole. There's no way known that was a mark.
Jordan Dawson's gone in the middle, Gerard. I think he's just gone and said, right, enough's enough.
Well, yeah,
I'll take it over here.
Because the clearances are 5-4. It was actually 4-1 to Adelaide's favour. So North have actually won the last 4 clearances, 2 out of the centre square, as we've seen, and resulted in their 3-goal run.
We've been awoken from our slumber. 105-86. 19 points in favour of Adelaide, who still look the likely winners, but you just never know. There's still 11 minutes, 28 seconds left of game time on the online Fence Supplies clock. Sherry takes out of the ruck, hacks it forward. Miller read it well. He's got a hole in the ball. Took on the tackler.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, free kick to Sheasel. So Sheasel in the true centre-half forward position. All of a sudden, there's quite a bit of run in North Melbourne's legs. Players calling for it everywhere. So what's Sheasel going to do? Kicks into the hot spot. It's a stabbing pass. It's a mark! It's a mark by Darling. Hands of steel. And Darwin can line up directly in front, 30 metres out for another one. Oh, surely not. Surely they couldn't pinch this. So Jack Darling, this is his bread and butter. He's only 20 out. No angle to speak of. For his first for the afternoon. He's got it! Bang, 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 bang! North are back in town.
And again, out of a centre bounce, Cherry's done everything. At this time, he actually got the clearance. He got the hit out. He got the first possession. Then he got the clearance as well. Bashed it forward. And then, Darling, again, haven't seen a lot of him today. And again, I reckon his first 2 lead mark attempts, he dropped probably the 2 that he probably should have taken. This one was the harder one, and he actually takes that and then just nursed it. It wasn't a confident-looking shot for goal, although he's spent most of his time down there, but he nursed it through. And North, that's 4 in a row.
So Adelaide in preservation mode, they're thinking about 2 weeks' time. North will say, well, we've got 6 months off.
This is the classic final round vibe. Lay it all out there because you got 6 months to get over it. They don't want a final. They don't want a final today. This is your last quarter.
Yeah.
The last 4 goals in a row. Running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, and they're winning the stoppages for fun. Sheasel puts North inside 50. Ball ricochets the way of Laird. Kicks it out the side. He missed Smith, so it's in open play. Smith has it. Guides it up the line for Peatling. Well-weighted ball. Crows would like to just drain a little bit of the momentum out of this, and a 50-metre penalty. So they ran through the protected zone. So Peatling's going to be taken within range. Could be set 45 out. Suits Adelaide's purposes either way because he can take the full 30 seconds, just settle the environment, which has got a bit crazy. Peatling kick 2 in that third quarter, right at the start of the third quarter. James Peatling with a chance to restore a little bit of order for the Crows. Let's fly from 50. Good looking kick too.
That's it.
Just what the Crows ordered. Poor 50 to give away. And Peatling with his third takes full toll. Crows again by 19 points. Harvey Norman's scoreboard 17-9-111 to North Melbourne 14-8-92.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's burst North's bubble, but I reckon the North players will be thinking, okay, that's one poor mistake, 50, shot on goal. Yeah, we still got this momentum. Let's keep charging. again out of the centre square, of course. So again, still advantage North as far as staying in this game. But again, it's just their will versus Adelaide's want to finish off this game. And again, their mindset have to be, I'd be playing this like a warm-up to a final rather than thinking about the week off and the finals, about just crossing your T's and dotting your I's at Adelaide. This is a great opportunity. And again, I don't know how many minutes are left. I can't see on the screen.
Just past the halfway mark of the last quarter. So it's still 9:37 left on the clock. So there's plenty of time. From the stoppage, Adelaide win out. O'Brien in the middle of the ground. Hacks one inside 50. It's a real floating mongrel. Daniels there. He's tackled by Keys. Umpire says, I'll ball it up directly in front of Adelaide's goal. 40 metres out. Attendance today, 17,494. All up. Snap out of the pack by Peatling towards goal. Just misses to the right. 20 points the difference. The Harvey Norman scoreboard.
3 goals is already the equal of his career high, Peatling. So he's had a good day around the sticks. Simpson brings it out of defence for North. Long down the line. Trembath engaged, saw the ball get to the back. Curtis lends a hand, ran out of space just before he gathered. So the clearance is plus 20, North Melbourne, 43-23. Online fencepsupplies.au.
Yeah, half-time, 36-18, double they were.
Boundary throw in under our broadcast position. Rucks didn't reach it. Sherry is onto the bouncing ball. And passes backwards. Sheasel with a bit to do. Got an awkward bounce. Sherry goes in and gets that ball too. Tackled, released. Davies-Uniacke out the side to Simpson. Can plot the way forward for North. His kick for Trembath a bit too strong. Worrell brings it to ground. Hand passes a bit iffy. Good tackle laid by Wardlaw. Dowling, the man held up with it. It'll be a ball up, 60 out from the North goal. They're down by 20.
Ball up quickly. Dawson couldn't quite collect possession. Sheasel for free kick here. It's his for hold. Advantage paid. So Wardlaw centering kick is a good one. Almost a mark to the Kangas. It was thrown out almost to Davies-Uniacke by Harvey. Umpire's call play and it comes back to the wing. And the strong chest mark taken by Griffin Lowe against Thilthorpe. So Lowe goes short to Daniel, who take the mark and play on. Kicks into the pocket. His target was... in front, a ripping mark taken by Curtis. He has got a good set of hands on him, and Curtis can go back for goal number 4 and give North some hope.
Yeah, got a good clean run and jump at that pack. And as you said, Cordes, very sticky hands, through his career, but certainly today.
So 45-degree angle, kicking from about 40 metres out from goal. Curtis for goal number 4. No. To the right. His haul today has been 3 goals, 1. That's back to 19 points the difference. 17-10-1, 12 Adelaide, 14-9-93 Kangaroos on the Harvey Norman scoreboard. And we have 7.5 minutes of game time left.
Laird marks the kick in. Back whence it came. Hinge out across the face of goal. Miller found space on the far side. And that'll be 50. So this is the trick that North are running up to stand the mark and then backing away. You can't double dip at it. O'Sullivan did it and Constanti did it. They've been penalised on both occasions quite correctly. Miller able to have a bounce and run on. Not much of a kick in the Walker direction. Davies-Uniacke got a hand on it. Core against the boundary. Gives it up to LDU. From the defensive 50, measures up a pass for Powell. Link-up run comes from Sheasel. Kicks shocking. Straight to Miller. Up to Hinge. Adelaide will get a look up inside 50. No. Smothered. Sheasel made amends. Pokes the kick forward. Straight turnover. So 2 in a row from Sheasel. Who's better than that. Murray has ball in hand.
Very un-Sheasel-like. Crows had possession as they work it to the Docklands wing. Mark is taken by Dowling. He's got a couple of goals, Lasardo, done his job. In his first game of the year, Billy Dowling. Chooses the long option. Ball spills to Sherry. I tell you what, all things being equal by McKenna, they've done a reasonable... Oh, what's happening? Oh, we've got a T being held up, have we? T. They've done a pretty good job on the Adelaide tours. I know Phil Thorpe's... He's only kicked 3 and he's had plenty of marks, but as a combination of the 3 tours, the North have done a serviceable job.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's only been when they've flushed out of the back 50 at speed. I mean, and anyone can't stop them then. But, yeah, I mean, and a little bit of Adelaide's slow play sometimes hasn't helped their tall forwards.
Davies Uniac got held up by Peatling, forces a second ball up. 40 out from the Adelaide goal. 19-point leaders. Sherry pulls it clear. Jammed it onto the boots. It works to good effect. Up came Constanti. Spreads into the middle. Stevens had to go and did. Important ball. Curtis in a one-on-one. Bouncing ball awkwardly placed. Bond leads to it. Curtis right on his hammer. Bond. He did touch it to the boundary. And he gets knocked off for it. Curtis has a quick look inboard. He really is as good a chance as any with the way he's kicked at goal this year. He'll take the responsibility for the set shots. Left forward pocket outside the boundary. Curtis tosses it up. It won't score initially. Offhand. Simpson kick smothered. Murray tackles. Ball up. Top of the goal square.
Yeah, Curtis, I'm not sure left footer on that pocket. Why he didn't go the banana. I've seen him do it before.
Sherry's tackled by Hinge. And another stoppage at the tip of the goal square for the Kangaroos. They're down by 19. Running out of time now. Sherry got the tap. Crows have lots of numbers back. It's out in the full. Free kick to the Kangaroos. Oh, no, it was touched off the boot. So we'll have a throw in the forward pocket. The Kangaroos into attack. AFL Nation for 4 and 20 pies of Victoria Police recruiting now. Thrown in. Fell a bit short again. Wheatley gathers. Handball in the Neil Bullen direction. He's happy to see it over the line. Another throw in. Still in the Kangaroos attacking territory at half-forward flank, Dockland side, southern end. But they're running out of time now. It's 112 playing 93. Crows have a big enough lead to win it from here, you'd reckon.
Boundary throw in on its way. Sherry and O'Brien link up. Sherry down. Davies Uniac. Good ground ball pick up. Spread it out to Simpson. Kicks it deep. Curtis getting back. Had a fly. It stayed in. Trenbar will kick a goal. No, he missed to the near side on the snap. That would have made off. Interesting. 18 points with 4:44 to go. Harvey Norman's good.
They say more minutes than goals to be kicked. You're still in it.
So the ball worked to the wing for the Crows. Back of the pack, lurking was Walker. Gathers the crumbs. That's out on the full. So free kick going to North at half back. Imagine Matthew Nicks in the box, just for goodness sake, blow the siren. Let's get out of here.
Yeah. That is totally right.
I want to go home. Don't want any of the players hurt. Load short, back to defensive 50 to Daniel. So Roos working it around. What can they open up here? They get it moving quickly. Eating up valuable time.
Yep.
Now Davies Uniac marks. Still in the defensive. Now he's got Simpson, who is going to come up for disposal number 32. Takes the mark, plays on. Now here we go. There's a bit of a break. So Badge has a bounce. Weighs up the line. It's a shocking kick. I don't know what he was thinking. It's always easier up here, but wasn't a great option, and it's cut off. Intercept mark taken by Miller.
At 2 on 2 deep. He just had to kick it there. Out to Walker. 3:30 left. Online fencepplies.au clock. Do it yourself made easy. Tex hammers it down the line. O'Brien worked his way to the front to take a telling mark.
This sign now. What the hell is that sign? A circle, a triangle, and a square.
It's your controller on your On your Xbox, I think. Fogarty presents.
The Windows out of play school too, wasn't it?
The Arch was on there. You're right. Fogarty darts around Parker. Sets the Crows up deep. Thilthorpe's the target. Big pack. Never quite got a run at it. Spoil made by Loeb. Loeb knocked back in his direction. Powell underneath. Got it away quickly. Harvey clears the area out toward the boundary. Worrell gathers against the line. Gives it around to Lairds. And passing close to Bond and back to Worrell. Kicks up near full forwards. Logue and Pink. Grounded right away in front.
And he plays on straight away. Kick coming to Parker. He dishes off to Daniel. So takes the ball outside defensive 50 and kicks to the wing. Banch on the half volley. Good tackle. No, got pulled high. So free kick going North way. Plays on to McKercher. Chip to half forward. To Davies-Uniacke. He's got to go long and hope for the best here. And he does. Kicks to the hot spot. Big pack fly. Oh, Curtis again, is it? It is. That is a magnificent contested mark again, or is it Trenbarth?
Trenbarth.
It's Trenbarth. So directly in front, 20 metres out, great contested mark. And they have found one here, the Roos. Don't worry about that. Just exactly what Nick Larkey needs next year is someone standing next to him like this that can take a contested mark, take some heat off him, and he'll go back. And in his third game of football, he would have kicked 3 goals, and 3 goals. What a debut late in season 25 for the boy from Blackburn, Cooper Trenbarth, his third for the match, and the Kangaroos fighting to the death.
Yeah, you put Zerha, Larkey, you put Curtis, Trenbarth, all of a sudden you got something to kick to. And again, different size, different shapes, different way the way they move, the way their leading patterns are. And yeah, and again, just some hope for North when they...
It was definitely not a mark to Trenbarth.
That is a mark
Curtis
to
was in
Curtis.
front.
He's ripped it out of his hands.
Curtis was in the middle and Trenbarth was third in line. There's absolutely no way that's a mark to him.
That is a mark to Curtis. And he's ripped it out of his hands as Curtis has landed to the ground.
That's funny. Village cricket, I'm telling you.
Oh, boy.
Well, I think the Adelaide defender had his knuckles all over it as well, just quietly.
Anyway.
All right, centre bounce goal, anyone?
2 goals a diff.
No good on the bounce. Hump didn't recall it. Knocked Adelaide's way. Fogarty onto it. Wrenched his way clear. Hand pass to Soligo. Long range shots.
Andy Point.
Yeah, that'll settle it. 13. The Norman scoreboard.
Up the diddle. Straight up the middle.
Yep. Ball's in dispute. Back of the pack is Berry, who's played well for Adelaide today, been one of their best. And he finds a teammate, and that will be it. To the wing. Marked by the skipper, Dawson. So into the last minute, Adelaide had to fight hard for victory today. It looks like they're going to get through unscathed, which is the most important thing as they head towards a qualifying final in a couple of weeks' time. Dawson again. Handballs into territory. Keys. We'll have a ball up.
Yeah,
City wing.
I think he's sat on the edge of his chair, Nixie, because no, Dawson's come off. You probably rest Taylor Walker, some of your important players to come off the ground, but he's left them all out there because he wanted, obviously, to secure top spot.
Berry knocks it. And he goes as far as Davies-Uniacke, who manages to get the handball off to Powell, who bangs it on the right boot to the 50. It's a Adelaide mark. Thilthorpe's gone back into defence. He goes short. And that will be officially it. As the clock ticks down, the Crows finish on top of the ladder in season 2025 with 18 wins.
South Australia, and we're known as the Adelaide Crows. We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of
by 6 at the first break, by 11 at the half, by 25 at three-quarter time, and hung on to win by 13 points, 17-11, 113. The Kangaroos got triple figures, 15-10, 100 for the Crows. 3 goals to Keys, to Thilthorpe, to Peatling, 2 goals to Dowling, and singles all to Walker, Taylor, Neil Bullen, Laird, Fogarty and Smith. While for North Melbourne, 3 goals each to the dynamic duo today for the Roos up forward, Curtis and Trembath, and 2 goals to Dylan Stevens and 1 to Scott, Davies, Uniac, Powell, Parker, Darling, Harvey and Bange.
17,494 in to see it. The Crows celebrate for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives every day of the year. A couple of minutes left in our broadcast. Guy McKenna, who have you got as the defender of the game for Visi Tread? Temporary service protection available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Well, my defender of the day goes to Malira from Adelaide. I just thought his run and punch off half-back. Again, he was able to stand in the contest, but his delivery off half-back, I thought, really set up Adelaide early and obviously late when they had to hang on to the ground.
All thanks to Visi Treads. Have you got the power play rankings by chance for Green Power Solutions? Like any great team, power, light and fuel working together. Green Power Solutions, reliable, sustainable, unstoppable.
The rankings, I have, surprise, Tristan Cherry, 186 points. Rory Led, 141. Ben Keys, 133 with the top 3 place getters there.
That probably makes the McKay Tall Timber Ruckman of the day pretty easy. McKay Timber, manufacturer and suppliers of quality Tasmanian oak timber.
Oh, no question. He was fantastic. Again, hit outs, his body work, his follow-up, his tackles, his clearances. Just not his field kicking, of course, but there's only one blemish there. But, yeah, he was terrific, and really the reason why North was so competitive for most of the day.
McKay Timber, quality Tasmanian oak. Who do you reckon the toughest player was for Anthem Workwear? Gear up with Anthem Workwear, built for the workout and the work site.
Well, can you give it to him as well? Because just his his contested work, his tackling, 12 tackles, led everyone as far as, tough where he had to be as a ruck, but then also got out of the phone box and got around the ground and named 12 tackles as well. Just fantastic.
I was getting the 3
Give
votes.
us the votes for Aviso Group. Don't drop the ball on insurance. Contact Aviso Group.
Sorry, what was that question?
The votes?
Oh, votes. Well, yes. In a losing game, and at half-time, I mentioned Keys is probably the player that was keeping Adelaide in it and best on ground. I'm not sure he was best on ground, but certainly keeping. But Tristan Cherry's game, he'd have to get my 3 votes today, that's for sure.
3 to Cherry, 2 to Keys. Who do you want to give 1 to?
Well, I just thought when Adelaide needed a steadier, the skipper, Jordan Dawson, stepped up. He stamped himself on the game just to stop the little Adelaide Crows wobbles just in that third quarter, and then put his hands on the ball around in that last quarter as well.
23 disposals he got, Gerard. 7 tackles and 4 clearances for the Adelaide skipper.
Might be an important 1 vote on Brownlow night. You never know. Our major partner, DD, want you to say yes, IDD, for cheap trips so you can do more. The Crows by 13 points. The minor premiership is there. The rise from 15th to 1st. That was the post-game show for Synergy Painting Group, where expertise meets aesthetics and where quality meets affordability. And Smarter Light, good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Geelong and Richmond coming next from the MCG. From Marble, good afternoon.